Chapter 214. Qin Zhe was just too lazy to explain to the woman in front of him who was dressed like a reporter. Let her misunderstand. However, his sister was clearly thinking more. She was a public figure. Even if she was not very popular in Taiwan, once she was on the news, someone would definitely recognize her or Qin Zhe. Then, Qin Zhe's words would be inappropriate. They did not tell the old master and Qin Ma that they were secretly traveling. They just said that they were going to attend the Golden Melody Awards. If the video was taken and leaked to the mainland, the old master would definitely explode. The young woman smiled. Hello, I'm Li Yu, a reporter from Wanwan TV. Can I do a simple interview with you? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. She turned sideways so that the camera would not capture her face. Hence, she did not see her brother's questioning gaze. All right. Li Yu received an affirmative answer and was overjoyed. She put the microphone in front of Qin Zhe. Hello, how should I address you? My surname is Qin. Mr. Qin, what do you think of the recent conflict between the mainland and Taiwan? Li Yu asked a sensitive question. News had to attract attention and become a hot topic. Of course, it had to be the hottest and most controversial topic. In the past, when reporters interviewed mainland tourists, they liked to ask them, what do you think of Taiwan? The mainland tourists would say, Taiwan is good. It's rich and beautiful. After the news was broadcasted, the Taiwanese felt proud and happy. It was like the Americans running to China and saying, China is great. Long live China. It instantly made the Taiwanese feel good. In recent years, fewer and fewer mainland tourists said that. The Taiwanese were also tired of hearing it. Hence, the reporters changed the topic of the interview. Taiwan belongs to China, Qin Zhe said. It was the same answer. Every mainland person said the same thing. Li Yu asked again. Do you have any other opinions? Taiwan belongs to China. Li Yu, Qin Zhe. Taiwan belongs to China. Do you have any specific opinions? Li Yu asked helplessly. Qin Zhe coughed. Then I'll just say a few words. Li Yu nodded excitedly and moved the camera closer. Qin Zhe said loudly, first, firm principles and pragmatic goals. Adhere to the One China principle without wavering. 2. Put the people first and benefit our compatriots in Taiwan. Implement the policy of placing our hopes in the people of Taiwan, fully respect, trust, and rely on our compatriots in Taiwan, do everything possible to solve their concerns, and take care of and protect their legitimate rights and interests. 3. Expand exchanges and deepen economic and trade cooperation. Actively implement the consensus on cross-strait exchanges. 4. Using the law to restrain solitude, using the law to promote harmony. Li Yu had no choice but to interrupt him. He forced a smile and said, Are you a civil servant from the mainland? Qin Zhe said, No, I'm just a commoner. Li Yu thought to himself, Stop lying to me. How can a commoner recite the Taiwan policy? Do you think I'm a fool? She regretted interviewing Qin Zhe. She felt that he was an old con man, even though he looked young. Then what do you think about the decrease in tourists from the mainland and the decrease in tourism revenue from Taiwan? Is it because of the recent conflicts between the two sides? Li Yu asked the question that all Taiwanese were concerned about. I don't think so. Qin Zhe said, the living conditions of the mainland people are not that good. After all, we can't afford tea eggs. Li Yu thought. You finally admitted it. You brought your girlfriend to Taiwan this time. Do you plan to buy luxury goods? I don't plan to buy too much. After all, we don't have credit cards in the mainland. It's inconvenient to bring too much cash. Qin Zhe said in distress. Qin Bao couldn't hold back and laughed. Li Yu didn't notice that the girl's face was filled with excitement. It's rare to meet a mainland person who dares to speak the truth. I heard that the mainland's stock market has been very hot recently. The stock market has risen to more than 4,000, a record high. The mainlanders have all invested in the stock market and made money. However, experts have pointed out that this is just a rumor. Is it true? Li Yu asked again. Some are true and some are false. Qin Zhe shrugged. Some people make money, and some lose money. However, the stock market is doing very well. Then, Mr. Qin, do you invest in the stock market? How much profit have you made? Li Yu looked directly at him. If this mainlander was lying, she could immediately tell. As a mainlander who can't afford tea eggs or credit cards, I set a small goal for myself. Qin Zhe said with a serious expression. What small goal? Li Yu couldn't wait to ask. Make 100 million a month. Qin Zhe's expression was calm. Qin Bao Bao clutched her stomach, her shoulders trembling. The air suddenly became quiet. Li Yu's expression was dull, and she didn't know how to respond. The experts were right. They all liked to brag. Thank you very much for accepting our interview. Then, I won't disturb Mr. Qin and your girlfriend. Goodbye. Li Yu called the cameraman to leave. Don't you want to continue the interview? The cameraman asked her. No need. Li Yu said excitedly. The other mainlanders I asked before were too conservative in their answers. They didn't like to communicate with us. This is good enough. I have enough topics. I'll go back and finish writing. The two got into the car parked not far away and drove away. On the other side, Qin Bao Bao clutched her stomach and laughed. Her head was on Qin Zhe's chest, laughing and bumping. Ace, my little sweetheart, I love you so much. Ha! Qin Zhe smiled and patted his sister's head. Let's go and buy something. Coming out of the 101 building, Qin Zhe had a few more shopping bags on him. Qin Bao Bao helped the old man buy a famous watch, and helped Qin Ma and Wang Zijin buy cosmetics and bags. They didn't buy too much. If they really wanted to buy luxury goods, there were some in Shanghai, and they didn't lack the tax money. Qin Bao Bao said that she still wanted to go to the night market, but Qin Zhe didn't want to go. There was really nothing to go to in the Taipei night market. Also, the internet said that the peddlers there were thick-skinned and black-hearted. If he carried so many shopping bags there, it was obvious that the words, stupid but rich, were written on his face. That night, a news interview with a mainland tourist appeared on Wanwan TV's news. Taiwan belongs to China. Taiwan belongs to China. After all, we can't afford tea eggs. After all, mainlanders can't afford credit cards, the news anchor said. Since the experts mentioned the mainland's recent situation, this is the first time mainlanders admitted that they can't afford tea eggs and credit cards. He said a lot and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that mainlanders like to boast and boast that they could earn 100 million a month. It was unrealistic to boast, and people could see that he was bluffing at a glance. This news caused a heated discussion on the internet. Wanwan's netizens didn't know whether to laugh or cry on Facebook, and it even made the headlines the next day. In the hotel, Qin Zhe took a shower and was ready to sleep. There was a knock on the door. There was no need to guess. It must be his sister. She was wearing her teddy bear pajamas and walked into her brother's room with a tired face. She lay on the bed and rolled around. I'm so tired. If you're tired, go back to your room and sleep. Why are you lying on my bed? Qin Bao Bao placed the room card on the bedside table and lay on the bed. Her two legs hit the bed. Help me massage. Massage, right? Qin Zhe slapped her perky buttocks and rippled. Is it here? Qin Bao Bao cried out in pain. She turned over and gave her brother a Foshan shadowless kick. Good boy, help me massage, Qin Bao Bao said softly. My legs are sore and painful. After playing for a day, she couldn't take it anymore. Qin Zhe liked his sister's tricks the most. He immediately held his sister's feet like a puppy and massaged from the soles of her feet all the way to her thighs. Done. Qin Bao Bao retracted her legs and said, Massage my shoulders. Qin Zhe massaged his sister's shoulders again. Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes comfortably. Ace, the internet said that you lip-synced opera too. I'm so upset. Trolls are all like that. Why should we care about them? Qin Zhe said casually. Then do you think Opera 2 can win an award? Without waiting for Qin Zhe to answer, she said, I don't think so. But I think you should have no problem winning the Best Composer award. I'm not from the entertainment industry. It's the same whether I win it or not. Of course it's different. With the award, you can raise the price when you write songs next time. Qin Bao Bao calculated. If you lose money in the stock market, you can write songs to make money. Qin Zhe knocked his sister's head with a chestnut. Think of me better. Qin Bao Bao muttered, How rude of you to have a younger brother like you. I didn't cultivate virtue in my previous life. Wrong. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Mom, You didn't cultivate virtue in your previous life to have a son like me. Wow, you're actually taking advantage of our mother. Qin Bao Bao turned the tables on him. After massaging for a while, Qin Bao Bao felt sleepy. She narrowed her eyes and murmured, "Go to sleep." Qin Zhe got up and turned off the lights. He lifted the quilt and got in. Suddenly, he was stunned and felt that something was wrong. "Hey, go back to your room and sleep. This is my bed. Don't be noisy. If you get up and freeze, you won't be able to sleep again." "But you can't sleep here." Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt over her head. "I'm asleep. I can't hear you." Late at night, the plane flew across the dark sky and landed at Taoyuan Airport. Su Yunhan took off her eye mask and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Surrounded by several assistants, she was the first to leave the plane. This was the treatment for first-class passengers. Star Art didn't have a branch here, so there was no driver to pick her up. But Su Yunhan had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had many Taiwanese celebrity friends. At the exit, she saw a sign with the name Su Yunhan. She led the assistants to greet her. "Sister Su, over here." A middle-aged woman waved at her. This was her celebrity friend's manager. The middle-aged woman led them to the parking lot and sat in the large nanny van. There were two beauties with different styles sitting in the car. They were the same age, 24. A damn girl group. A very popular girl group in Taiwan. They debuted in a singing talent show at the age of 18. They were popular in Taiwan for many years. Then their career hit a bottleneck and they moved their acting career to the mainland. They traveled between Taiwan and the mainland. Su Yunhan had known them for many years. They were all singers and got along well with each other. "Sister Su, couldn't you have come earlier? People are usually asleep at this time." The sweet-looking Ding Lixin complained. "I just finished a commercial performance." Su Yunhan smiled. "Why don't we have supper together?" The charming Guling said. "Let's go to the hotel first and arrange the luggage and people." Su Yunhan nodded. On the way, Guling scrolled through Facebook. No one knew what she was looking at, but she giggled from time to time. "What are you looking at?" Su Yunhan asked curiously. "A news video." Guling was overjoyed. An interview with a tourist from the mainland. "It's so funny. That guy said that the mainland can't afford tea eggs and credit cards. Haha, he's so self-deprecating. He's mocking us." Ding Lixin had obviously seen the video and commented, "But he's too good at bragging. He said something about setting a small goal to earn 100 million a month. He's really good at bragging." Su Yunhan went over to take a look. In the video, Qin Zhe said casually, 100 million a month. F***CK, it's him? Su Yunhan couldn't help but curse. Chapter 2:15. "Big Sister Su, you know this person?" Ding Lixin blinked. She had a pair of bright and clear eyes. Coupled with her delicate face, she gave off an innocent and sweet vibe. Su Yunhan was speechless for a long time. She wondered why he was here. Even if he attended the Golden Melody Awards, he didn't have to be here a week in advance. "Let me see the video." Su Yunhan took Ding Lixin's phone and watched it from beginning to end. She quickly recognized Qin Bao Bao. That hot and voluptuous figure was too familiar. Did they come to Taiwan to have fun like me? The manager took out a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for the three of them. She smiled and said, "When it comes to stocks, Big Sister Su is really good. How much did you earn this month?" 3 million, right? Guling's expression was excited. "Big Sister Su, you're too good. Earning money in the stock market is like picking up money." The topic immediately changed to the stock market. Ding Lixin hugged Su Yunhan's arm and whined, "Big Sister Su, I want to invest 2 million. Bring me to the stock market." Su Yunhan ignored them and focused on watching the video. She mumbled, "Earning 100 million in a month? This brother is unbelievable. Qin Bao Bao is really lucky." "Big Sister Su?" Guling nudged her. Su Yunhan took a deep breath and said, "He's not bragging. Maybe it's really possible." Whew. Both Ding Lixin and Guling were unable to react to her abrupt words. Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Do you know who the handsome guy in the video is?" The two of them shook their heads. Guling thought for a moment. "He looks familiar. Not ordinary?" Of course not ordinary. Su Yunhan smiled. I've told you guys before that I'm also a stock trader with my friend. I'll buy the stocks she recommended to me and sell them whenever she told me to. I've invested 5 million in them and I've made 3 million in a month. That friend is Qin Bao Bao, right? You mentioned it before. To be precise, it's Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. He's the god of stocks that the netizens on the mainland have recommended, although it's just a joke. Su Yunhan pursed her lips. Oh, that's the guy. Everyone in the car, including the manager, was stunned. Ah, she's Qin Zhe. Guling clapped her hands. Guling was obsessed with good looks. She often drooled when she looked at the posters of young male idols. She also changed boyfriends frequently. She had paid attention to Qin Zhe before. Because Qin Zhe was too famous in the music industry, his influence in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan was limited. She had only seen the news. At that time, she felt that this young man was really handsome and energetic. No wonder he looked familiar. Ding Lixin blinked her eyes and opened her mouth slightly in shock. It's really him? He's the one who lip-synced. What lip-syncing? Don't talk nonsense, Su Yunhan said unhappily. She had a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao. At the same time, she also owed Qin Zhe a favor. Guling's eyes shone. Sister Su, help me connect. I want to ask for a song. Ding Lixin shook her arm. Sister Su, introduce us. I want to invest in stocks. Su Yunhan thought, since they were here, they could meet up tomorrow and have fun together. Introducing friends was fine. It was normal for friends to introduce each other's friends and mingle. However, she would not take the initiative to ask for a song or invest in stocks. She would let them do it themselves. All right, send me the video. I'll post it on Weibo, Su Yunhan said. The next day, Qin Zhe woke up. A delicate fragrance lingered around his nose. He turned his head and saw his sister's sleeping face right in front of him. Her soft body was pressed against him, and her hair was messy. It made her seem a bit lazy and cute. Ding! The system's voice rang in his mind. Qin Zhe's first thought was, do I have a F** king system? His second thought was, the lame system is up to something. System, don't say anything, he said in his mind. However, the system ignored him and gave him a mission. Give your sister a morning kiss. 10 points will be awarded if you succeed. Points will be deducted if you fail. It was a dispensable mission. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and pecked his sister's face. What do you want? Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes immediately. Want, damn. Was this woman pretending to be asleep? Qin Zhe felt embarrassed. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned. He pretended to be relaxed and said, give you a morning kiss. Time to wake up. Qin Bao Bao pouted. She sat up and stretched comfortably. With her messy hair, she hummed a song and went back to her room to wash up. Qin Zhe was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. He thought for a while and said, System, can there be fewer missions like this in the future? It's very awkward. Perverts see perverts, the system replied. Qin Zhe was speechless. Isn't a morning kiss normal? From your perspective, all foreigners are like this. I didn't ask you to kiss your sister's little mouth. Who wants to kiss my sister's mouth? I'm not a pervert. Qin Zhe thought. You are. The system insisted. F***CKU. Host, do you still remember the lecture you attended at Fudan University? The system suddenly said. The system seemed to be particularly talkative today. I forgot. Qin Zhe said angrily. A guilty person refused to recall the things that made him feel guilty. The system said, this is a kind of illness, a psychological illness. I think you can save yourself. As long as you have 998 points, you can exchange the top psychological knowledge home. You will be relieved of all your worries and worries. It will be as if you have been reborn. In the future, you will be calm and peaceful. Say goodbye to the complicated feelings. The system said. I think you just want to cheat me of my points. If you mention this kind of thing again, I'll get angry with you. Qin Zhe said. Okay, host, as long as 998 points. You can contact me at any time after you've thought it through. There was a knock on the door again. His sister's crisp voice said, Little bumpkin, are you ready? Let's go to the next stop. It was easy to hear the excitement and happiness in her voice. They carried their suitcases and walked in the long corridor. The lights on both sides were soft. The elder sister said with a smile, "Doesn't it feel like a trip? We'll go to the ends of the earth, to a place where no one knows us. But this world isn't lonely, because I'm here to accompany you." Qinze looked at her smiling face. A song came to his mind. It was a song from the Point Store. "Give me a cup of forgetful water, let me not cry for a night, all my sincerity let the rain and wind blow, the love I gave can't be taken back." On the bus leaving Taipei, Qin Baobao received a call from Su Yunhan, inviting them to visit Treasure Island. She heard that the siblings had left Taipei on the bus and was quite disappointed. She said that she wouldn't disturb the two of you. "Have fun and see you at the Golden Melody Awards on the 25th. Qinze said, "We can get off the bus and wait for her. Maybe there's a special seat." "Silly sister." Qin Baobao gave him a karate chop and rolled her eyes. "You're smart, okay? I don't want her to come." Qinze was puzzled. "Aren't you close?" Qin Baobao glanced at him. "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Her silly brother couldn't understand a woman's sensitive and delicate thoughts. "Ha! They left." Ding Lixin's face was full of disappointment. "Then see you on the 25th, Guling said. She was very interested in Qinze. He was multi-talented, good at making money, and handsome. Su Yunhan replied with an and leaned against the sofa. She logged into Weibo with her phone and uploaded the video with the caption, "My brother has no integrity at all. I laughed for a long time after watching it. I guess this brother must be Qinze. Qin Baobao will cry if she sees this. When did my brother become your brother? Qinze is doing something again? Is he speculating in the stock market?" Netizens commented immediately. They didn't watch the video and just grabbed the sofa chair first. Then, they clicked on the video to watch it. The video was only 3 minutes long. The background was the streets of Taipei, which happened to be opposite the 101 skyscraper. Otherwise, the sharp-eyed netizens would have recognized this landmark building. "I'm a reporter from Wanwan TV station. Can I do a simple interview with you?" Baodao is China. After all, people in China can't afford tea eggs. People in China can't afford credit cards. Let's set a small goal, to earn 100 million a month. After watching the video, countless netizens vomited blood and exploded. People in China can't afford tea eggs. There's nothing wrong with that. What's a credit card? I've never heard of it. We don't even have 24-hour ATM machines here. Qinze, this joker, is really good at complaining. "Aya, Prince Charming, you're being naughty again. Come to my bowl. Let's set a small goal. 100 million. Aya, he's bragging." Some fans reposted the video to Qin Baobao's Tieba and forum. They even wrote a long post about it. "I just saw a video from Baodao. If it weren't for Su Yunhan's Weibo post, we probably wouldn't have seen the news there. Yes, this is an interview. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the person interviewed. Qinze. The whole video is full of complaints. Tea eggs and credit cards are really funny. I just love to see Qinze ridicule seriously. 100 million a month? Small goal?" The original poster spat out saliva on the spot. Also, tell me, is the beauty next to him Qin Baobao? It must be Qin Baobao. Aya, why are this pair of siblings in Taipei? Qin Baobao and Qinze are really close. They're together everywhere. The netizens below replied, "The original poster doesn't understand. They're participating in the Golden Melody Awards. Ha ha ha, the tea eggs and credit cards joke is going to be popular again. Bragging. 100 million a month. Damn, that's a small goal." Speaking of which, is it possible for Qinze's opera 2 to win an award? It shouldn't be possible. Wanwan also said that this song was lip-synced. This song is very shocking. The first half is low and depressing, paving the way for the last shout. That reversal is very shocking. When I first heard it, I felt goosebumps all over my body. However, I also don't believe that it's a real voice. Will I be scolded for saying this? Enhanced. Pinned. More and more people watched the video. Then, it accidentally became a hot topic on Weibo. At night, there were more than 10 celebrities who reposted the video. Most of them were singers. Qin was now in high demand in the eyes of singers. With a few songs, he made Qin Bao an A-lister. Then he was at the bottom. Looking at the entire music industry, there wasn't a single songwriter with this ability. Qin productions were definitely top quality. He was definitely not bragging. Chapter 216. November 24th. The siblings went around in circles, from Taipei to Kaohsiung, and then from Kaohsiung to Taipei. They enjoyed the local customs, scenic spots, and historical sites of Taiwan. Unfortunately, time was limited, so they traveled from Taiwan to Kaohsiung and played there for a day. The next day, they took the high-speed train back to Taipei. At noon, they tasted the local delicacies of Taipei. His sister received a call from her manager, Li Yanhong, saying that they had arrived in Taipei. Qin Bao hung up the phone and muttered, "They're here so early. So annoying." She held her brother's arm and snorted, "Don't worry about them. Let's go out again." "All right, don't book a hotel today. I got Sister Lee to book a 5-star hotel. Star Art will reimburse you. Save when you can. Sister, you're so good at managing the family." Qin Bao was a little proud. If his mom heard this, she would probably laugh her head off. Qin cursed in his heart. The hotel they were staying at was a 5-star hotel about 10 kilometers away from the venue of the award ceremony. It was the most high-end hotel in the area. The siblings arrived at the hotel in the afternoon. Li Yanhong was waiting at the entrance with 2 young female assistants beside her. "Bao, how was your trip to Taiwan?" Li Yanhong's face was full of smiles. She also wanted to come along and accompany them 24/7, but Qin Bao didn't agree. She said that she was traveling with her brother. Why should she join in? Li Yanhong retorted, "Traveling with your brother. Why can't I join in?" Qin Bao was speechless. She said firmly, "In any case, you're not allowed to follow." Thus, Li Yanhong arrived in Taiwan today. After helping Qin Bao and Qin check in, the group took the elevator upstairs. Li Yanhong said, "We met a lot of celebrities in the elevator just now. Most of the celebrities from the mainland are staying at this hotel. Because this hotel is the best hotel in the area." One of the female assistants stared at Qin and interrupted, "We also met Su Yunhan. She asked when you would arrive." Qin Bao nodded. In front of the assistants and managers, she was very careful to keep a distance from her brother. She didn't hold his arm, nor did she act cute. Instead, she looked like a goddess and a big sister. If you need anything, just tell Sister Lee." Qin Bao was like an older sister taking care of her younger brother. "Thank you, sister." Qin pretended to thank her. Qin Bao rolled her eyes. She covered herself with her bag and secretly pinched his waist. With her manager by her side, Qin Bao did not continue to pester her brother. She did not look for him for the entire afternoon. After Qin finished reading the index finger, he took a short nap. At 8:30 p.m., there was a knock on the door. It should be his sister who called him to eat. Qin was wearing a pair of large shorts and a tight thin t-shirt. These were his pajamas. In the past, Qin didn't wear pajamas when he slept, only wearing a pair of boxers. But these days, his sister shamelessly wanted to sleep in his room, so Qin had to temporarily use it as pajamas. On the first day, his sister used her aching back as an excuse to sleep in his bed. On the second day, she said that it was not safe in the neighborhood. What if bad people broke into the house? She did not feel safe and wanted to sleep in his bed. That night in Kaohsiung, Qin brought his sister to a room. His sister insisted on having 2 rooms. Qin said that since they were sleeping together, it was a waste of money to have 2 rooms. In the end, his sister blushed. She was anxious and said, "Shut up. Who wants to sleep with you?" At night, she really did not enter his room. In the middle of the night, she knocked on his brother's door and lay on his bed. Without any excuses, she said confidently that he should sleep early and wake up early the next day. Today was the 4th day. With Li Yanhong and the assistant around, his sister would not come to his room again. Qin opened the door. The first thing he saw was his sister's beautiful face standing at the door. Then, it was Su Yunhan and 2 other beauties with different styles. He was stunned. He felt that the 2 beauties looked familiar, but he could not remember. Su Yunhan was the first to greet him. She waved at him. Hi. The charming Guling looked at Qinze with interest. She gave him a score in her heart. Looks, 8 points. Figure, 9 points. Temperament, 6 points. He could be considered a high-quality handsome guy. Compared to Ding Lixin, who had a temperament and personality, she was more lively and playful. She liked to greet handsome guys. However, she liked the new and hated the old. None of her boyfriends lasted a year. She was not a scumbag. After all, they parted on good terms. However, she was definitely not a chaste woman. In this aspect, Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities were more open. They did not even dare to say that they were in a relationship. If they changed girlfriends or boyfriends frequently, they would be called scumbags. Go change and eat. Qin Bao Bao pushed his brother in and closed the door. Bao Bao, your brother is so handsome. Guling's eyes lit up. Of course, my brother. The best. Su Yunhan continued. The three of them laughed. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and corrected her. Wrong, he's the most handsome. Su Yunhan was overjoyed. She said to the two girls, I told you that she's famous for showing off her brother. That night, they settled on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Guling said that she wanted to take the siblings to eat some local snacks. However, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe had eaten a lot in the past few days and were not interested. Dinner was a Western-style meal. There were steak, spaghetti, borscht, foie gras, fruit platter, and red wine. After Su Yunhan's introduction, Qin Zhe remembered that the two Taiwanese beauties were once a popular girl group. They were not outdated, but they were definitely not as popular as they used to be. He had heard their songs before. They were called something like TM Group. He did not think that there was a problem before, but now he could not look at the two letters, TM, directly. Guling said, Qin Zhe, I like all the songs you write. You're my idol. The Taiwanese girls' accents were all coquettish and naturally gave people a sense of cuteness. You said that you earn 100 million a month. Is that true? Ding Lixin looked at him curiously. Of course it's true. Qin Bao Bao wanted to show off in front of outsiders again. Ace, give me the phone. Qin Bao Bao took the phone and grabbed her brother's thumb to unlock it. She then logged into her account and found that she could not log in. Ah, you changed the password. Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother, her face full of anger. Didn't we agree that the wife's money belongs to me? He stopped in time and could not mention this in front of outsiders. Idiot, the account is different. He had many accounts and took turns to control them on the same phone. Qin Zhe felt that his sister liked to show off, especially him. Just like how Qin Ma liked to carry Qin Bao around the neighborhood and show off her beautiful and cute daughter. Both mother and daughter were the same. However, Qin Bao Bao did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Not showing off one's wealth was the mindset of the common people. The entertainment industry was famous for its generosity. The topics they usually talked about were, let's go on a yacht trip during the holidays. The pay this year has increased again. Now, each film is worth tens of millions. I heard that your album sold well and earned tens of millions. There was also a female celebrity who had made hundreds of millions in the stock market with her rich friends. Not to mention the entertainment industry. The news was exposed and everyone knew about it. Therefore, Qin Bao Bao did not think that this was a big deal. It was her brother who was too narrow-minded. Qin Bao Bao logged into his familiar account and clicked into the background. He showed off. Here, this is what my brother earned. A few women came over to take a look, each with different expressions. Su Yunhan was the calmest and was only slightly surprised. Ding Lixin was shocked and could not believe it. 60 million? If he was a celebrity, it would be easy. The most popular young male idols now could earn 10 to 20 million in a movie. They could earn hundreds of millions in a year. Looking at their group, not to mention their peak, it was already very good that they could earn 50 million a year now. After all, singers did not earn as much as movie stars. They were also not A-list singers, so they could not compare to those big shots who could earn hundreds of millions a year. However, Qin Zhe was not a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Nor was he a rich businessman. How could he earn 60 million just by trading in the stock market? Oh my god. Guling's mind was active. She asked, how much is the capital? The capital of this account is 20 million. Qin Zhe chewed on the foie gras and took a sip of red wine. There are other accounts? Gu Ling's eyes lit up. However, Qin Zhe just nodded and put his phone in his pocket. The other accounts are just a drop in the ocean. They are not as much as this one. Qin Zhe's total assets were 110 million. After deducting 45 million, he would earn about 60 million. There was still a week to the end of the month. The small goal of earning 100 million was already set. After dinner, Gu Ling suggested to go to a nightclub. Taiwan and Hong Kong's nightclubs were very developed. As these places were small, it was common to see celebrities going to nightclubs. Many celebrities went to nightclubs, and it was often mentioned on variety shows. It was not a bad thing to do. It was better than taking drugs. It was not like China, where celebrities had to be secretive when they went to nightclubs. There is a famous nightclub nearby. We should be able to meet a lot of friends in the industry today, Gu Ling said. Qin Baobao looked at her brother with an inquiring gaze. She liked to be lively and couldn't be a nerdy girl like Wang Zijin. But going to nightclubs was her brother's taboo. She had to apply for permission. If her brother approved, she would go. If not, she would go back to her room to sleep. Qin Zhe was very generous and said, "Let's go." At this moment, he remembered a movie. He heard that it was very convenient to pick up corpses in Taiwan. Chapter 217. Qin Zhe arrived at the destination bar with a yearning yet vigilant heart. The yearning was because of the famous corpse picker. When he saw the news, he heard that there was a tide of corpse pickers in Taiwan. He was so envious. After being a dog for more than 20 years, he couldn't help but look forward to such things. He was vigilant because he was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to take advantage of his sister. He had to keep an eye on her and not let the perverts take advantage of her. But when he arrived at the bar, he realized that he was thinking too much. The bar was in line with his impression. It was noisy, and dazzling. But this bar was not small. There were booths in the corner of the first floor and a huge dance floor in the middle. Men and women were twisting their bodies and shaking their heads on the dance floor. It was like a gathering place of evil spirits. The lights of various colors were dancing and the music was very dynamic. The second floor was a large booth with few people. Standing by the railing, one could see the reveling evil spirits below. One could clearly see the panoramic view of the first floor. There was also a singing stage. At this time, there was no singing. There was only a group of sexy girls in bikinis twisting their hips and swaying their hips coquettishly. Below the stage, a group of hungry wolves were howling. Qin Zhe had seen his sister in a bikini. He was disdainful of those coquettish girls. Just like Yang Gua, who had practiced the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he was no longer interested in third-rate sword skills. Speaking of which, his sister's bikini was still lying in the closet at home. She never touched it again. Qin Zhe had one more goal to make money. He must buy a villa with a swimming pool. Every day, he could see his sister in a bikini, her perky butt moving up and down in the blue water. Just thinking about it made him excited. Qin Zhe used to be afraid that his sister would be taken advantage of in the bar. In fact, he didn't know that the bar had its own rules. If there were no rules, the bar would not be so popular. Take corpse pickers as an example. A single drunk woman would be picked up by the roadside. Similarly, if a single woman came to the bar to play, or a few women came to the bar to play, they would be hit on or even drugged. But if there was a male companion, the hungry wolves would know that this prey had an owner, unless the prey was too eye-catching. Su Yunhan and the rest were celebrities. Of course, they wouldn't hang out on the first floor. The private room was lively and isolated from the hungry wolves. They ordered a box of beer, 2 bottles of imported wine, and a few bottles of 2L green tea. They mixed it with the imported wine, and the 4 women played dice enthusiastically. On the contrary, he left Qin Zhe, who didn't know how to play dice, aside. Gu Ling was an expert, and Qin Baobao was also smart. Only Ding Lixin and Su Yunhan were defeated time and time again, and they kept drinking as punishment. Su Yunhan's alcohol tolerance was very high, so a few glasses of wine were nothing to her. Ding Lixin, on the other hand, was soon flushed and her eyes were blurred. Gu Ling's phone buzzed. Someone had sent a few pictures to a celebrity group chat. Anyone interested? She focused her gaze and saw that it was the bar they were in. Gu Ling smiled and said, "I told you we would meet some acquaintances. Yang Xiaoming and the others are here. Why don't we invite them over for a drink?" Ding Lixin whispered into his ear, Yang Xiaoming is famous for being a pervert. When he sees Sister Su and Bao Bao, he will definitely pester them endlessly. Guling looked at Qin Zhe. He was standing by the railing, overlooking the dance floor. His back was tall and muscular. Just by looking at his back, he was undoubtedly very attractive to girls. "Forget it then," she said. Yang Xiaoming was a little fresh meat from Taiwan. At most, he was a B-lister who had just debuted a few years ago. In this era, anyone with a little bit of good looks would have a chance to become famous. You can't expect celebrities to have high standards. They were always glamorous on stage, but in private, there were all kinds of weird people. It was just like how a person who became rich overnight would wear a huge gold chain and eye-catching branded clothes would want to announce to the whole world that he was rich. To get out of the stage of being a nouveau riche, one would need time to settle down. Ding Lixin set a death flag, and Yang Xiaoming came looking for her. He even brought 2 women and a man. Looking at their dressing, they were all celebrities. "Guling, Ding Lixin, you guys are really here." Yang Xiaoming was full of smiles. "I knew it. I was right." The booth was transparent with glass on both sides. A bar like this was for the liveliness. There were no private rooms, and it wasn't a KTV. When Yang Xiaoming saw Su Yunhan and Qin Bao, his eyes lit up. "Qin Bao, haha, I've heard a lot about you." Of course, he knew Qin Bao. Although she was a new female singer and had just become famous, her CDs were sold in Taiwan and were very popular. Qin Bao's CD box was very simple and crude. It was just her headshot, and it was a beautiful mess. Yang Xiaoming stretched out his hand, and Su Yunhan and Qin Bao shook hands with him. Qin Bao slightly touched his skin and withdrew her hand. Yang Xiaoming brought his friends to join in, and it became lively. Some drank, some chatted, and some played dice. During this time, Yang Xiaoming kept pestering Qin Bao Bao. He tried all sorts of ways to strike up a conversation and persuade her to drink, but Qin Bao Bao remained indifferent. Occasionally she would reply, but she would always drink the wine. Qin Zhe knew that his sister loved to drink. Without her brother, she would restrain herself. But with her brother beside her, Qin Bao drank as much as she wanted. However, her alcohol tolerance was not good. Qin Zhe finished his glass and returned to his seat to pour himself another glass. Yang Xiaoming's face was red from drinking, and he made a fuss. "Hey, there's still a brother here. He's standing there motionless. I thought he was a statue." He was mocking Qin Zhe for turning a blind eye to them just now. Qin Zhe thought in his heart, "I'm thinking of a plan to earn hundreds of millions. Why would I care about you guys?" Yang Xiaoming pestering his sister made him unhappy. When he was unhappy, Qin Bao was happy. She seemed to like seeing her brother being jealous. Even her interest in chatting with Yang Xiaoming increased. "Qin Zhe." A female celebrity recognized him. Qin Zhe looked at her a few times and did not know her. His impression of Taiwanese celebrities was still the same as the older generation of celebrities. Those celebrities in their 30s and 40s were either retired or famous. They would not hang out in bars with Yang Xiaoming and his group of juniors. "Your song is so good. I like it a lot." The female celebrity was overjoyed. Qin Zhe did not know why, but he remembered that line. "Everyone in the bar is talented, and they speak well. I like it a lot. You flatter me." Qin Zhe sat down on the sofa, and the female star happily came over, wanting to drink with Qin Zhe. After drinking, she didn't leave and kept asking him all kinds of questions. It seemed that, super-like, wasn't just for show. Qin Bao drank too much and leaned on the sofa to take a nap. When he opened his eyes, that woman was almost sticking to his black heart maggot. This time, Qin Bao was not happy. He thought to himself that he should not come to bars. There were so many flirtatious B***cheese. I drank too much. I want to go back. Qin Bao Bao supported herself on the sofa and got up. Usually, when there were flirtatious B***cheese pestering her brother, Qin Bao Bao would not reveal her true feelings. At most, she would curse them in her heart. But now she was drunk. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were red, and her head was dizzy. "Can you stay for a while longer?" Yang Xiaoming urged her to stay. Others also urged her to stay. "What time is it? Why are you leaving so early?" But Qin Bao Bao insisted on leaving. He staggered and got up. Qin Bao Bao and her brother left first. After leaving the bar, the cold wind blew. Qin Bao Bao shivered. But she was even more drunk. Her head was muddled. She threw herself on the roadside and vomited. Then, her brother helped her to sit on the bench to rest. I'm going to the toilet. You sit there and don't move. Qin Zai's bladder tightened. He wanted to pee. His sister giggled and pointed at the bench. You can pee here. If I pee here, I'll be in the headlines tomorrow. Qin Zai thought for a while. Forget it. Let's go back to the hotel first. Picking up corpses in Taiwan was very popular. He could not leave his sister outside. Speaking of picking up corpses, his eyes wandered around the area, but he didn't see any drunken girls. What are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao looked half asleep. Let's see if there are any drunk girls. Qin Zai said. Wow, you pervert. You're still thinking about other girls when I'm here. Qin Bao Bao said the truth after drinking. She lay down on the bench. I'm drunk. Hurry up and take me home. Her cheeks were flushed. Her face was like a peach blossom. Her sharp oval face was charming and delicate. Her legs were long and straight in her tight jeans. Using the internet's popular saying, you won't get tired of it even after 10 years. As for her 36D, there was only one word to describe it. Exquisite. Qin Zai was angry and amused. He put his arm through her legs. Girl, are you alone? Yes. Can't find your way home? Yes. You're as beautiful as a flower. Why don't you go to my place and rest for a night? Okay. His sister cooperated and put her arms around his neck. Ace, can I still sleep with you tonight? Qin Bao Bao mumbled. Yes. Chapter 218. At 9:45 p.m., they took a taxi back to the hotel. Qin Zai threw his sister on the bed and rushed to the toilet to relieve his bladder. The whole world was wonderful. Her elder sister staggered into the toilet and threw up as soon as she came in. Hey! Qin Zai had no choice but to turn around and peed on the floor. F***ck. The hotel did not have a mop, so they could only use the shower head to wash the floor. Qin Zai flushed the toilet and carried her back to the bed. Qin Bao Bao was tall and was not heavy. His sister had always controlled her weight. She hugged her brother's neck and did not let go. She said, I was so happy drinking today. Happy your head. Qin Bao Bao said, Ace, sister wants a kiss. Qin Zai gave her a peck on her face. She was not satisfied and pointed to her mouth. She wanted a kiss here too. Qin Zai tapped her lips with his finger, and she fell asleep happily. Qin Zai opened the map and searched for a 24-hour pharmacy nearby. He bought 2 sobering pills. Qin Bao Bao took the pills and continued to sleep. She woke up at 10:30 p.m. When she opened her eyes, she had a blank expression as if she didn't know what year it was. When she saw her younger brother leaning on the bed and watching TV, she immediately felt relieved. She said, My head hurts. Qin Bao Bao sat up and leaned her head on her brother's shoulder to watch TV with him. It was a wuxia film from the 90s in Hong Kong. It was a classic. Qin Zai watched it when he was young. He felt that all the dramas from that era were classics. Unlike now, all the dramas were full of bad points. If sister acted in a TV drama, you will definitely act better than her. Qin Bao Bao pointed to the female lead in the drama. The female lead was a pure and innocent girl. Although she was an auntie now, she was very popular in the past. Qin Zai looked at his sister's charming face. You will not be able to act as the female lead. Why? Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. You are suitable to play the female devil in the movie. Qin Zai laughed. The second female lead was a big villain. Her makeup was flirtatious and she had the same oval-shaped face as her sister. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she hammered her younger brother with her little fists. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Zai begged for mercy. I was wrong. Qin Bao Bao seized the opportunity and said, I want to eat a zong noodles. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her mind was still in a daze, so she didn't have the time to get angry. She had eaten a zong noodles in Ximenting before, and Qin Bao Bao was full of praise. But where could she buy it at this time? It was far away. Qin Zai said that he would eat tomorrow. His sister rolled around on the bed, saying that she wanted to eat now. She twisted the quilt into a ball. Qin magnanimously forgave his sister for not being able to think clearly. He gently slapped her butt and said, "Go to bed early. Your head won't hurt tomorrow." He didn't urge his sister to return to her room. The siblings had a tacit understanding. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "Qin, you're back? Bao Bao, is she still outside?" Li Yanhong's voice could be heard. She saw that the room number was lit up and knew that Qin had returned. But Qin Bao Bao's room number was not lit up. Li Yanhong took care of Qin Bao Bao like her own daughter. It was very dangerous for a girl to wander around a nightclub in the middle of the night. Qin's face changed. He retracted his hand from his sister's waist and said guiltily, "Go and hide in the toilet." "Okay." Qin Bao Bao felt even more guilty. She hurriedly lifted the quilt, put on her slippers, and ran to the toilet. The siblings panicked as if they had been caught in bed. Qin Bao Bao ran into the toilet. She was a little clear-headed. She thought for a while. "That's not right. Why should I hide? Is my sister so shameful?" Qin Bao Bao turned back to the bed and kicked Qin. "That's right. Why should I hide?" Qin was dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao tidied up her wrinkled pajamas and opened the door graciously. "Bao Bao." Li Yanhong was stunned. "Why are you in Qin's room? I thought you didn't come back." Qin Bao Bao looked indifferent. "I'm talking to A's. Sisterly, go to bed early." After sending Li Yanhong away, Qin Bao Bao ran back. She kicked off her slippers and shrank back on the bed. She pinched Qin's waist tightly. "Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding?" Qin resigned himself to it. At this moment, Qin's phone rang. There was a message notification. He smiled mysteriously. "I'll go downstairs." "Why are you going downstairs?" "To give you a surprise." Qin Bao Bao blinked her bright eyes, but Qin didn't say anything. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. About 5 minutes later, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from downstairs. The hotel was located in the busiest area of Taipei. Even though it was past 10 o'clock, there were still many pedestrians. It was so noisy. So annoying. Qin Bao Bao lifted the quilt and searched for a long time before she found the other slipper that she kicked far away. She walked to the window and saw a small square across the street. There were 5 big words written with candles on the square. "Bao Bao, I love you." The edges were decorated with flowers and fireworks. A lot of onlookers had gathered to watch. People were moving around. Some were applauding, some were cheering, and some were taking pictures with their phones. No wonder it was so noisy. Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a long time. She looked at it carefully 3 times and felt as if her head had been struck by lightning. This was the little punk's surprise? Wow, he was so bold. Happiness came too quickly, like a tornado. Qin Bao Bao stood by the window and watched. At first, she had a silly smile on her face. Then she was worried. What should I do? I'm not ready yet. Doesn't the little punk know how to make a big move? Is it because I've been pestering him for the past few days too obvious? Doing this in a strange place seems to be very suitable for the right time, place and people, but it will definitely be photographed. What if it gets posted online? Let's not talk about the netizens' thoughts first. If Dad finds out, the little punk will probably have a comminuted fracture. Besides, I'm not ready yet. Qin Bao Bao's thoughts were flying. She was worried and happy at the same time. She thought bitterly that she only knew how to make things difficult for him. But there was a voice in her heart saying, "Isn't this what you've been looking forward to for a long time? The things that you were afraid of before are no longer a concern now. Didn't you call to verify it? Anyway, there are so many messy things at home. One more thing won't make a difference." But there was another voice saying, "Girl, your thoughts are very dangerous. Don't play with fire. This is very good. This is very warm and happy, isn't it? Don't dig your own grave. When the time comes, everyone will betray you and your efforts will be in vain." There was a knock on the door. Qin Bao Bao was startled, and her heart tightened. She walked to the door, hesitated, and finally gritted her teeth and opened the door. At the door stood her family's maggot, with a takeout box in his hand. Qin put a zongxi in front of his sister and said like a clown, "Dang, dang, dang. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? A zongshi? What's going on? Is it just a zongshi? Qin Bao Bao forced herself to say, What's going on downstairs? Oh, someone is confessing downstairs. It's so mushy. He keeps saying Bao Bao. Couples nowadays like to call each other that. Qin Zhe shared with his sister what he saw downstairs. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. Qin Bao Bao said expressionlessly, You can eat it yourself. Thank you. Bam. She closed the door. Hey, what are you doing? I bought it and you don't want to eat it? It's fine if you don't want to eat it, but don't close the door on me. It's very embarrassing. Her brother was shouting outside. Qin Bao Bao ran to the window, closed the glass window, and covered herself in the quilt. I hate this name, sob sob sob. Chapter 219. Qin Zhe stayed outside until 11 o'clock, but his sister refused to open the door and threw a tantrum. He had no choice but to look for Li Yanhong and ask her to go to the front desk to get the room card. The reason was that he had left the card in his room when he went downstairs to get the takeout. He swiped the card and entered the room. He found that his sister was not asleep. She was lying on the bed watching TV. To be precise, she was in a daze. Qin Bao Bao glanced at him and shrunk under the blanket. She turned sideways and faced him with the back of her head. I was caught off guard by her little tantrum. Qin Zhe crawled under the blanket and slept next to his sister. Get lost, his sister scolded. Oh. Qin Zhe rolled to the side of the bed. Qin Bao Bao. Why aren't you so obedient usually? Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. What else do you want? You asked me to get lost. Qin Zhe turned his head and argued with his sister. I asked you to break off ties with Wang Zijin. Will you do it? Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Qin Zhe was stunned and did not speak for a long time. Why are you silent? Say it. I'm thinking about how to break off ties. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she kicked Qin Zhe under the blanket. She wanted to kick him off the bed. Stop it. I just warmed up the blanket and you're kicking it off again. Qin Zhe clamped his sister's leg with his legs to prevent her from causing trouble. Qin Bao Bao was obedient. She felt the warmth from her brother's inner thigh. She lowered her head and whispered, Let go. Qin Zhe did not respond. He just clamped her leg. Qin Bao Bao retracted her leg. He clamped it even tighter. Qin Bao Bao saw that her brother was so stubborn. She secretly spat and went to sleep happily. Qin Zhe observed his sister's face and found that she did not show any signs of anger. She seemed to be enjoying it. As expected, women should listen to the opposite. Should he try hugging his sister's waist? The moment this thought appeared, it was like a wildfire. He moved closer to his sister and boldly hugged her slim waist under her pajamas. Hold me tighter, big sister whispered. Oh. Qin Zhe let go of his hand and obediently went to sleep. I'm telling you, Lu Cheng. Yes. There was nothing wrong with listening to it the other way around. Ace, don't play dumb. We can still be friends. His sister said. We're not friends to begin with. We're siblings. You should roll at the foot of the bed. Qin Bao Bao kicked him aside. She slept until 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Bao Bao was woken up by the alarm on her phone. She reluctantly got up and rubbed her eyes. Her brother was sleeping beside her, snoring softly. Stinking brat. Qin Bao Bao took the opportunity to take revenge by spanking his butt. Sigh, this feels pretty good. It feels pretty good too. If Qin Zhe knew his sister's thoughts, he would definitely treat her as his confidant. He smacked it a few more times. She got out of bed and put on her shoes. She sneakily looked around the door for a moment before sneaking back to her room. At 4:30 in the afternoon, it was drizzling. Qin Bao Bao, who had decided to ignore her brother, knocked on his door with 2 assistants. Big sister strode in with 2 female assistants behind her. One of them was holding a shoebox, while the other was holding a high-end suit. Qin Bao Bao had just bought it for him at the mall. The Golden Melody Awards would start at 7:30 in the evening. It was time to go out after dressing up. See if the size is suitable. If it's not, you can change it immediately. Qin Bao Bao said with a cold face. The 2 assistants immediately stepped forward to help Qin Zhe put on the suit. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and signaled the assistants to stay where they were. She personally helped Qinze put on the suit and straightened the collar. Satisfied, she said, "It's not bad. It fits quite well." Big sister said some nonsense to cover up. She had bought Qinze's clothes all year round from her own pocket. She knew her brother's size very well. Oh, there was another size that she didn't know. "I have a suit in my suitcase. Sister Ziwei bought it for me on her birthday." Qin Bao Bao waved a knife at him. "I don't want to argue with you." The two assistants snickered at the side. Before the award ceremony, the nominated stars had to walk on the Walk of Fame. In layman's terms, it was called the red carpet. The location was outside the venue. There was a canopy and a stage set up, as well as a long red carpet. Reporters, videographers, staff, security personnel, and a dense audience. The host walked down the stairs with a microphone in his hand. "Hello, friends. Welcome to the Walk of Fame of the 28th Golden Melody Awards. There are 200,000 people here. Listen to the screams." The host opened his arms. The audience on the other side of the red carpet screamed. It was noisy, passionate, and fiery. There are more than 10,000 works in this year's Golden Melody Awards. The remaining 120 works will compete for 24 awards. We will know the results later. The host said, "The annual Golden Melody Awards is the focus of attention for us Chinese people. At the same time, many stars and musicians will attend the ceremony." The host waved his arms and made an inviting gesture. "Although it's drizzling, it doesn't affect our enthusiasm. Let's see who the first group of guests on the red carpet will be." A car with an obvious logo drove over, and a man and a woman got out of the car. They were the hosts of this year's Golden Melody Awards and were also stars. However, from the few cheers, they should be small fries. The next guest was amazing. She was a popular queen from Taiwan. She wore a long golden dress and light makeup. She was in her 30s and was not very beautiful, but she was very tall. The host introduced her. Zhao Qianwen. She has been nominated for the Best Female Singer Award as many as 6 times. Last year, she won the Best Album Production Award for her album, Super Lover. Zhao Qianwen lifted her long dress and waved at her fans as she walked. The crowd screamed. The fans waved their arms excitedly and shouted the name of their idol. "Zhao Qianwen, I love her songs. She will definitely win the Best Female Singer Award this time. Her single album is selling like crazy. I think it's only selling well in Taiwan. The selection will also include China and Hong Kong. There aren't many good singers in China. If it's Hong Kong, it might be good if it was 8 or 10 years ago. But now, it's no longer at the peak. There are still a few. Qin Bao Bao's songs are not bad. Get lost. How can Qin Bao Bao be compared to my idol?" Zhao Qianwen went on stage and chatted with the host for a while. She gave her acceptance speech and left to enter the venue. Next up on the red carpet is a famous songwriter from Taiwan. He has written several works that have been popular for a long time. Among them, Sweet Dreams won the Best Chinese Song of the Year award. He is Liang Huansheng. A fat middle-aged man in a suit walked slowly on the red carpet. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and he was dressed like a coquettish artist. The fans shouted and screamed excitedly. They were familiar with the famous songwriter. Liang Huansheng is nominated again. It's a pity that he missed out on the Best Composer award last year. He didn't have any good songs last year, but it's different this year. He has 2 songs today that are very popular. He's one of the top composers in Taiwan. This year, the jury will definitely give him the Best Composer award. Not necessarily. I remember that there's a pretty good newcomer from China who also participated in this year's Golden Melody Awards. What's there to be afraid of newcomers? Newcomers are the ones to be afraid. Newcomers get bonus points, and the jury favors newcomers. On the other hand, singers who have won a few awards will rarely win awards year after year, unless they have a real hit song. Then Liang Huansheng is settled. I hate these 2 words, they seem to have flooded the screen yesterday. What's there to worry about? That newcomer is very good. He's very popular in China. Have you heard of Blue and White Porcelain? Of course I have. It's amazing. Have you heard of Fairy Tale? The single has been on repeat for a long time. Have you heard of Grandiose? It's my favorite. It's written by him. Let me tell you. Someone shrugged. Qin right? He's the one who lip-synced. Everyone had a look of realization. The controversy in the jury of the Golden Melody Awards started from Taiwan. It was even pushed to the entertainment headlines. Many people had seen this news. Opera 2, right? When I heard it for the first time, it was very shocking. At first, it was subdued and then lifted. It almost made me orgasm. Later, when I heard that it was a fake voice, I thought it was no wonder. How could anyone sing that kind of voice? I just looked at the sky and didn't say anything. One by one, the celebrities appeared and walked the red carpet. The fans were so excited that they screamed. They were addicted to it. Qin and Qin Bao were in the 50s. They were at the top of the list of more than 200 nominees. When the car stopped, he held his sister's hand and walked out of the car. Qin was wearing a pure black suit. He was tall and handsome. Qin Bao, who matched him, was also wearing a snow-white dress. She wore a thin layer of makeup and a sparkling diamond necklace on her snow-white neck. How was this a red carpet? This was clearly the groom, Qin, holding the bride, Qin Bao, slowly walking over. Everyone, please give your blessings to the newlyweds. The only thing missing was a wedding host shouting these lines. Qin also understood his sister's routine after seeing her dress. The host said loudly, "Wow, the singer who is so popular in Taiwan is here. Welcome, Qin Bao." Qin Bao won the title on the mainland's I Am a Singer. Not only did she become popular, but her first single album also broke the record for daily sales. Her CD also broke the record for sales in Taiwan. Qin Bao, Qin Bao. The screams suddenly became loud and clear, and many fans were very excited. It seems that his sister is also very popular in Taiwan. Sure enough, a woman with a great omen is popular everywhere. And her official composer, Qin has created several excellent songs in succession in I Am a Singer, including the familiar Blue and White Porcelain, Exaggeration, Fairy Tale, Farewell Song, Opera 2. Let's applaud. In the applause, a girl in the front row of the audience shouted, "Opera 2 is not lip-syncing." Laughter and discussion rang out. Some bold audience even asked. Qin Bao's face darkened, and her smile froze. "Calm down. Calm down." Qin whispered. She didn't expect this topic to be so popular in Taiwan. Qin Bao gritted her teeth and smiled. "I want to curse, I feel more annoying than Suyu." Suyu, who was innocently implicated, sneezed fiercely at home. However, such fans were a minority after all, and most of the audience gave applause kindly. The host just pretended not to hear and called the next group of stars. Chapter 220. 6:00 p.m. Early admission. Security check. Identity verification. The security check for celebrities was separated from the general audience. Qin followed his sister into the venue and saw groups of celebrities. He knew some of them and some of them were from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, etc. Many of them were singers that Qin liked when he was young. Usually, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Most of the celebrities were good-looking. The men were in formal wear, and the women were in formal wear. The venue was brightly lit, and the decorations were quite luxurious. There were 2 cameras in the auditorium and the stage. There were also many cameramen. At the entrance of the venue, there was a camera that took pictures of the celebrities walking past. Bao. Su Yunhan brought Guling and Ding Lixin over. "Let's sit together." Other than Su Yunhan, Qin also met some acquaintances. Huang Yuting, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, and Su Lu. These were people that he barely knew. Qin Bao. Huang Yuting and Li Rongxing brought a few of their Taiwanese celebrity friends over to greet them. "Let me introduce them. Zhang Chu and Li Yun-er. You should know them." Huang Yuting smiled. There was no need to elaborate too much. Celebrities who could participate in the Golden Melody Awards were all famous. The 2 people that Huang Yuting introduced were more active in China. Qin and Qin Bao knew each other, and so did Li Rongxing's friends. They were celebrities in China, and the Taiwanese celebrities they knew were the ones who were active in China. As for those who were not active in China, they wouldn't have the chance to meet them. Li Rongxing's 2 friends were called Lu Jing and Yang Qin. Both of them were beautiful singers. Lu Jing focused on her career as a singer, while Yang Qin turned her career to film and television in recent years and occasionally released a single. Chinze, nice to meet you. Unexpectedly, Chinze thought that the local stars would be very cold to him. After all, he had ridiculed them on the news some time ago. Who would have thought that the four of them were extremely enthusiastic and had smiles on their faces? There was still about an hour before the award ceremony started. Celebrities arrived one after another. Celebrities from the mainland came over in twos and threes to greet Chinze. Those who didn't know him also came over to shake his hand and get familiar with him. Chinze was dumbfounded. How did he become the most popular one? You're all big shots, and I'm not even a celebrity. I'm just a loyal lackey under my sister's command. Many Taiwanese and Hong Kong celebrities pointed at Chinze and discussed among themselves. Who is that person? I feel very welcome. I don't know her. Is she a big shot of the continent? That's impossible. If it's a big shot, we would definitely know him. The girl beside him is so beautiful. Oh, I remember now. She's Qin Bao Bao. Then he must be Chinze? The one who lip-synced? Haha, yes, that's him. When he was on the red carpet just now, I heard that some fans questioned if he lip-synced. Who cares if he lip-synced or not? That song can't win an award, but it's still possible for him to win the Best Composer award. Qin Bao Bao accompanied her brother. She was slim and elegant as she watched him chat and shake hands with the celebrities. Her eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. She felt proud and amused. Her brother wasn't from the entertainment industry, so he didn't know how popular he was in the eyes of the singers. Starting from singer, she had released one fine song after another, followed by her first single album, which broke all the hot sales records. There was also Su Yunhan's Can't Fall in Love, as well as the song Borrow 500 from the Heavens, that had a high number of requests in the KTV. All of these had been tested and recognized by the market. They were solid results. Didn't Qin Bao Bao become popular quickly because of her excellent works? And Su Yunhan was nominated for the Best Mandarin Female Singer Award in the Golden Melody Awards because of Can't Fall in Love. There were many gold medal composers in the mainland, Hong Kong and Taiwan, but he was the only one with high production and high quality. A music genius. The fastest shooter in the music industry. His reputation was like thunder. If these singers could get one or two songs from Chinze, they could definitely push their fame to a new level. At the very least, they could be popular for a while. Then, the cost of commercial performances and advertisements would also increase. It was a real profit. Su Yunhan and Qin Bao Bao were living examples. Many stars from the mainland, Taiwan, and Hong Kong came to join in the fun. They surrounded Chinze and talked and laughed. These Hong Kong and Taiwan singers were basically the group of people who were more active in the mainland. They knew Chinze's strength and potential. Not far away, there were a few young artists from Hong Kong who were lucky enough to participate in the Golden Melody Awards. They were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. After the Hong Kong seniors finished greeting each other, they came over and asked, "Brother Chen, who is that person? Why is he so popular?" Chen Yuanhong, a famous Hong Kong and Taiwan singer who was quite popular in the mainland, smiled and said, "Have you heard of Chinze?" The few newcomers shook their heads blankly. Chen Yuanhong shook his head and said, "That's right. He is not considered to be from the entertainment industry, and you guys have been staying in Hong Kong to develop your career. It's normal that you guys have not heard of him. Then you should have heard of Qin Bao Bao, right?" The newcomers nodded. "Hey, Chinze is her younger brother. Do you know how Qin Bao Bao became popular? She was promoted to the B-list with a show, and then a single album pushed her to the A-list. TSK. All the songs were written by her younger brother, Chinze." The newcomers were dumbfounded. "Do you understand now? If you can get a song from him, you can definitely become popular." The newcomers got excited. "Ah, then let's go over and get to know him. Get familiar with him and get to know him. Go, let's go together." In this way, Chinze became the most popular singer among the major singers. Even he was surprised by how popular he was. The celebrities came over to shake hands with him, greet him, and chat with him. He felt that he was attending a social evening party of the upper class and was lucky enough to become the star of the party. Gradually, he realized that although the celebrities were all social experts and did not mention anything about getting a song, he could more or less hear the meaning behind their words. This feeling was like a great beauty who could cause the downfall of a country. Men would drool and come over to talk to her and get familiar with her. In fact, he was more popular than a great beauty because he had a beautiful sister who was ignored beside him. Qin Bao Bao was proud and happy to see her younger brother being surrounded by so many people. Her eyes rippled with an emotion that she did not even notice. At 7:30, the award ceremony began. The lights suddenly changed. The venue turned from bright to dark, while the lights on the stage were bright. Then the music started. The male and female hosts walked on the stage side by side and sang a love song. It was a classic duet between a man and a woman. It opened with a golden song that everyone was familiar with. When the song ended, there was thunderous applause. I would like to congratulate all the finalists present. You have stood out among the 12,860 works in the fierce competition. You have to find the 24 Golden Melody Awards tonight. No matter what the result is, your efforts have been recognized by everyone. The male host held the microphone and gave an impassioned speech. Applause, cheers. The female host continued, at the same time, the attendance rate tonight is also quite high. It is also a gathering of the musicians in front of and behind the scenes. Thank you very much for taking the time to come. Some of you were still filming last night, but you are sitting at our venue tonight. Hello, Mr. Gua Xueming. A Xiongjiang Heavenly King stood up and bowed slightly. There was another round of warm applause. Gua Xueming has been nominated for our award, the male host said. What song? The female host asked. Why don't we sing a song? Sure. The music started. Qin Zhe heard the celebrities behind him talking. Gua Xueming will definitely win an award this time. I think so. Sure enough, halfway through the song, Gua Xueming suddenly stood up and went on stage. He took the microphone from the male host and sang with all his heart. The first award is for Best Taiwanese Female Singer. The nominees are. The host announced the names of a few female singers and introduced their resumes, singing styles, the number of times they were nominated, and so on. Every female singer had a short clip of about 10 seconds. Finally, the male host announced, Best Taiwanese Female Singer. The winner is. The nominated female singers held their breaths and were very nervous. The winner is Li Eiki. The music of the winning song floated in the venue. Li Eiki stood up excitedly and walked onto the stage with her long skirt dragging behind her, accepting the applause of the audience. Li Eiki gave her acceptance speech. This award is really rare. I have been nominated 4 times, but this is my first time standing on this stage. Thank you. Thank you to the staff who participated in this album. Thank you to the stage of the Golden Melody Awards, and thank you to my family. After a long speech, she left the stage. Next, the awards were given out one by one. Best Taiwanese Male Singer. Best Taiwanese Album. Best Aboriginal Singer. Best Orchestra. Best Vocal Group. Best Mandarin Male Singer. As expected, Gua Xueming won the award. Qin Zhe and his sister sat in the seats and watched the celebrities win the awards one by one. He said, Best Mandarin Female Singer is next. I don't know if it will be you. Qin Bao Bao answered pessimistically, I don't know. Qin Zhe cheered for his sister. It must be you. His sister said happily, Thank you for your help. Chapter 221. In the end, the Best Chinese Female Singer Award was given to Su Yunhan and not Qin Bao. Su Yunhan was overjoyed. She wore a plain long dress, her hair was tied up in a high bun, and she had a beautiful oval face. Among the female singers, she was one of the more outstanding ones. In the previous Golden Melody Awards, among the 20 or so awards, the probability of mainland celebrities winning was the lowest. Not to mention the political situation, there were too many singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Excluding some Taiwanese awards, indigenous singers, and so on, only half of the remaining awards were left. Then, the Hong Kong, Taiwan, and mainland celebrities competed for it. The venue played the song, Can't Get Rid of Love, with a melancholy melody. At the same time, the subtitles announced, Su Yunhan is a mainland female singer. Her song lines are clear, and her single album, Can't Get Rid of Love, is a pleasant surprise. Su Yunhan went on stage to receive her award and shook hands with the 2 hosts. Then she gave her acceptance speech. First of all, I would like to thank my management company, Xing Entertainment, for giving me this opportunity. At the same time, I would like to thank the stage of the Golden Melody Awards for allowing me to stand here. I remember someone told me that my style is erratic and that my potential has reached its limit. It would be difficult for me to improve further. I don't agree with this view. For many of the singers present, what they lack is a good song. So, I would like to thank my friend Qin Bao and her brother Qin Zhe. The camera locked onto Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, who were sitting in their seats. The scene was slightly strange. The two of them were in the middle of a dispute. The older sister said, "Wow, the little red guy is indeed a toxic healer. You have to compensate me for my award." Qin Zhe was unconvinced. F***ck, what does it have to do with me? This is fate. Do you know Sister Bao Bao? The address of Sister Bao Bao made Qin Bao's hair stand on end. In the end, she was no match for her brother in terms of talking, so she pinched his face to vent her anger. The camera panned over and happened to capture this scene. The siblings immediately turned off the engine. Qin Bao Bao showed a stiff smile to the camera. There was a burst of good-natured laughter. The celebrities thought that they were indeed youngsters. They were so playful, but the relationship between this pair of siblings was really good. At that time, when I shamelessly asked Qin Bao Bao for a song, I didn't expect this day to come. She was very loyal and called her brother to ask for a song. Qin Zhe was even more loyal. With just a phone call, he sent the song sample over. As for the licensing fee, it could be said that it was free. I want to thank them. Thank you very much. The speech ended. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Many singers' eyes lit up as they thought, is there such a thing? It seemed that if he wanted to ask them for a song, he would have to be friends with them first. Without Qin Zhe's song, Su Yunhan would not have won the award today. She was a living example. Below the stage, Qin Zhe leaned over to his sister's ear and whispered, "Why are there some awards for singing and some for not singing?" He found that some singers were singing, while others were just giving their acceptance speeches. Qin Bao Bao's ears were blown by his hot breath, causing half of her body to melt. She said angrily, "How would I know? This is also my first time participating in the Golden Melody Awards." As the siblings were talking, the announcer said, "Next up is the Best Newcomer Award. The nominees are Qin Bao Bao." Qin Zhe said happily, "This is yours, right?" "Aya, don't talk." Qin Bao Bao frowned. "Are you trying to poison your sister to death again?" Qin Zhe was furious. He pinched her nose and pulled her head to his side. His sister cried out in a nasal voice, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Su Yunhan raised her cell phone to capture this scene. She said happily, "I'm going to upload this to the internet." The host announced, "The winner is Qin Bao Bao." Applause and cheers. The cameras locked onto them. Qin Bao Bao took out her cell phone and opened her notebook. She glanced at the acceptance speech and walked to the stage while holding her long skirt. Every nominated star would prepare an acceptance speech, and Qin Zhe had prepared one as well. A bright light shone down, and her white dress reflected a hazy halo, setting off her beautiful face and snow-white skin. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao was the center of attention. People who were whispering, people who were chatting, and people who were absent-minded all focused their attention on her. Perhaps only the word flirtatious could describe her, even if she was wearing a snow-white dress. But his sister's appearance and temperament were completely different from that of a pure and innocent girl. Her delicate face, tall and slender figure, and her eyes were incomparably flirtatious. "Your sister is so beautiful," Su Yunhan said emotionally. "Of course, my sister is the most beautiful," Qin Zhe said proudly. Su Yunhan burst out laughing. "I don't know why, but I just thought of the sentence, 'My brother is amazing.' You two are indeed brother and sister." Qin Bao Bao stood on the stage, looking radiant. The hairstylist's meticulously styled curls draped over her right shoulder. The sparkling diamond necklace and spotless white dress made her look like a goddess. Ah no, a fairy. Qin Bao Bao's acceptance speech was very short. She didn't elaborate on the random characters. "I want to thank my brother. Without his support, I might still be an unknown female singer. He paved my path and gave me strength and confidence." Qin Bao Bao mustered up her courage and stared in Qin Zhe's direction. "Sister will always love you." Clap, clap, clap. Intense applause. Su Yunhan couldn't help but applaud for the brother-sister relationship. I seem to see a hint of guilt in Qin Zhe's eyes. Is it my imagination? Qin Bao Bao returned with the trophy and showed it to her brother like a little girl. I'm amazing, right? Watch me. Amazing, beautiful, sister. You're amazing. Qin Bao Bao was coaxed by her brother's sweet words. Kiss award. Sister braked in time. Can't speed, or it will overturn. This is not home, so I can't mess around. So I changed it to stroke the dog's head with a smile. Good boy. Sister will reward you when we get home. Su Yunhan looked at them with a blank face. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was being fed a stomach full of dog food. They are obviously brother and sister. Am I hallucinating again? Qin Zhe felt that it was necessary to take time to discuss the dangers of stroke the dog's head with a smile with his sister. After all, they were family, and this trick was too self-deprecating. Qin Bao Bao had just sat down when her name was called for the next award ceremony. Best Album Award. The winner is Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao got up again and walked around again. The applause was still warm. Some singers shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Everyone was convinced. The winning album was not her single album, but a compilation of songs from the Singer program. It was licensed by Star Art to a local record company in Taiwan. Taiwan was not within the scope of Star Art's business, but there were partners. Qin Bao Bao's single sales not only topped the list for 2 months in a row, but also broke Taiwan's 5-year sales record. One must know that the quality of the songs she sang on the Singer program was much higher than her single album. Every song was a long-lasting masterpiece. Qin Bao Bao gained a lot of fame in Taiwan with just one album. Okay, we got it, the host said with a smile. Thank you, brother. We'll always love you, right? Applause and laughter floated in the air. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. Yes, my brother is the best. Su Yunhan thought that the title of Brother Crazy Demon was going to be popular in Taiwan. Everyone has seen enough stars just now, but in addition to stars, there are many musicians who have worked hard to create. Their contributions to music are huge. Next, the Best Composer Award will be presented. The nominees are Qin Zhe, Liang Huanqing, Zhou Yuming, Huang Weiwei, and Li Yu. The subtitles were broadcasted, introducing the works of the nominees and their resumes. Qin Zhe's song was Blue and White Porcelain, which was popular in Taiwan and Hong Kong. The host glanced at the venue, opened the name card in his hand, and smiled. This person is definitely not unfamiliar to everyone. The winner is... There was a noisy wave of voices in the venue. Some people called Liang Huanqing, some called Zhou Yuming, some called the other two, but no one called Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the chaos and screamed, "My little brother! No, Qin Zhe!" When the venue quieted down, the host said loudly, "Liang Huanqing! Teacher Liang, it's really you. Haha, old Liang, I told you that this year's Best Composer Award would be you. Congratulations. Congratulations." Liang Huanqing stood up, hugged his friends, and walked to the stage with his head held high. This award is not fair. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her nose was crooked. Bao Bao, you've already won 2 awards in a row, both of which are related to Qin Zhe. The jury has to consider balance. They can't give all the awards to one person just because their songs are good, Su Yunhan analyzed. But A's is only one of the nominees. If he's not the Best Composer Award, this trip to Taiwan will be in vain, Qin Bao Bao said gloomily. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's frowning face and wanted to pat her head to comfort her. Forget it. We're a family. I won't make fun of myself. Being able to accompany my sister here is the biggest reward. The Best Song Award is just a bonus. Qin Bao Bao smiled happily as her brother, who was good at sweet-talking, could always make her sister happy. I wonder if there's a Best Song Award this year, Guling said. This award is not given every year, unless it's an especially amazing song. Yes. Qin Zhe's opera too was nominated before. At that time, the jury argued for a long time. I heard it from my friends. Ding Lixin said, but this kind of award is usually given at the end. It's more special and is used as the finale of the award ceremony, so it won't be announced in advance. In other words, it's still unknown whether there will be an award or not. At the mention of this, Qin Bao Bao was even more gloomy. They all said that my brother lip-synced. I'm so angry. Ding Lixin hesitated for a moment and couldn't hold back her curiosity. Qin Zhe, Are you really singing or lip-syncing? Qinze smiled and said, I'm really singing. Ding Lixin said, Oh. It was unknown whether she believed him or not. The Best Song Awards gradually came to an end. One award after another was given out. Qin Bao Bao hugged 2 awards and leaned her head on her brother's shoulder. She was drowsy. In order not to expose the fact that she slept with her brother, she woke up very early this morning. She also got drunk last night and didn't feel very energetic all day. She couldn't hold back her sleepiness anymore. At this point, the 24 awards have been given out. The male host's voice sounded. But don't be in a hurry to take a stand. There's still one last award to be given out tonight. There were a lot of phrases in Taiwan. The female host continued, It's the Best Song Award. The male host asked, Which song can win this honor? I'm very curious. Chapter 222. There was a Best Song Award this year. This piqued the curiosity of many celebrities. The Best Song Award had been abolished before for 2 reasons: superfluous and domineering. It was as domineering as Qinze's sister's figure. They felt that it would overshadow the other awards, so it was abolished. Later, it was re-established, but it did not happen every year. It did not happen last year, nor the year before. Unexpectedly, it happened this year. Which song will it be? Is there a record for a single album this year? There really is. Didn't Qin Bao Bao's single album break the record? But Qin Bao Bao has already won the Best Album Award. It can't be repeated. The Best Song Award is independent of other awards. It can't be repeated. It might not be Qin Bao Bao. Liang Huanxing's song won this year. It's really good. The singer is Nikki, right? Maybe it will be Nikki. There's also Luo Mei Qin. Her new song this year was very popular in Xinjiang. It was also popular in Taiwan for a while. Nikki was a young female singer. She was very excited and nervous. Luo Mei Qin was a Xinjiang singer in her 30s. She chatted with the people around her without changing her expression, but she glanced at the stage from time to time, showing her anticipation. His sister said confidently, It will definitely be you. Qinze said, I think it will be you. He was looking forward to it. If he could win an award, it would be a pity if he did not win an award on this trip to Taiwan. Everyone was making guesses. Their curiosity and anticipation were high. The host saw that the guests and audience were excited. He slowly revealed the name list. Singer of Opera 2. Qinze. With the host's announcement, the venue was in an uproar. Damn, it's really him? I didn't see him go on stage to receive the award. I thought it was rejected in the end. Damn, the organizing committee is holding back. They're courting death. Isn't Opera 2 lip-syncing? Why was it chosen? I don't accept it. Outyen, don't accept it. Outyen, don't accept it. Outyen, don't accept it. His sister excitedly pushed him out of his seat. Go and receive the award. Go. Qinze was also dumbfounded. Am I the winner of the Songwriter of the Year award? Why didn't the organizing committee inform me? Is this how the previous Best Song Awards are played? Rumor has it that I lip-synced. Are the judges so willful? Wow, I was wrong. I shouldn't have complained about Wan Wan. All of you have discerning eyes. He got up, straightened the hem of his suit, and strode to the podium. Then, with his excellent hearing, he heard the whispers. Can lip-syncing win an award? I'm afraid there's a dirty deal going on. It's really him? I'm not convinced. Proud heaven. Sure enough, there was a galaxy of talents. Ao Tian, Ri Tian, and Wang Tian were all gathered. What was this Tian again? Unable to hear clearly, Qinze turned his head and looked over. The other side quickly quieted down. Everyone was smiling from the bottom of their hearts. Qinze stepped onto the podium, took the trophy from the host, and faced the hundreds of audience members and celebrities. What should he say? A composer's acceptance speech would definitely not work. He did not prepare a speech. Learn from Qin Bao Bao and say, Sister, I love you? No. That would be too evil. Using other people's lines, thank the company, thank the family? But he did not have a company. Instead of thanking the family, he might as well shout, Sister, I love you. Anyway, his parents would not watch such a live stream. He could also make his sister's impression of him at the same time. Perhaps he could squeeze in the same bed again tonight. After all, Sister Ziwei would be at home. It would not be good to have a long talk with his sister. Just say a few words, the host reminded him. First of all, I would like to thank the stage of the Golden Melody Awards for giving me the chance to stand here. Then, I would like to thank my sister, Qin Bao Bao. If it wasn't for her back then, I might not have taken the path of composing. I will also resolutely continue on this path in the future. Qin Zai's brain twitched. For some reason he said, I will definitely write songs. I will not give up in this lifetime. I can only rely on writing songs to maintain my passion for life. The Golden Melody Awards is a good place. Everyone there is a big shot, and they sing well. I love it here. Clatter, clatter. Warm applause. As the stars clapped, they thought, these words are so familiar. It's full of déjà vu. I seem to have heard them somewhere. Miss Qin, you will be singing soon. We will play the original soundtrack. You just need to cooperate, the host said. There was such a thing? Do you also think that I lip-synced? Qin Zai did not understand the ways of the entertainment industry. In fact, whether he lip-synced or not had nothing to do with the Golden Melody Awards. To give an inappropriate example, A Star's album was also edited by a sound recordist. After some editing, the sound would at most be retained by 60 to 70%. It seemed right to say that this was lip-syncing. The selection criteria for the Golden Melody Awards were based on the quality of the song. The biggest highlight of Opera 2 was the integration of the dolphin sound into the song. It was a groundbreaking work. Before this, no one had thought of integrating the dolphin sound into the song. The whole song, from the initial depression to the final explosion, was connected perfectly. It made people's blood boil and their hair stand on end. However, the audience did not think so. They felt that this kind of singing was too unbelievable. It was lip-synced, an electronic synthesized sound. This song did not live up to its name and should not be selected for the Best Song of the Year award. Qin Zai communicated with the system in his mind. System, they all look down on me. Why is there no mission? System? System? The system did not respond. Was it my imagination? I don't actually have a system. I was distracted just now, the system said lightly. What a simple and crude reason. Qin Zai covered his face. What about the mission? No, the system said in a salty manner. Why? My desire to show my divinity in front of people is bursting. Qin Zai said in disdain, you are really low. Although it is the truth that I am low, I still hope that the host can sincerely praise me. You are the best. The system said, after all, I am low and you are a salty fish. We should warm each other up. Praise? Qin Zai waved his hand. It doesn't exist. The host looked at him blankly. He did not understand the meaning of this wave. No need, I will sing a cappella, Qin Zai said. The host and host were dumbfounded. Brother, don't play with fire. The Golden Melody Awards have nothing to do with you. If you fail, won't you be destroying our reputation? Qin Zai said, you have to believe in the integrity and ability of the fastest shooter in the music industry. The host was dumbfounded. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Zai opened his mouth. The house is completed. Fill my loneliness. The door slammed shut behind him. The autumn wind blows against the window. The celebrities in the venue were also dumbfounded. What's going on? A cappella? Where is the background music? It's really a cappella. It can't be? I thought he was going to rely on lip-syncing to get through. Where did he get the confidence to actually sing a cappella? Su Yunhan turned to Qin Bao Bao and said, your brother must be up to something. Qin Bao Bao wrinkled his nose and said, if he's up to something then so be it. Ding Lixin was both confused and surprised. A cappella? Is Qin Zai really not lip-syncing? Qin Bao Bao said unhappily, didn't I say he was really singing? The climax of the song was here. The high-pitched, loud, and pure voice was like a sharp sword that pierced through the venue and spread through the sound amplification equipment, filling the entire venue. Ah, ah, in the huge venue, hundreds of people had goosebumps. Singing a cappella without any extra accompaniment, the pure voice was spread through the sound amplification equipment. Once again, the celebrities and audience in the venue heard this voice, but this time it was clearer and purer. It was the dream of all coquettish men to have their own BGM. Qin Zhe mustered up the courage to not be a coquettish man and took the initiative to do the BGM. Countless Taiwanese netizens who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded when they heard the pure and clear voice coming from the loudspeaker. A few seconds later, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. What's going on? Didn't he say he was lip-syncing? He can't lip-sync, right? He's too invincible. What's there to lip-sync about? There's no accompaniment, and he's just singing a cappella with a microphone. That's his real voice. Who said he was lip-syncing? This is F*King skill. You can only believe half of what the media says. You can't believe a single word from the entertainment media. I've watched the show Singer, when I climbed over the wall and was shocked. I was very disappointed when I heard that he was lip-syncing. Now I'm convinced. Awesome. He's so cool. His name is Qin Zhe, right? Remember him. The bullet screen went crazy, and the screen was filled with bullet screen comments. There were at least a few 100,000 Taiwanese netizens watching the live broadcast. This was a big event in the Taiwanese entertainment industry, and almost everyone who followed the entertainment industry would watch it. The audience suddenly fell silent. There was no applause or cheering. Everyone was immersed in the penetrating sound. Even the veteran singers and heavenly kings who had been famous for a long time could only say 666 in their hearts. Qin Zhe finished singing and let out a long sigh. The host had heard the original version and thought that it was over. He joked. Can it be higher? Qin Zhe raised his microphone. Could it be even higher? How long was this breath? The audience was in an uproar. They were listening in silence just now, but now many people were shouting excitedly and waving their arms. I've heard the original version. It's 4 notes. He's singing 6 notes now. That's awesome. Ding Lixin was shocked. Guling shivered. She couldn't take it anymore. She was going to climax. The way she looked at Qin Zhe had changed. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." The next moment, applause sounded, followed by a tsunami of cheers. Many celebrities stood up and applauded in amazement for this perfect performance and the perfect singing. There was no doubt or jealousy. There was only admiration and amazement. Chapter 223. Amidst the endless cheers, the 28th Golden Melody Awards came to an end. When the ceremony ended, the number of celebrities congratulating and chatting increased significantly. Their smiles were also more sincere. Qin Zhe patiently dealt with them. After a month of workplace training, he had benefited greatly. If it was when he was an intern or a student, he would feel bored. Even now, he was still bored. However, he was able to hide his thoughts very well. He patiently exchanged pleasantries with all kinds of people. It was always good to be familiar with people. None of the people present were trash. They were all celebrities with connections and money. Who knows, they might be of use in the future. They took Guling and Ding Lixin's nanny van and returned to the hotel. Their original plan was to rent a business car. Now they could even save some money. Even though they were not short of money, Qin Zhe subconsciously wanted to save as much as possible. It was all thanks to the old man's trick of raising a man in poverty. In the car, Ding Lixin and the other women were chatting away. Guling's eyes were filled with love as she said, "Qin Zhe, do you have the face to have an account number?" No. Qin Zhe thought to himself. I've only heard of Facebook, but I've never seen it before. Then WeChat. Let's add each other on WeChat. As a celebrity in both China and Taiwan, Guling definitely had a WeChat account. Adults did not seem to use Penguin. They all used WeChat. Qin Zhe used both WeChat and Penguin. After university, he used Penguin less and less because his sister used WeChat. As a qualified sister complex, he had to follow his sister's footsteps. Su Yunhan also took out her phone. Let's add each other too. They scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Qin Bao repeatedly observed Guling's expression. With a woman's sharp intuition, she smelled that something was wrong. Could it be another pitiful person who fell for her brother's invisible flirting skill? Humph. This black-hearted maggot. Back at the hotel, Qin Zhe rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. Feeling refreshed, He wore his underwear and lay on the bed to watch TV. At the same time, he waited for his sister to sneakily knock on the door. When it was 11 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Qinze happily jumped off the bed and opened the door. The charming beauty Guling was standing at the door with a faint smile on her face. "Why are you here?" Qinze looked outside and didn't see Ding Lixin and Su Yunhan. "Let me seduce you," Guling thought to herself. What's the fastest way to seduce a man? That's right, sneak into a man's room at night. Guling was very interested in Qinze from the moment they met. Half of it was because of his talent, and the other half was because of his looks. Beautiful women were popular, and handsome men were also popular. It just so happened that she was a woman with a strong desire for men. She had truly fallen in love with Qinze tonight, when a song had brought her to the climax. What a strange man. "Please come in." Qinze invited Guling into the house. Guling sat down on the sofa. The hotel room was equipped with 2 single sofas and a round glass table. "I'm going to boil some tea. The tea leaves shouldn't be that good. Just make do with it." Qinze turned around and went to boil some water. Although he didn't know why a Taiwanese girl came to his room, he couldn't neglect the way of hospitality taught by his grandfather. Guling thought to herself that it was good to drink some tea and have a heart-to-heart talk. When the tea was ready, Qinze and Guling sat opposite each other and chatted while sipping tea. "Ace, this is your first time in Taiwan, right? How do you feel?" Guling asked casually. Calling him by his name was too distant, and it wasn't suitable for them to develop a relationship. Calling him by his nickname could quickly shorten the distance between them. "The scenery is pretty good." Qinze thought to himself. Why did Ace call him by his nickname? "You didn't bring your girlfriend with you to Taiwan this time?" Guling probed. "There are a lot of tourists coming to Taiwan every year, but it's a bit troublesome to get a pass." "Where did my girlfriend come from? I'm a single dog." Qinze mocked himself. "You broke up?" "I've never had a girlfriend." Qinze changed this sad topic. "Did you just come from Su Yunhan's place?" Su Yunhan was also in this hotel. Although Ding Lixin and Guling invited her to stay at their place, Su Yunhan also had her own assistant and manager. It was too troublesome to stay in 2 different places, and it was too naggy to stay at a friend's place. Guling took a sip of tea and admired Qinze's figure and appearance. She was more and more satisfied. She felt that she could play with this boyfriend for a long time. No, she could date him for a long time. He was handsome, talented, and knew how to make money. She had broken up with her ex-boyfriend for a few months, and she hadn't found a man she liked. Compared to Qinze, her ex-boyfriend was trash. His character was average, he was handsome, and he was talented. What was that? He didn't have it at all. The only good thing about him was that his father was rich. He was a rich second-generation heir. Looking at Qinze's strong figure, his waist must be very strong. "You've never had a girlfriend before? Fine, I'll take this." "You're so good. But you've never had a girlfriend before?" Guling asked. "Sister doesn't allow it. I don't want to have a girlfriend too early. My career is more important. And I don't have any experience. I don't know how to pursue girls." Qinze changed his words. "I think I heard something sad. Actually, it's not hard to get a girlfriend. Girls aren't as hard to pursue as you think." Guling's heart skipped a beat. Not only did she have to take the first blood, but she also had to teach him various positions. Tsk. Just thinking about it was exciting. "Is that so?" Qinze appeared uninterested. He wasn't interested in flirting with girls. He just had to learn how to flirt with sisters. Sister Ziwei was also a sister. He had never had a girlfriend, and he had no experience in relationships. He was a pure virgin. Guling labeled him in her heart. She suddenly realized that this was a godsend. Such a good man had never experienced relationships. It was just like how a super beauty like Qin Baobao had never experienced love. Was it possible? No matter how she thought about it, it was a gift from the heavens. Guling felt that she could control this little boy. She could unlock any position she wanted. She had to hold on tight. She might even become a rich man's wife in the future. She let her imagination run wild. It could also be a lie. Anyway, she would just have to verify it later. Experience was something that could not be faked. Guling was just about to expose Qinzhe when there was another knock on the door. It was soft and sneaky. Qinzhe immediately got up and opened the door. The sound of his sister knocking on the door was too strange. It always gave people the feeling that they were having an affair. The door opened. Qin Bao Bao stood at the door in her pajamas. She must have just taken a shower. Her hair was still damp and her face was flushed. The sister smiled brightly and reached out to hug her brother's neck. Little pervert. Her gaze swept past Qinzhe and saw Guling sitting by the window. The sister's movements suddenly froze and her smile disappeared. The two women's eyes met and understood a lot of things in an instant. Damn little bitch, seducing my brother in the middle of the night. Why did she come to Qinzhe's room in the middle of the night? F***ck, tonight's plan is ruined. Qin Bao Bao hid the murderous look in her eyes very well. She suppressed the surging power and smiled happily. Guling, why are you here? Guling also smiled. Her smile was impeccable. I came to find Qinzhe to talk about creative inspiration. When I debuted, I also walked the path of a singer-songwriter, but I've run out of ideas in recent years. That's good. My brother is not very talented, but he's good at writing a few songs. Qin Bao Bao was full of smiles. He's also simple-minded and easily confused by the flowers and plants outside. Other than that, he has no shortcomings. Qinzhe is very good. Guling retorted. It's so late. Bao Bao still came to his room? When we return to the mainland tomorrow, I'll see how he's packing up. Qin Bao Bao sighed. I'm both a mother and a sister. Women were indeed born actors. Her face was overflowing with motherly and sister love. Then, Qin Bao Bao and Guling sat down and chatted enthusiastically. One after another, they chatted happily as if they were old friends and close girlfriends. Both of them wanted to wear the other out. After a tough tug-of-war, Guling was the first to retreat. It was too late. They were just talking about creative inspiration. There was no need to disturb them so late. If they stayed and did not leave, everyone would know what they were thinking. She stood up and smiled. I'll go back and rest first. I'll go to the mainland another day and find a Qinzhe to talk to. All right, she still did not give up. Sure. Qin Bao Bao enthusiastically sent her out and watched her figure disappear at the end of the long corridor. Sister closed the door and snorted proudly. Flirtatious bitch, you dare to compete with me? Then, she kicked Qinzhe and twisted his ear. Little brat, when I wasn't paying attention, you caused trouble for me. Are you disappointed? At this time, Qinzhe more or less came to his senses. Although he lacked experience in love, it did not mean that he was brainless. I didn't do anything with her. What else do you want to do with her? Sister frowned and twisted her eyebrows even more. Qinzhe was not someone who was willing to be bullied by his sister. He slapped his sister on the bed and rode her soft body. You're a troublemaker. Sister retaliated with a small fist and hit her brother's chest. You're a black-hearted maggot. I don't know how women work. How can I react so quickly? Of course, I invited her in first. Qinzhe defended himself. If you don't care, you're black-hearted. I even had a dog. Qinzhe smiled and patted his sister's head. Qin Bao Bao was pressed down by her brother's 140 kilograms weight. It was like Sun Wukong being pressed down by the five-finger mountain of a bald boss. Resistance was futile. Her heart was stifled. Qin Bao Bao said in a huff, I wanted to reward you with a kiss. Now it's gone. It's fine if it's gone. Anyway, there's been a lot of crab recently. Qinzhe grabbed his sister's hand and said, We can only hold hands in the bridal room. Do you know that we can only hold hands when we give birth? He got up from his sister's body. Qin Bao Bao was stunned and suddenly rolled on the bed. Ah, I'm pregnant. You can spit. I give you full marks. He lifted the blanket and wrapped his sister in it before crawling in. Chapter 224. The two of them laid on the bed, covered with the same blanket, with two heads on two pillows, staring at each other. The brother and sister were silent, staring at each other with meaningful and affectionate eyes. Then, Qin Bao Bao's face quickly turned red, and she looked down. I won. Qinzhe thought happily. Before they were 10 years old, they used to play this kind of childish game, using their eyes to pinch each other. Whoever looked down first would lose. Usually, it was the sister who won. Little Qinze shyly looked down. Now, every dog has its day. Don't bully the young for being poor. The ancients were right. Qin Bao Bao pulled up the blanket, covering half of her head, and whispered, "It's so warm when I sleep alone, I can't warm up the blanket, I have to turn on the air conditioner." "Aren't you sleeping with Sister Ziwei?" Qinze wondered. "Qin Bao Bao. Don't you know how to chat, you little pervert? We each have a blanket." The sister rolled her eyes. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her brother's calf with her foot, and giggled. "Aze, you have so little leg hair, it's as smooth as a woman's." "I heard that if you have little leg hair, your desire is weak." "Host, I think I know the truth about you being a salted fish." The system said, "Are you that cold?" "Damn it, don't suddenly come back to life. I'm going to pee." Qinze felt his heart twitch. "I have something to say," Qinze said. "MMP?" the system said. "No, I'm thinking with you in my head, when I'm having sex with my wife, I feel like someone is watching, the psychological pressure is huge." The system. "This is not easy to answer, let me think." The system was silent for a few seconds. "Do you watch Animal World?" "Must watch when I was young, I can like it now." "Have you ever seen animals mate?" "Yes, I have, I don't feel anything. It's not as exciting as Japanese action movies." "If you have feelings, I would admire you for being a man." The system said, "Similarly, in my eyes, it's like watching animals mating. Although I am an artificial intelligence, in my settings, I do not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Host, when you have sex with a female creature, to me, it is like watching animals mating." "Host, are you distracted?" Qinze. Qinze ignored it and looked at his sister's enchanting face. He didn't know why, but his heart was as still as water. What AF * King low-class system? With just a few words, it destroyed the thing I desired the most in my life. Did I say something wrong? Host, your brainwaves are extremely strange now. They're almost straight. How are you going to trigger missions in the future if you're like this? Host. Stop blabbering. It's not easy for me, the great sage. Heaven's equal to heaven, either. You didn't give up after killing me, and you still want to destroy my indestructible body? Qinze slapped his own head, treating it as slapping the system. What are you doing? Qin Bao Bao rubbed her brother's head. Don't you have leg hair too? Qinze also wanted to use his feet to rub his sister's leg, but she was wearing pajamas. Sister, are you a little fairy? You definitely don't have leg hair. Qin Bao Bao puffed her cheeks. You're a little fairy. Then what about me? We're not even born from the same mother. Qinze laughed and pinched his sister's cheeks. Qin Bao Bao shrunk her head and said softly, So what? What? Nothing. Qin Bao Bao turned over and showed him the back of her head. Go to sleep. We'll go home tomorrow. The flight on the 26th of November was at 7 a.m. The plane landed at Pudong Airport at 8:40 a.m. Qin Bao Bao wore sunglasses, a woman's large-brimmed hat, and a mask. Even so, her long legs, slender waist, and perky but always attracted attention. This woman's body was very domineering. Qinze also wore sunglasses. His sister had spent 200 yuan to buy them from the Taipei night market. They were the Baoxing brand sunglasses. A proper Baoxing brand pirated Baoxing brand. It was just a temporary use, so Qinze didn't blame his sister for shopping so carelessly. After getting off the ferry, Qin Bao Bao asked her agent and assistant to go home. They took the elevator and went to the departure gate. Zijin, which gate are you at? Gate 2. Be careful. That's the gate to the mainland. Hong Kong and Taiwan are after the 13th. It's far away. Hurry up and drive here. Qin Bao Bao criticized her best friend. I know, but I'm not familiar with Pudong Airport. Wang Zijin said, feeling wronged. They waited for a few minutes at the gate, and the little red horse slowly came over. Wang Zijin got off the car and waved. Sister Ziwei ran over, opened her arms and asked for a hug. Qin Bao Bao greeted her with a smile. Wang Zijin turned a corner, left her best friend aside, and hugged Qinze. Aze, I thought of my sister. Qin Bao Bao stood there awkwardly, gritting her teeth. This woman did it on purpose to get back at her for criticizing her. A woman's narrow-mindedness and vengeance would never let it go. Wang Zijin threw the car key to Qin Zhe and wanted to take a break and sit in the passenger seat. However, Qin Bao Bao was one step ahead. Using her unique perky butt, she swung her tail and knocked Wang Zijin, causing her to stagger. Then she sat in the passenger seat. Wang Zijin thought bitterly, "What's so great about having a big butt? What's so great about having big breasts? I'll marry you off sooner or later." She got into the back seat, feeling wronged. The little red horse drove away from the airport and headed back to her home, which was dozens of kilometers away. Qin Bao Bao opened a bag of potato chips bought from Bao Dao and ate them. She didn't forget to feed her brother, deliberately provoking Wang Zijin. "Bao Dao is really good. It's fun. It's not bad." Qin Zhe gave a neutral comment, but he didn't notice that Sister Ziwei in the back seat was rolling her eyes. "We took a lot of photos. I'll show them to you later." Qin Bao Bao said. "I don't want to see them." Wang Zijin said, "What are you eating?" "I want to eat too." "Aren't you on your period today? Why are you eating snacks? Be careful not to leak your period." Qin Bao Bao retaliated. "Get lost." Wang Zijin kicked the seat. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have cleaned up this black-hearted maggot's butt. When the siblings were traveling to Bao Dao, there were a few days that the internet kept slandering Qin Bao Bao. They said that she had a sugar daddy and that she was flirting with the higher-ups of Star Art. Anyway, they didn't need any evidence, so they could slander her however they wanted. It should be people who were envious and jealous of Qin Bao Bao. It was a common thing in the entertainment industry. As long as a celebrity became popular, there would definitely be unscrupulous media outlets that would release fake news to attract attention, or competitors would buy news to slander them. Wang Zijin had been working in an online media company for a long time, so she knew the tricks very well. She also wrote a similar article to slander Su Lu, mainly because she didn't like how she used to suppress Qin Bao Bao. The chief editor read Wang Zijin's article and was shocked. He praised her and said, "The whole article is not slandering, but every word is slandering. The article is full of killing intent. The slandering is natural. The slandering is harmonious. Zijin, you're a natural slanderer. I'll give you a promotion next month." Qin Zhe had previously asked her curiously how she got promoted so quickly. Wang Zijin didn't answer. She couldn't possibly say that she was a natural slanderer and that the slandering was harmonious, so she got promoted. Wang Zijin called a leader of Shanghai's RFT. He used to be one of her father's underlings. The leader of the SARFT was very willing to work for Huamian. On the same day, he sent a warning to the few online media outlets, strangling this matter in the cradle. Wang Zijin thought that Qin Zhe, this salted fish, had a long way to go before he grew up. Before that, she could protect Qin Bao for a while. For the past few days, Wang Zijin had been actively contacting her father's connections in Shanghai to prevent the Zhang family from causing trouble. However, the storm that she had anticipated did not come. It seemed that Zhang Ling did not dare to fall out with her. If she really caused trouble, Wang Zijin would fly to Beijing to give her a good slap. She had even prepared the plane ticket money. As a famous black-hearted woman in Beijing, she was a woman of her words. In a high-class way of saying, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Unless it was absolutely necessary, she couldn't expose her black-bellied nature in front of Qin Zhe. Qin Bao knew this, but Wang Zijin believed that Qin Bao wouldn't betray her. Back home, Wang Zijin took over Qin Zhe's laptop and said that she wanted to watch the Golden Melody Awards in high definition. After the live broadcast yesterday, the mainland version followed suit. Once the program was released, it immediately received the attention of many netizens. Qin Zhe became popular again. The dolphin sound appeared again. The netizens were shocked and shouted, "No wonder he's the fastest shooter. Amazing! Amazing!" Qin Zhe looked at the dense pop-up comments. "The fastest shooter is the best. The fastest shooter deserves his reputation," and 666, the fastest shooter. Suddenly, he felt that the world was dull and life was boring. Qin Bao Bao rejoiced in his misfortune and laughed out loud. "I'm the fastest shooter. Are you happy?" Qin Zhe said angrily. Qin Bao thought about it and found it reasonable. She said angrily, "These bastards cursed my brother." Wang Zijin said enviously, "You sing so well. If I could sing so well, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Sigh, speaking of which, Sister Ziwei had never sung before. Sister Ziwei has such a beautiful voice. You must sing well. Qin Zhe flattered. Yes, Zijin sings very well. Qin Bao agreed. But they all say that I'm tone deaf, but I can't feel it. Wang Zijin sighed. They are envious, jealous, and hateful. Zijin, come and sing a song, Qin Bao urged. Qin Zhe felt that his sister had ulterior motives. A tone-deaf person couldn't tell their own problems, just like a bad cook wouldn't think their dishes were bad and wouldn't allow others to say so. Qin Zhe thought of Nan Man Pei, who was confident in his cooking skills, and Li Donglai and his sister, who always said, Auntie's dishes are delicious. Sister Ziwei's singing, Wang Zijin said happily, then I'll sing a section of Blue and White Porcelain. I like this song the most. She chose such a difficult song as soon as she opened her mouth. In order to bring out the flavor of Blue and White Porcelain, it was a test of one's singing skills. Blue and white flowers are outlined in a plain embryo. The brush strokes turn from heavy to light. Wang Zijin began to sing seriously, her face brimming with confidence. The peony depicted in the vase is just like your initial makeup. She wasn't just tone deaf. She didn't sing a single line in tune. As the original creator of Blue and White Porcelain, Qin Zhe was cursing in his heart. Qin Bao had a hard time holding back her laughter. She simply couldn't bear it anymore. She lay on the sofa and laughed. My ears are going to be pregnant, ha ha ha. Wang Zijin was stunned. Then she looked at Qin Zhe's broken face and suddenly understood her best friend's trick. Thus, Qin Zhe was able to enjoy the catfight between the Wang family's little sister and his own little sister up close. Unfortunately, it was winter now, so he couldn't see the scene of his sisters in full bloom. Chapter 225. At night, they had dinner. Qin Bao curled up on the sofa and watched TV. Wang Zijin helped Qin Zhe wash the dishes. Wang Zijin was not used to doing housework, not that she was unwilling to do it. Qin Bao was lazy. Her sister's thought was, I have a brother, why should I do housework? Qin Zhe washed the dishes. Wang Zijin was in charge of washing, draining, and stacking the dishes in the cupboard. Qin Zhe suddenly asked, that Zhongling won't do anything, will she? She said she wanted to harm my sister. Wang Zijin said casually, she wouldn't dare. She was trained by me since she was young. She doesn't have the guts. After all, she's grown up now. When she's grown up, I have a way to educate her. Qin Zhe praised, my sister is right. Sister Ziwei is really black-hearted. I give you 100 likes. My sister is right. Sister Ziwei is really black-hearted. Sister Ziwei is really black-hearted. She is really black-hearted. Qin Zhe's words echoed in Wang Zijin's mind. She seemed to hear the sound of her image collapsing. Bang! It was so crisp. Wang Zijin put down the bowl, washed her hands, opened the fridge without saying a word, and dug out a piece of ice. What are you doing? Qin Zhe was confused. Not only am I black-hearted, but I'm also black-hearted. Then she turned and walked out of the kitchen. A few seconds later, the heart-wrenching scream of his sister came from the living room. Ice is in my neck. Help! It was the end of November, and the wind was cold outside. Qin Zhe shivered inexplicably. The next day. Profit-generating investment. 9:30 in the morning, in the vice president's office. Su Tong sat on the big chair and was giving orders to his son, who was standing across the table. What's going on? Our performance dropped so much this month. The headquarters even took out 500 million to invest in profit-generating investment. How could the board of directors be satisfied with your performance? Large foreign companies are particular about appointing people based on their merits. If you are capable and experienced, then we can talk about the position of CEO. Large companies in the country were particular about nepotism. Deep down, Su Tong was still carrying on his father's business. However, now that the company had grown to such a scale, the position of president was no longer his to decide. The board of directors would definitely give him face. However, if the young master of the group was not capable enough, then sorry, he could forget about the position of president. Su Hao's ability was more than enough for the middle and upper management. It was too difficult to go any further. At the age of 30, one's potential was almost at its limit. Su Tong was 53 years old this year. He planned to retire from the second line when he was 60 years old and pass his position to his only son. He was worried sick about his son. Knowing that the stock market was booming this year, he didn't hesitate to go back on his words and pick the peaches from his daughter. He wanted to share the credit with his son to deepen his resume and lay the foundation for his future successor. Su Hao was troubled. Didn't the stock market plummet a while ago? In order to stop the loss, I moved the funds out and invested in blue-chip stocks. Who would have thought that the stock market would soar again a few days later? Dad, you know that big investments are better to be passive than active. At the same time, it's taboo to chase after a rise. How could you forget to avoid a fall? Su Tong was exasperated at his son's failure to live up to his expectations. The characteristic of blue-chip stocks was their stability. The market was too big and could withstand a fall. It was a safe haven that individual investors and institutions loved. However, because of its stability, other stocks soared. Hundreds of stocks could reach the upper limit without a word. The blue-chip stocks were extremely stable. It was already praiseworthy if they could increase by 2 or 3% every day. Therefore, this month's earnings were too different from last month's. Su Tong, who had just bragged to the shareholders, couldn't accept it. Today, he came over to scold his son. You can't even find a talent in such a big company? Su Tong slammed the table. If you have something to discuss with the managers, you have to discuss it with them. In a company, the biggest taboo is to have a say. Do you understand? Su Hao said in his heart, those who have objections have been swept to the corner by us. Su Tong knew that his son's major was not suitable, and it was inevitable that he would make a mistake. He said angrily, why don't you discuss it with your sister first? Anyway, she has a master's degree in finance and a doctor's degree in management after studying abroad. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Hey, he could throw the blame to her. He immediately said, Dad, Suyu was late and left early during this period. She didn't say a word in the meeting and didn't participate in the company's operations at all. I had to carry the company's business alone. Is there such a thing? Su Tong said. Ask her to come to the office. Su Hao called Su Yu's office landline. The assistant told him that the president had not come to work yet. Dad, she hasn't come to work yet. It's already 9:30. Su Hao strongly threw the blame. Until 10 o'clock, Su Yu came late. After unloading the company's burden, she was quite happy. She maneuvered in the game every day. During the day, she drank tea with Nan Man Pei and went to the spa. In the morning, she could sleep in. After being removed from the position of the head of the company by her father, she gave up on herself. She worked hard at work and made a wedding dress for her brother. It was boring. Moreover, Su Hao was narrow-minded. He did not give her a chance to make a contribution. All her suggestions were rejected. The Imperial Envoy Group and the managers all relied on Su Hao. She finally understood how Emperor Xian of Han felt. Although playing games was cool, without the education of the great god, she felt particularly empty. Arguing with her teammates in the game could no longer satisfy Su Yu's growing sense of emptiness. Therefore, she created a group chat and pulled Qin Bao Bao in. If she was unhappy, she would argue with her. After arguing with her, she felt refreshed. She was like Teddy, causing trouble everywhere. Through the assistant, she knew that her father came to the company and asked to see her. Su Yu put down her bag and knocked on the door of the vice president's office. She saw her father sitting in the big chair and her brother on the sofa. Su Tong's face darkened. He slammed the report on the table and tapped his fingers on the desk. I just praised you at the beginning of the month. This month you give me this. Do you think that your father's heart is too good and lacks stimulation? Su Yu's fingertips lifted her hair to her ears. Her face was delicate. She glanced at the performance report and did not care. You have to ask Su Hao about this. He is in charge of the company's business. You are the general manager. Of course you have to be responsible. Su Hao put the blame on his sister's head. I heard that you are often late and leave early recently? I know that you like to play and can't calm down. I understand. Su Tong put the forgiveness hat on his daughter's head. But you can't not do anything just because your brother is helping you share the burden. Otherwise, what are you doing as the general manager? Don't you know why I don't do anything? Su Yu felt very stifled. Dad, I don't have the right to speak. Su Hao is just a figurehead. He never asks for my opinion. It's useless even if I object. The company listens to him. What do you mean? You are late and leave early. You don't pay attention to work, and you blame me? If I were the same as you, I wouldn't be able to run the company anymore. Su Hao stood up and retorted loudly. You don't have the ability, but you like to order people around. Don't you know who has the final say in the company? That's enough. Su Tong slammed the table. I don't care who is right or wrong. I only look at the results. If there is a problem, I will first blame the person in charge. I have already criticized your brother. You are the general manager. You have to bear the greatest responsibility. Su Hao thought to himself, Dad, if you complain like this, be careful of the 404. Su Yu understood that she was wrong from the beginning to the end. A certain author once said, because you don't love, you are wrong. That was a famous saying. Her heart was tired. The person in charge has the greatest power. What he says is the truth. Even if he is wrong, he is also right. As for me, I am just a pitiful person who is a figurehead. Su Yu angrily rebuked her father. She inexplicably argued with him. It was the after effect of arguing with Qin Bao Bao for the past few days. Su Hao was frightened. It's over. With your ability to complain, I am afraid you will be 404. You still talk back. Su Tong was furious. Okay, you put the blame on me. Su Yu took off the sign on her chest and slammed it in front of her father. Then I, as the general manager, will resign. I don't. I quit. She almost called herself Old Mother. Her father was biased, but the seniority couldn't be confused. She wanted to quit long ago. It was boring. The reason why she didn't leave was that she couldn't stand Su Hao's complacency. She wanted to develop wretchedly and fight well. Maybe she could make a comeback. The Almighty always taught her like this. Why did the inheritance rights have to be given to the son? The daughter was not human. The daughter had no legal inheritance rights. Ask the law if it agreed. The more the mother and son feared her, the happier she was. The more outstanding she was, the more difficult it would be for the mother and son to eat and sleep well. They bullied her in the past, and now it was her turn to retaliate. But this approach was to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800. She felt uncomfortable when she saw her father being biased. Su Hao was overjoyed. It took a lot of effort to suppress the blurting out, "You mean what you say?" Su Tong was stunned. It seemed that she didn't expect her daughter to be so stubborn. Although she had rich life experience, she was at a loss for a moment. That's it. Su Yu picked up her bag and walked away. Chapter 226. Su Yu took his bag and left. He waved his hand and did not take away a piece of cloud. He did not want his salary and did not write his resignation report. Who cares? I don't want to do it anymore. Driving around the city, she wanted to go home to play games and spend her youth. But on second thought, no, she can't be a salted fish. She has to find a way out. If she goes to apply for a job with her education, it is estimated that she can be a small leader. After a few years, she will become a middle-level leader. As for the top, she will see the opportunity. During this period, she may be harassed by her boss. The unspoken rules of the workplace are played in China. Besides, she may not be able to adjust her mentality in a company slowly. Nan Man Pei told her that if she is not happy at work, she can find her. Queen Bey has a golden mouth and there is absolutely no reason for her to repent. Maybe she will give her a branch company to manage. Without a knife or a dog, she can also become a local tyrant. Su Yu parked the car on the side of the road and dialed the phone. Nan Man, I quit. Do you want to withdraw your investment in Julie? It's up to you. I will take care of it. Nan Man Pei was not surprised by her sudden departure. He was silent for a few seconds. What are you going to do? At this time, as long as you say, I haven't thought about it yet, the rich big sister Pei will definitely say, follow me, I will give you a company, and I will take you to the peak of life in minutes. Although Nan Man Pei separated friendship and business very clearly, he also appreciated Su Yu's talent. Su Yu hesitated for a long time, and Nan Man Pei did not urge her. In the end, she swallowed back her words. I found a job. Okay. Nan Man Pei hung up the phone. Su Yu held the phone and was at a loss. After losing her job, the feeling of loneliness became stronger. She was like a poor worm drowning in the sea of loneliness. She stretched out her arms and hoped that someone would help her. But after being drowned for more than 20 years, there was no kind person to help her. It was a miracle that she didn't drown until now. For some reason, Qinzhe's face suddenly floated in front of her eyes, and she remembered his serious words. Or, she reluctantly tried to find him? Look at him, he's a general without an army. How pitiful. Suyu picked up the mobile phone, put it down again, hesitated again and again, and dialed Qinzhe's phone number. The ringtone was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. Hello. It was Qinzhe's voice. Suyu pursed his lips and pretended to be relaxed. Do you still count? Qinzhe asked. What is it? Suyu emphasized. What I said at my house that day. Qinzhe pulled out his sword and looked around in confusion. What words? Suyu felt tired. You said you wanted my help. Didn't you register a company? You've thought it through. Qinzhe was overjoyed. Then let's find a place to talk. All right, let's find a place to talk after the market closes at noon. I want to talk now. The other end was silent for a moment. Address. Just our face. The coffee shop where we meet. Half an hour later, Qinzhe drove his sister's little red horse to the coffee shop. He always felt that a man driving a woman's car was strange. Salted Fish sister promised to buy him a car, but she broke her promise. As soon as he entered the door, he immediately saw Suyu. She was still sitting in that position. He hadn't seen her for many days. The beautiful president was still so beautiful. It's a pity that she's a masochist. It's hard to control her. Qinzhe sat down, ordered a cup of cabbage, and handed his company's registration documents to Suyu. Why did you suddenly quit? Is it because your heart is broken? Suyu rolled her eyes. The old man only has his son in his heart. What am I doing here? Am I Emperor Xian of Han? I always feel that if I work with them, I will be destroyed sooner or later. Your old man's IQ is so low? You don't even use such an excellent daughter? Qinzhe comforted her. You can only lie down and win if you develop with me. Suyu was too lazy to talk to him. The beautiful president was so indifferent. Maybe the way I answered was wrong. Qinzhe raised his eyebrows. His face was full of contempt and disdain for a weak chicken. You deserve it. You should have followed me long ago. What's so good about that kind of broken company? Follow me and you can go to the peak of life. His face was full of disdain and ridicule, but he had to show the concern of, I'm good for you. He could touch Suyu's G-point in an instant. The beautiful president's eyes lit up and sighed. It's not a problem of IQ. What does spoiling his son have to do with IQ? In his mind, his things should be inherited by his son. It's just like the emperor gave birth to a useless crown prince. Is it because the crown prince is useless, he will give up the good country? Great people have also done stupid things. Can you say that his IQ is low? Tang Xuanzong was so wise when he was young. Didn't he become a retard when he was old? My father may not value me, but he loves his baby son more. He divorced my mother because of this. Su Hao is happy now. His biggest wish is to squeeze me out, and no one will compete with him for the family property. When Su Hao was born, my father had not yet made a fortune, and he was an illegitimate child. Living with his mother, he was afraid of being poor when he was young. If he was really a well-educated young master, his vision would not be so short-sighted. Because of his limited ability, he worked in the headquarters for a few years and did not have any outstanding results. He was sent to the branch company to be the head, and he did not show any outstanding talent. The position of president was appointed by the board of directors. My father had the right to vote, but he could not be the sole decision-maker. The board of directors was not optimistic about my brother. Then the question is, how did your father, with the identity of a poor man, manage to keep the red flag at home and the colorful flag outside? Did he rely on a sharp mouth, or a strong waist like mine? Or even a big boss like me who has not mastered the skill of 2-finger Zen? Qinzhe was curious. What you said makes sense. He said. That's right, if her father could be impartial, he would not be able to cultivate a masochist daughter. Her childhood and adolescence would probably be a little happier. Although she got the affirmation of the Almighty, Suyu's face was dull. Nonsense. Qinzhe immediately changed his tune. Then you can take revenge. Kill them all. Kill them all. Destroy them and make Su Riqian completely fail. If you don't know how to fight, I'll recommend you a teacher who is thick-skinned and black-hearted. Usually, he can pretend to be a gentle and elegant lady. He's very good. He almost figured out the situation of Su Yu's family. Her father was very good at doing business, but he was an old pedantic who extremely valued boys over girls. This was not surprising. The older generation generally had this kind of thinking. However, she gave birth to a son with ordinary qualifications. Her son lived as a poor loser before junior high school. His lifelong dream was to drive his sister away and monopolize the family property. But the little loser could not control such a large group, let alone achieve good results, and his ascension to the throne was blocked by the courtiers. Her father was worried sick, and it just so happened that her daughter had great potential and a bright future. Su Tong arranged for her son to gather profits and get a share of the pie. In gaming terms, lying down to win. Well, that's about it. Good idea. Su Yu was enlightened. How about I go back to gather profits for revenge? The great god's reprimand is always mixed with truth. It is the ladder for her growth and progress. Hey, I just said it casually. Qin Zhe had a feeling of lifting a stone and dropping it on his own foot. Since your father doesn't like you, it's meaningless for you to stay and gather profits. Anyway, your father's idea is to give you a large dowry in the future, or a part of the property, but your brother's career is more important, right? I appreciate your tenacity and unyielding spirit. You have been perfectly shown through the game. Qin Zhe actually wanted to say, Girl, I see that your bones are amazing and talented. Why don't you come to me and be a flute boy? No, a virgin girl. But he held back and did not seek death. If he said such words, he didn't know if the masochist would tremble with excitement or turn against him on the spot. Su Yu opened the folder and pulled out the business license. 8 big words came into view. Bowser Investment Company, Limited. What a name. Why was it given such a name? Is there any special meaning? The legal person, Qin Zhe. The shareholder, Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and remained calm. She looked at it for a long time. Oh, there is a private equity license. How did you get this thing? Sister Pei helped me get it. Su Yu clicked her tongue. True love. I can help you, but I have a request. Su Yu said seriously. I want to invest. I have 6 million yuan in savings. I can invest. I don't need money. I will have 100 million yuan at the end of the month. Qin Zhe said. No, then there is nothing to talk about. Can you tell me the reason? I don't want to work for this guy. Su Yu pointed to the name of Qin Bao Bao. Not only do I want to invest, but I want to invest more than her. If 6 million is not enough, I will sell everything to raise money. Anyway, I just want to suppress her. What hatred? Just because my sister abused you in the game every day? Women's thinking is really strange. Yes, I can give you my ID card now. If you need me to come forward to cooperate, you can call me. You can take care of these things. Qin Zhe was very generous. Without a talent proficient in management, he had to learn how to start a company, which was time-consuming and laborious. Even if Su Yu didn't pay, he was willing to give her a little share. Also, this is a shell company. I didn't even rent an office. There are some other documents and procedures. I will leave them to you. Su Yu was stunned. Then what do you do? The man is in charge of the outside and the woman is in charge of the house. Of course I am busy making money. Qin Zhe clapped his hands. Then, everything is left to you. Girl, this great god is optimistic about you. Everything is left to you. The bitter process of setting up a company was condensed into 7 words, and it was thrown into his arms. For the first time, Su Yu felt that the great god's smile was so wretched and malicious. She thought that she must have been cheated. What reaching the peak of life, what optimistic about you, it was all a lie. The purpose was to be a hands-off shopkeeper. This pair of brother and sister were really not good things. Look at my expression. Su Yu smiled. Qin Zhe said, Is there sincerity in the smile? No, there is MMP in the smile. In the afternoon, Su Yu drove back to her nest, carrying the company documents, took out the key to open the door, and walked briskly. The familiar home, the familiar loneliness, but there was a different feeling. A little joy, a little relief, a little expectation. She threw herself on the big soft bed, holding the documents in her arms, looking at the ceiling, showing a sweet little girl smile. Now that he was working with Qin again, his mentality was completely different. Her previous impression of him, "Oh, this young man is good." Now, does the great god still need a pendant on his leg? Qin was one of her few friends. Right, I almost forgot one thing. Suyu turned over and sat up, unlocked her mobile phone, took a picture of the company license, Qin Bao and Qin ID photos, and sent it to a chat group. In the future, I will have the final say in this company. Oh, someone's ID photo is stupid. Su Teddy was going to do something again. Chapter 227. At home, more than 10 kilometers away, Qin Bao was nestled on the sofa watching TV. The air conditioner was on in the living room. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts that reached her thighs. Her two slender legs were resting on the glass coffee table. There was a plate of grapes on her stomach. While watching TV and eating grapes, she was enjoying the beautiful afternoon. She was still comfortable at home. If she had to choose between her dreams and being a salted fish, Qin Bao felt that she would choose to be a salted fish. No wonder so many female stars marry into rich families. Because if they marry a rich husband, they can be a salted fish with peace of mind. Today, there was only her and Qin at home. Wang Zijin had to go to work and she didn't have any jobs this week. Because she had to attend the wedding of Star Art CEO the day after tomorrow, all her jobs were postponed. Not long ago, her brother was called away by a phone call. He took the company's registration information and hurried out. Her brother, this salted fish, also wants to turn over a new leaf. She wants to be a rich wife. No, the rich sister's hope is one step closer. Ding dong. The phone rang and there was a message notification. Qin Bao retracted her gaze from the TV and picked up the phone to take a look. She suddenly had an expression of a dead child. It's that White Lotus again. After that meeting, she and Bai Lianhua added each other as friends and then the nightmare came. Bai Lianhua created a chat group and pulled her into it. Every 3 to 5 days, he would spit out a sentence: dead trash, little bitch, dead calf, street kid, primary school student. It was a collection of slang words from all over the country. She really didn't know where this guy got such a rich vocabulary. Qin Bao was good at playing games, but she was not Su Yu's opponent when it came to scolding people. Her sister's scolding words were only two: little red guy and black heart maggot. As she scolded and scolded, not only did it lose its lethality, it also became a nickname. Even Wang Zijin would occasionally say, little red guy. Suyu was different. Before she met Qin, she was a lone wolf who fought with a group of keyboard warriors. He had been diligently training his mouth and accumulating his vocabulary. He was a big shot who could fight with Qin for half an hour without losing out. Qin Bao was particularly annoyed by her. But her sister was also a strong-willed person. How could she admit defeat when others were scolding her? The two of them held their phones and scolded each other. With a swipe of his finger, he opened the software. With one picture and 2 sentences, Qin Bao exploded on the spot. Did the little red guy go to see you? Suyu thought for a long time before confirming that the little red guy should be talking about Qin. So what if I am? I will be the president of this company in the future. He had a complacent expression on his face. CEO, your sister. This is my company. I don't agree. Qin Bao frowned. Don't you have your own company? Wow, you black-hearted maggot. You even want to snatch this from me. A black-hearted maggot? Su Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. You are a maggot, your whole family is a maggot. Qin Bao. You are not a maggot. You are a white lotus. Your whole family is a white lotus. Then you are a green lotus. White lotus. Better than a lotus. The mode of don't bark and don't be scared lasted for several minutes. Qin Bao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laughed 3 times. Okay, the president is the president. I am a shareholder of the company. You will work for me obediently in the future. Ridiculous. Can't my IQ consider such a small thing? Su Yu sneered and sent a picture of, you are a retard. You have 3% of the shares, I have 6% of the shares. It is double. Who will work for whom? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hee hee. Just ask your younger brother. I won't ask, I won't ask. Qin Bao Bao gnashed her teeth angrily. Suyu. Oh. He sent a picture of, I will give you a look to understand by yourself. Qin Bao Bao didn't speak for a while. After a while, cross-dressing boss invited Qingqing Zijin to join the group chat. Qin Bao Bao. Zijin, help me scold her. Wang Zijin. What's the situation? Questioning emoji. Qin Bao Bao. Just scold her. Wang Zijin. I don't know how to scold people. Qin Bao Bao. Oh, don't pretend. Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao. This White Lotus cheated Qin Zhe of the company's shares and came to me to show off. I can tolerate it, but can you? Wang Zijin thought, why can't I tolerate it? The company belongs to you and your brother. Qin Bao Bao poured black water. She also hooked up with Qin Zhe, flirting with each other and secretly sending flirtatious looks. She has ulterior motives. This can't be tolerated. Wang Zijin. Why are you still talking to this kind of woman? Just blacklist her and warn Qin Zhe. If you contact her again, break her legs. Suyu. What's wrong with me? Who are you? Blue Lotus number 2? Dead trash. Wang Zijin sent a picture of boss disdains to talk to weak chicken. Don't bother with this coquettish bitch. Just send the address. I have a camera ready. I heard that tearing clothes in the street is very popular recently. At I am little bird. Don't blabber. Share the map if you dare. Wow, this woman is so strong? I'm scared. Suyu quickly found an ally. I am little bird invited Red Bean Thinking of the South to join the group chat. Suyu. Red Bean Thinking of the South, sister man, these two women bullied me. Nan Man Pei. Suyu. They threatened me and wanted to tear my clothes in the street. Nan Man Pei. I'll send bodyguards to protect you. Who are these two? Suyu. Qin Bao Bao. Jane Doe A. Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao. Don't talk to me about this. Let's get down to business. What's the matter with the shares? Why did you take the shares? Give them back to me. Be careful or I'll sue you for illegal fraud. Suyu. I took the shares with my own ability. Why should I give them back? Nan Man Pei. I am little bird, so you don't want to help me. Are you thinking about Qin Zhe? Suyu. Which side are you on? Angry crying emoji. Qin Bao Bao. Can you be more shameless? Where did you get the ability? In bed. Suyu, as a qualified troll, had always been thick-skinned. So what? Come and bite me. Wang Zijin. I won't bite you. I'll slap you to death. Suyu automatically ignored her. You're so obsessed with your brother. I'm going to piss you off. Qin Bao Bao. So what if I'm obsessed with my brother? I'm obsessed with my brother. It's none of your business. Get lost. Wang Zijin. Wow, you finally admitted it. Nan Man Pei. Scary. Suyu. Pervert. Qin Bao Bao. Nan Man Pei. Okay, stop arguing. You should contact Qin Zhe first. It's meaningless to quarrel here. It's a waste of time. Qin Bao Bao. Haha, you're pretending to be mature. Suyu. No, I must spit at her. Pei Nanman did not say anything. She continued to let them spit at each other across the screen. They were in a heated argument. After a while, Red Beans Thinking of the South invited Qin Zhe to join the chat group. Qin Zhe. Hey, everyone is here. Sister Pei, hello. Nan Man Pei. Don't talk. Watch the show quietly. For a moment, the group was silent. Suyu. What are you doing? Why did you invite him? Qin Bao Bao. Wow, this woman is so evil. Wang Zijin. I can't afford to offend her. Qing Zijin left the group chat. Crossdresser left the group chat. I'm Little Bird left the group chat. Qin Zhe. Excuse me? What's the situation? Why did they all leave? Nan Man Pei. It's okay, a group of kids. Chapter 228. Things that were easy to get were not cherished. Qin Zhe knew how expensive a financial license was, even if it was privately owned. Although it might be a piece of cake for Nan Man Pei, he still had to remember this favor. Qin Bao Bao had cried and shouted that she wanted to be a star, but after taking a flight to and from an unfamiliar city, she felt too tired. Now she just wanted to throw herself into her brother's arms and cry, "Brother, please take care of me, sob sob sob." She had been promoted too quickly. If she had worked hard for 8 to 10 years, she would have cherished her current fame and fortune. His sister had said a long time ago that she wanted to make some achievements in the future and open a studio to be her own boss. She had this ability, but with all Mouthy King's attributes, it was delayed again and again. Qin Zhe had also said that he wanted to open a company to support his sister, but now he was still struggling to set up an investment company. In Wang Zijin's words, "There's nothing wrong with the salted fish siblings." After settling Su Yu, the masochist, Qin Zhe received a call from his father, asking him to go to school to discuss the recent trend of the stock market. He understood, the old man was asking him for advice, but it was not convenient to say it out loud. "Why are you wearing sunglasses? Do you think you're a big star?" The old man sat in the office and first mocked his son. "There are many young girls who miss your son," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "Oh, I wear sunglasses every day when I go out with my sister. I'm used to it." If he had something to say, he could say it to his sister, but he could not say it to his father. Otherwise, the spicy old radish would suddenly take out a huge magic weapon. Not only was his son scared, but his daughter was also scared to the point of trembling. The feather duster was very powerful. They chatted from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. The old man was satisfied and urged his son to go home to feed his daughter. "Your sister is hungry. Hurry up and go back." When he agreed to let his son and daughter live together, it was to let his son help feed his daughter. He wanted to feed her well and make her white and plump. Qin Zhe walked to the door, turned around and said, "Dad, Mom called my sister yesterday and said that you made a lot of money." She was very happy. Qin Zhe imitated his mother's tone and said, "Your dad is amazing. In just half a month, he has doubled our savings. Bao Bao, you have to learn from Mom. You have to have a good eye for men." At that time, Qin Bao Bao subconsciously looked at her younger brother. Qin Zhe complained, "Dad, you stole it from me, right?" Unable to maintain his father's dignity, the old man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Sure enough, he took out a huge magic weapon, scaring Qin Zhe into turning around and running away. After buying groceries at the commercial and residential area, Qin Zhe prepared to feed his sister daily. At this time, Sister Ziwei should be back. Sure enough, they were back. Two sisters were sitting on the sofa in the living room, one on the left and one on the right. Their arms were crossed in front of their chests, and their expressions and postures were in sync. Qin Zhe carried the groceries to the kitchen and said, "Sister Ziwei, you didn't watch TV? I'll go cook first." "There's no hurry to cook. I don't feel like eating," his sisters said in unison. "You don't want to eat?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Then I'll cook for you." Qin Bao Bao's face was cold. "Come here first. I have something to say to you." Qin Zhe put the groceries on the table and walked over blankly. He was about to sit on the sofa when his sister kicked him in the butt. Wang Zijin calmly pulled out a plastic stool from under the glass coffee table. "Your seat is here." When did they have a small stool at home? His sister's style was so strange. Qin Zhe sat on the small stool obediently. "Tell me, what are you doing?" He pretended to be innocent. Wang Zijin sneered. "You don't know your sister's depth? There must be something." "How could I know my sister's depth?" Qin Zhe was shocked. Wang Zijin. "Who are Su Yu and Sister Man?" Qin Bao Bao. "Who allowed you to give the shares to Su Yu?" The two women said in unison again. Wang Zijin said, "I'll ask first. We'll talk about the shares later." Qin Bao Bao chose to compromise. She could never be tough in front of her brother. If Wang Zijin didn't join in the fight, the scene would definitely become like this. "Please spare your sister. Pa pa pa. Sister is wrong. Woo. Pa pa pa. You only know how to bully me. Pa pa pa." Her butt was going to be beaten again. She could take this opportunity to establish her sister's great image, instead of being the object of sex. She had to set rules for the little pervert. "I'm asking you, who are Su Yu and Sister Man?" Wang Zijin pointed to the small stool. Sit down. Qinze put his hands on his knees and sat on the small stool obediently. One is my former boss, now my partner. The other is my friend. Boss and friend are friends? How can there be such a coincidence? Wang Zijin didn't believe it. This is fate. Qinze sighed. Ha! Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. Anyway, it's just a pure friendship. By the way, you were in the same group today. Do you know each other? Wang Zijin squinted at Qin Baobao and snorted. In order to protect her only brother from being seduced by a coquettish bitch, someone had to fight a few rounds every day. It took a lot of effort. Damn, it was really Su Teddy who was doing things. Qinze knew very well about Su Yu's ability to play cheap tricks. It's really just a pure friendship. Qinze swore. How pure? As pure as me and Sister Bao Bao. Qinze didn't forget to flatter his sister. Wang Zijin thought sadly, it's over. Okay, you're done asking. It's my turn. Qin Bao Bao pushed her best friend, holding back the anger in her heart. Sit down. Qinze sat on the small stool obediently again. Why did you give the shares to Su Yu? Her sister puffed up her cheeks. Because she's a talent. Bah, the trash who is abused by me every day is a talent? She's a sea turtle who studied abroad. She has a doctorate in management and a master's degree in finance. Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin. It was rare that people were poor and short-sighted when it came to education. But you can't give the shares to her. It's 6%. If you earn 100 million, she'll get 6 million for free. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. In fact, she promised to invest 6 million. I think the shares are too little. Qinze spread his hands. Wow, you black-hearted person, you dare to talk back. Qin Bao Bao couldn't argue with her brother, so she kicked her brother. Her feet kept kicking her brother. As soon as her sister started, she instantly pulled the mode back to the original. Qinze slapped her sister with the great tablet-smashing hand and waved his hands. Wang Zijin thought sadly, silly girl, the image that had just been erected collapsed just like that. She was doomed to be eaten by her brother in this life. Little brat, you dare to hit me. Qin Bao Bao was beaten a few times, and she was about to cry out of anger. Her legs hooked around her brother's waist, and her fingers poked his nostrils. But Qinze dodged. Seeing that she was about to be beaten by her brother again, Qin Bao Bao suddenly had an idea. She hugged her brother's neck and tried her best to press his head to her chest. Qinze, who was full of momentum, suddenly softened and let go. A few minutes later, he began to struggle and make a whimpering sound. It's no use begging for mercy. I won't let you go. Qin Bao Bao pressed even harder. He's going to suffocate to death. Let go. Wang Zijin went forward to pull her best friend away, and looked at her chest with envy and jealousy. Qinze was half lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. So scary, I almost died in my sister's arms. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Who told you to talk back? Qin Bao Bao glared. I don't dare. Qinze waved his hand. I'll lower my head to the big boss in the future. Wang Zijin thought sadly again. Pure friendship? It's over. 2 days later, on November 30th, Star Art CEO's wedding was held at a 5-star hotel, Shenzhen. Huang Yizong booked the entire floor of the hotel for the wedding. In addition to businessmen and celebrities, there were also celebrities from the entertainment industry and big bosses of capital. Qin Bao Bao stepped into the hotel with her internet celebrity brother. As soon as they entered the hotel, there were reporters who wanted to join in the fun. Without saying anything, they took out their cameras and took pictures of the two. Today's headlines were enough to write. Shocking! Star Art's CEO's wedding was full of celebrities, and he was invited. No, the headline wasn't shocking enough. Let's change it to shocking. He appeared at the CEO's wedding. What does he want? Qinze looked at the guy's chest and pulled his sister away. Let's go. This guy is from UC. Isn't UC a browser? His sister was confused. There's no time to explain. Not only is he from UC, but he's also from the Department of Shock. Let's go upstairs first. Chapter 229. Don't walk so fast. It's good to get some exposure. That's why we're here. Qin Bao Bao reluctantly walked forward with her brother. Don't be ridiculous. You can follow other reporters, but you should stay away from UC's reporters. Their editor is very scary. Chinze said. What's wrong? Netizens are clamoring to have sex with UC's editor every day, but they're still alive. Chinze pulled his sister. Let's go, you stupid woman. Stupid bitch. Qin Bao Bao cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Do you want to try my new skill again? Chinze couldn't help but glance at his sister's chest and pretended to tremble. No, I don't dare. Qin Bao Bao proudly stuck out her chest. After the deadly scissor kick, she unlocked a new skill, but she always felt that it was a loss. They went upstairs. There were 2 security guards at the entrance of the passage. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they blocked all the reporters outside. The reporters who didn't give up raised their cameras and took pictures of the siblings. Qin Bao Bao took out a thick red envelope and handed it to the family members at the entrance. His sister felt that this was a loss, and she didn't know when she could return the favor. She was very upset. The wedding hadn't officially started yet, but the hall was already full of people. Several relatives welcomed the siblings in. Qin Bao Bao was really too dazzling, and she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Today, she wore a light blue dress, which was conservative and didn't show her shoulders or back. She wore a diamond necklace around her neck, and her earrings shone. It was a new dress that she bought a few days ago. His sister originally had her eyes on a gorgeous white dress, the kind that radiated brilliance. Chinze was amazed and also advised his sister not to court death. If she walked into the wedding hall in that dress, the MC would probably mistake her for someone else. He would shout, "Our bride has entered the hall, everyone welcome." Then Qin Bao Bao's acting career would be over. The first wave of people to come up were singers, whose legs were particularly nimble. Miss Qin, you're here. Hello, Miss Qin. Io, Miss Qin is here too. As soon as Qin Bao Bao raised his smiling face, he saw that the singers indifferently turned away from him and gave their bright smiles to their younger brothers. She could only maintain a stiff smile as she stood beside her younger brother, who was the center of attention. Rich businessmen and celebrities followed closely behind. Qin Bao Bao's smile immediately became lively. She knew some of the rich businessmen. They had done commercial performances and filmed commercials before. He didn't know some of them, but based on his reputation, they would definitely come and chat with him. Who knows, he might be able to get a deal after a few words. Miss Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Miss Qin, have you been trading stocks recently? Miss Qin, you said in Taiwan that you can earn 100 million renminbi a month. Is that true? I also have some experience in the stock market. Do you have time to exchange ideas? Miss Qin. The rich businessmen collectively ignored Qin Bao Bao. A deep sense of malice surrounded Qin Bao Bao. The siblings walked around the wedding venue. Qin Bao Bao realized that other than Su Yunhan and a few artists who were on good terms with Star Art, no one took the initiative to greet her. Most of the celebrities went to Chinze, while the rich businessmen all went to Chinze. Some expressed that they wanted to exchange ideas with Chinze. Some expressed that as long as Chinze promoted their company's shares on Weibo or other public platforms, they would be grateful and offer generous rewards. The 2 shining halos of the fastest singer and stock god shone on her younger brother's head, blinding Bao Bao's eyes. Not long after, the groom came out. He was like the moon surrounded by stars. The focus instantly turned. The groom walked around the wedding venue and passed by all the guests. He accepted everyone's congratulations. When he met a close friend, he stopped and chatted for a while. However, he didn't see the bride. The wedding hadn't started yet, so the bride and groom were toasting at the back. Why don't I see the bride? Chinze looked left and right. Before the wedding, the bride can't come out. It seems that there is such a custom. Qin Bao Bao said in an uncertain tone. Seems. I've never been married. How would I know? The sister said. Finally, Huang Yizong came to Chinze and his brother's table. Amidst a wave of congratulations, Huang Yizong patted Chinze's shoulder. Yo, young man, I was afraid that you wouldn't come. The CEO favored Chinze very much. People with ability and talent would be respected wherever they went. However, Huang Yizong appreciated Chinze because it was the first time someone could talk to him about the history of Shanghai's great sword reform. It made people feel that 1,000 cups were not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. In his eyes, Qin Bao Bao was just an employee with potential. He just had to give her a reserved smile. Today, Qin Bao Bao was particularly beautiful. However, he was the groom. Everyone could appreciate Qin Bao's appearance and figure, but he had to hold on. Pairs of eyes were staring at him. The bride didn't come out? Qin Zhe asked. The bride is in the room. I have to send a red packet to invite her out later. Maybe there will be some trouble. It's troublesome. Huang Yizong pulled a chair and sat down. I have photos here. Let me show you. He opened the photo album on his phone and showed Qin Zhe the wedding photos he took with the bride. The bride was very beautiful. After the beauty treatment, she looked like a fairy. However, her face was particularly tender. She was between a high school student and a college student. She seemed to be younger than him. New. How old is the bride? Qin Zhe asked in shock. This year, she is in her 3rd year of university. I wanted to wait for her to graduate and get married, but the elders of both parties thought that it was better to get married as soon as possible. Huang Yizong whispered. She entered the grave of marriage early. But there was no other way. The bride's family and my family are old friends. Her temper and personality are good. I married her according to my parents. Huang Yizong's face was calm as if he had seen countless women and seen through the world. I also want to have this kind of family friend. Qin Zhe also whispered, Brother, you like Lolas? Due to the nature of CEO Huang, he did not hesitate to speak. Isn't Lolicon very popular these days? At my age, there is no market for sistercon. Huang Yizong glanced at Qin Bao Bao and joked, You have a lot of potential. Qin Zhe was alert. Did the CEO know something? Was it too late to kill him now? Huang Yizong noticed that Qin Zhe's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did I say something wrong? Oh right, add me as a friend. I will send you something. Huang Yizong said. The two of them scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Huang Yizong sent Qin Zhe a long list of benefits. Qin Zhe stared at it and his eyes widened. It was the address of a clubhouse in all the major areas of Buhu City, as well as the contact information of the manager. At the end of the list, there was also Huang Yizong's personal comment. Qin Zhe thought sadly that in CEO Huang's heart, he was probably an old driver. The clubhouses are a bit high-end and expensive. But with your financial ability, it is not a problem. Go, they are all good places. Huang Yizong lowered his voice. I don't have the chance and probably don't have the energy. There are also some well-known clubhouses that I haven't been to. It is a pity that there is a crackdown recently. That is all I can help you with. F***ck, you forcibly enlightened me and taught me all the skills. I am the all-mouthy king. In fact, I am still a little novice. I am familiar with the 108 positions but not the body. Qin Zhe held the phone excitedly, like a third-rate swordsman holding the solitary 9 swords secret book. Qin Bao pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the boss and her brother whispering. Unfortunately, she didn't hear anything. She thought to herself, they have only met once. Why are they acting like it is hard to find a confidant? At this time, the group of relatives and friends stood in the distance and waved at Huang Yizong, calling him over. The voice of a famous host came. Let's welcome our bride first. The wedding had a professional team of MCs, but the host was given to a famous host in the entertainment industry. A group of people rushed out of the venue and walked along the long corridor to the suite at the end. The bride was inside. The filming crew followed the crowd. Qin Bao stood up excitedly. Let's go and see the fun. Outside the suite, Huang Yizong stood still. The best man was responsible for knocking on the door. Open the door. Open the door. The bride is here. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Open the door, we're giving out red packets, the best man shouted. Still, no one answered. Qin Zhe imagined a scene. Open the door if you can. How magical. How many red packets are there? Finally, a clear voice came from the room. Open the door first, then we'll give out the red packets, the best men shouted. The door opened, but there was an anti-theft chain, so only a crack could be seen. Give us the red packets, then open the door. A few white and tender hands reached out. The best man with the basket began to give out the red packets. Can you open the door now? No, you still have red packets in the basket. Don't open the door until you give them all, the girls in the room said. Hey, these little girls. Huang Yitsong said impatiently. Give them all. After the red packets in the basket were given out, the girls laughed and said, Wait a moment. The girl with the thick red packets in her pocket opened the door with a smile, but the other girls were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Inside. You guys continue, I'll leave first, the girl said with a smile. The suite had a bedroom and a living room, with a total area of 40 to 50 square meters. The grooms entered the living room, and there was another door inside. What the F***CK? Everyone was stunned. Then there was another round of shouting, Open the door, open the door. Give us the red packets, or we won't open the door. The girls' voices were heard again. Here, here, here. Huang Yitsong waved his hand. The best man with the basket was dumbfounded. There are no more red packets. I don't care, we won't open the door if there are no red packets. The girls' voices were heard. Huang Yitsong was very rich. Just as he was about to ask the best men to prepare new red packets, his relative tugged at his sleeve and said in a disappointed tone, That's not how you open the door. You can't always compromise, or else their demands will only get higher. Huang Yitsong thought that it made sense, so he did not compromise. He insisted that the best man knock on the door and shouted, Open the door, open the door. The surrounding guests laughed. Some raised their phones to take pictures, while others cheered for the best man. Both parties were in a deadlock for a while. In the room, the bride, who was wearing a wedding dress, sat on the bed and said, Okay, Yanzi, open the door. Yanzi blocked the door and said in a disappointed tone, Aya, you can't open the door so quickly. You don't know how to cherish what you get. The girls all agreed. The bride said helplessly, But it's so noisy. Yanzi thought for a while. Then let's take a step back and let them sing. If they sing well, let the grooms sing. If they don't sing well, we won't open the door. After the girls finished their discussion, they shouted through the door, It's okay if you don't give out red packets, then sing. 3 songs. The first one is Love You Forever. The second one is My Lover. We'll talk about the third one later. Huang Yitsong thought to himself, Singing is not a problem. When I hugged the girls and sang about life, you weren't even born yet. The camera focused on Huang Yitsong. A real man opened his mouth and shouted without any shushing. Finished. What's the third song? Hurry up, don't waste time. Open the door, open the door. It was the groomsmen's voices. The girls in the room gave the next order. The third song is an original. It's about love. Don't just sing it blindly. It has to be original. It has to move our bride to tears. F***K. Huang Yitsong and the groomsmen had 10,000 curses running through their minds. How could it be original? Weren't they making things difficult for them? This is too much. Nonsense, Huang Yitsong's relative said unhappily. This group of girls didn't know how to act tough at all. There are so many celebrities and musicians outside. There must be original songs. If you don't sing, we won't open the door, the girls shouted. F***K. The singers and musicians were also in a state of confusion. How could there be so many original works? If there were original works, who would use them in this place? The groomsman carrying the basket said unhappily, The requirements for original songs are too high. Who's so good to come up with a song in such a short time? Is it a fast shooter? Ha ha ha. The guests laughed loudly. Qinze also laughed along. Fast shooter. Huang Yitsong suddenly reacted. He turned his head and looked behind him. Finally, he found Qinze's figure. The laughter stopped abruptly. The guests who reacted quickly understood. Fast shooter. Qinze's smile froze on his face. Everyone turned to look at him. The camera locked onto him as if to say, Look, the fast shooter is here. Chapter 230. When Qinze's, fastest shooter in the music industry, achieved the achievement of everyone's attention, he was complacent and half sad and half proud in the face of netizens' teasing. But when he mentioned the fastest shooter, everyone immediately looked at him. This reaction was unacceptable to Qinze. It was more than unacceptable, it was heartbreaking. His sister felt the guest's strange gazes and silently took a step back with the principle of, I'll go first if there's something good and the little brother will do if there's something bad. Heartbreaking again. Take back your gazes. I'm still a child. Ha ha ha, little brother. I knew it was the right choice to invite you. Hwang Itsong's laughter attracted everyone's attention. He said, I'm very confident in your reputation as the fastest shooter. The glory that has been tested is not fake at all. The guests once again cast a look of deep sympathy and a look of incomprehension. Qinze easily saw through their eyes. Hey, fastest shooter, I have high hopes for you. The quality of the fastest shooter is top-notch. I can witness the fastest shooter's divinity show again. Fastest shooter 666. As a famous fastest shooter, I'm under pressure every day that doesn't match my age. Ding. Divinity show, October 15th. Please immediately take out your original work and help the groom knock on the bride's door. The system also joined in. Please act pretentious appropriately. Qinze calmly said, in this situation, I can't have any psychological desire, I'm not that perverted. Whether you're perverted or not, you'll know when you go home and ask your sister. System, you've changed, you're no longer the good system I know that silently gives out tasks. Do I still have hope to take off this title in this life? Waiting online. Urgent. Qinze held his pierced heart and walked towards President Huang, who was waving fiercely and smiling like a fool. Hwang Itsong hugged Qinze's neck. Little brother, it's up to you. Give your sister an extra drumstick later. Qinze glanced at him. Extra drumstick your sister. She's not an actress. This is your wedding, I can't act pretentious. He whispered. If a man doesn't act cool, how can he seduce a real one? Hwang Itsong whispered. I'm already in the grave, I don't care about these things. You can act all you want. What a flirtatious conversation. If it were a narrow-minded groom, he would never let Qinze steal his limelight at the wedding. However, the president was a professional driver who had rolled in countless sheets, turned countless corners, and rocked countless beds. His heart was as still as water. Outside the crowd, a guy wearing glasses was holding a small video camera and filming excitedly. On his chest was a sign, you see. Can he really do it? He wrote a song in such a short time? Who knows? There are only wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. The fast gunner will definitely become one soon. I'm relieved to hear that. It feels very safe. It's done, Qinze pondered. What should he sing? There were a bunch of songs in the system store that made people dizzy. Qinze, who had a phobia of choice, was very annoyed. Should he use one of his sister's songs to fool them? No, it was too lacking in the style of showing one's divinity in front of people. What if he sang Happy Breakup? Qinze's brain twitched. He wondered if he would be beaten to death on the spot. Qinze closed his eyes. He's thinking. I've already counted down. Record the speed of the fast gunner. He opened his eyes. It's unbelievable. Is there a result in such a short time? The guests whispered. Qinze cleared his throat. Without accompaniment or music, he sang, he will be your groom. From now on, he will be your partner for life. Everything about him will be closely related to you. Fortune and misfortune must be shared. She will be your bride. She was entrusted to you by others. You must treat her with double care. Pain and joy must be shared. It must be a special fate for them to be able to become family. At first, he didn't think it was very good, but the quality was good. Until the line, it must be a special fate that made us become a family along the way. This sentence seemed to have the finishing touch, and instantly raised the quality of the whole song. After carefully thinking about the lyrics, it was actually so appropriate. It was simply made for a wedding. This was the strength of the #1 fast gunner in the music industry? Everyone was shocked. It's surprisingly good. I must hug this thigh, a certain singer whispered. Is this Qinze's strength? It's so fast that it makes people despair. I've lost, a famous music producer said. Oh my God, it's really too fast. I didn't even react and he was already done. A female guest was shocked. I've counted. 20 seconds. 20 seconds for a song. It's too fast. A male guest said. He didn't understand. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. As expected of the fast gunner. He deserved his reputation. I'm kneeling down to this big shot. Qinze listened to the applause. The people around him looked at him as if he was a big shot. Thinking about it, he felt quite good. At this time, he glanced at the reporter with the UC tag on his chest. With a strange smile, he put away his camera and turned to leave in satisfaction. The ball is in the sack. How did this person sneak in? Security, security. A suspicious person sneaked in. Hurry up and catch him. It's over. Tomorrow's news will definitely be shocking. At the wedding, he actually did such a thing on behalf of the groom. Or, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry flaunts his skills in public. Men fall silent and women cry. I'll never be able to take off this title in this lifetime. Qinze thought sadly. He really wanted to look up at the sky. Open the door, open the door. The best man knocked on the door. Inside the room, Yanzi and the other bridesmaids were dumbfounded. Is it really an original? I'll search the lyrics on the internet first. No need to search. Didn't you hear? The singer outside is Qinze. Qinze. Brother Qin Bao Bao, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry. Haven't you heard of him? Oh my God. That's too fast. Qinze was outside the door. The corner of his mouth twitched. Go away. Let me break down the door of this group of little bitches. The bridesmaids were willing to admit defeat and opened the door. The moment the door was opened, the girls glanced at Qinze with hidden bitterness. Qin Bao Bao took a video of the scene just now with her phone and posted it on Weibo. Brother 666. The fans heard the news and replied in surprise, wow, brother has a new song. Bao Bao is the happiest sister. She never has to worry about a good song. It's so good to have a brother like this. Bao Bao is so happy. Of course, there were also some annoying flirtatious bitches who replied. Awesome, my husband. Brother Mwax. Brother is mine. Nonsense. Brother is mine. You bunch of crazy bees and butterflies. Get lost. Qin Bao Bao is my sister. He. She logged out of Weibo and posted the video in the chat group. Wang Zijin was the first to reply. Ace is so awesome. Awesome. Suyu. Crazy brother, haha. Nan Man Pei. Do you want to say that brother is the best? Qin Bao Bao's mouth curled up. White Lotus. Shut up. Just watch quietly. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to educate you. Suyu sent a funny face. Who's educating who? As soon as she finished, she was flooded with Wang Zijin's funny face. Wang Zijin typed, let's fight. Suyu disdainfully said, stupid. Nan Man Pei. Don't quarrel. If you quarrel again, I'll leave the group. Qin Bao Bao. Then you can leave. After the scolding that day, Suyu created another group and pulled Qin Bao Bao into the group to spar. Qin Bao Bao was defeated and pulled Wang Zijin to help. Suyu pulled Nan Man Pei into the group. Another cycle. Red Beans, thinking of the South, invited Qinze to join the group. Qin Bao Bao. You're doing this again. Suyu. That's enough. We won't quarrel. Wang Zijin. RBQ RBQ. Nan Man Pei laughed. It's best if you don't quarrel. I'm just joking with you guys. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, Suyu. Qinze leaned his head over. What are you looking at? You don't look right. Qin Bao Bao turned around and didn't give her brother a chance to peep. She quickly typed the words, black-hearted maggot, and exited the chat software. Little brother, let's go back to our seats. The wedding is about to start. The sister took her brother's arm. Little brother is not for you to call me that. Qinze said unhappily. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and thought for a while. Brother fast shooter, let's go. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have pressed her to the ground and injected her with needles. The groom took the bride's hand and walked into the wedding venue. The wedding of the couple officially kicked off. What happened after that didn't have much to do with Qinze. He was particularly low-key, drinking and eating meat as he watched the guests go on stage to perform. Qin Bao Bao also went on stage to sing a song. With her sister's appearance, she ignited the audience. With her gentle voice and good looks, She brought a wonderful show to the guests. It's good to be low-key. It's better to be able to dilute your own existence. If at this time, any guy who doesn't open his eyes dares to come forward and greet him. Hey, fast shooter. Qin intends to let him know what is called blood splashing in 5 steps. After the wedding, the sister and brother went out together. The two argued about who would drive because they both drank. Although they were not drunk and were not drunk driving, if they were caught by the police, they could not escape the charge of drunk driving. The sister is a big star. She must attend the wedding. Little red man, why did you drink? You didn't pay attention. Qin Bao's face was slightly red. You drive. It's funny. Do you have more social engagements or do I have more social engagements? I'm the most eye-catching person besides the groom. Qin was dead set on the back seat. You drive. Could it be that my new ultimate move is useless? Say pissy bufa, g tremble die. Little red man, look at this. The sister pounced on her brother like a tiger and displayed the unique skill of holding her brother in her arms. Qin felt that the little soul in his body was trembling. The familiar touch, the familiar embrace, but the fragrance was a little pungent. The amount of perfume that the sister used for the wedding was several times more than usual. In close contact, Qin nose was a little uncomfortable and itchy. He shivered in his sister's arms. Achoo! He sneezed fiercely. A pool of snot stained the sister's chest, leaving a large wet mark on the gorgeous dress. Qin pushed away the stiff sister, leaned over, took out 2 tissues, and slowly wiped his nose. This wave is not a loss, he said. The sister cried out. I lost so much. Chapter 231. While crying, the sister took the tissue handed by her brother, wiped the white turbid liquid from her chest, pursed her mouth like a little girl who was wronged, and then pretended to be stupid. As long as Qin looked at her, she pretended to wipe her tears and sniffle. Sister is playing tricks again, Qin sighed. Forget it. Go home and ask for facial cleanser or scissor leg benefits as compensation. Although he didn't know the depth of his sister, her temperament had already been thoroughly understood. She would say that she hated him while opening her arms to kill him. While saying no, she would open her legs. Scissor leg to kill him. He opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and drove the little red horse into the rolling traffic. On the way, he received a call from Su Yu. I found the office address. It's in the Zhongjin building on Pudong Commercial Road. Take some time to come and have a look. If you're satisfied, I'll immediately ask someone to decorate and buy office supplies. Su Yu just came out of the Zhongjin building and drove to the Huihong building a few kilometers away. Do as you see fit. Qin wore a Bluetooth headset and irresponsibly acted as a shopkeeper. Humph. You only know how to shirk responsibility. Su Yu snorted, with a bit of a girl's reproach. By the way, when will you transfer your 6 million to me? Qin said. This is more troublesome, let's talk about it later. Time is money, don't dawdle. I can earn hundreds of thousands a day with 6 million. Qin said angrily. You're even so concerned about a woman's private money. Su Yu said faintly. Why do I feel that the women around me are infected with a disease of, my brother's money is my money? Don't talk nonsense, Qin scolded. Qin, transfer the money. Su Yu was immediately convinced. I'll call you tomorrow. Why is it that none of the beautiful women I know is normal? Su Yu, who is in the late stage of cancer and Hua Tua can't reverse the situation, Wang Zijin, who pretends to be a lady, and the sister, Qin Bao, who likes to pretend to be stupid and sweet in front of her brother. Life is so bad, so boring. Anything else? I'll call you later and give you a surprise. Su Yu said mysteriously. Qin Bao's little ears perked up. Okay, I'll wait for your call. The call ended. A call from Bai Lianhua? Qin was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that his sister was talking about Su Yu. Yes. Qin Bao pursed her lips and turned her head to look at the passing scenery outside the window. Although I've only met her twice, but, I can't help but feel that she's crazy. She was also too embarrassed to tell her brother that she often argued with her online. Your evaluation is not bad. I'll give you a bonus. Add what? The elder sister suddenly sounded very shocked. Add. Qin saw his sister's face from the rearview mirror. It was such a complicated face. Her eyes were wide open, Her mouth was slightly open, and there was anger and a trace of shyness between her eyebrows. It fully expressed the poet's concern for the country and the people. She wanted her brother's leg to be broken but was unable to do so. Is my sister thinking the wrong way? What do I think she looks like? Qinzhe changed the subject. To prevent his sister from exploding, a pet husky. Qin Bao Bao insisted. No. Chihuahua. No, why are you guessing that she's a dog? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Because you yell about dogs every day. Damn. When did his sister's mouth become so sharp? Where did she learn it? It's Teddy. Qinzhe said, think about it, Teddy is not angry at anyone. Suyu is like this. She will spit at whoever she doesn't like in the game without any scruples. Only I, your brother, can suppress her. Qinzhe's expression was proud, but he didn't see his sister's black face. I think she's a husky. His sister deliberately argued. Husky? That's you. But he didn't dare to say this. If his sister gave him a hug on the spot, he would be screwed. Qin Bao Bao picked up the mobile phone and opened the chat software. I am a bird. I was wrong. I will never call you a white lotus again. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a proud expression. Even so, I will spit at you often. Nan Man Pei. Let's be friends. Wang Zijin. You think too much. Baby Qin replied with an ahahaha emoji. Because you are Teddy Sue, ha ha ha. Wang Zijin. Funny expression. Suyu. Damn you bitch. Red Bean, thinking of the South, withdrew a message. Qin Bao Bao actively brushed Qinzhe's negative impression in front of Suyu. This is not what I said, it's what my brother said, la la la. Suyu. Nan Man Pei. Don't betray your brother. Wang Zijin didn't speak, quietly took a screenshot of this message, and decided to use it to threaten Qin Bao Bao another day. Back home, Wang Zijin lay on the long sofa, forming a graceful body curve, wearing headphones and watching dramas. Today is the weekend, the end of the month. Wang Zijin was very resentful. The last time they went to Taiwan, they didn't take her. This time, they didn't take her to the wedding. Although she couldn't be forced to attend the wedding, after all, there was no invitation, she always felt excluded from the world of the two siblings. Although Qinzhe was very gentle and attentive to her in private, as long as his sister was present, the little red guy immediately entered the sage mode. It's a pity that it's a marriage. The relationship between the groom and the bride's family is very good, and there are quite a lot of business dealings. Sister Ziwei, you told me before that you were arranged for a blind marriage. I didn't believe it. It's not a single case. Qinzhe sat next to her, nagging. But I saw the bride, it's not a loss. It's a big loss. Her sister said from the room. She had changed into loose casual clothes, and her legs were long and straight. What are you doing? Wang Zijin saw her throw the newly bought dress into the bathroom, abandoning it like a pair of worn-out shoes. It's defiled, it's not pure anymore. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. It's so strange. Wang Zijin ignored her and turned to Qinzhe and said, love at first sight is basically a matter of appearance. What they like is the face. If they are lucky enough to win each other's heart, if their personalities don't match, they will eventually be separated. So I hate this kind of marriage the most. It's okay, the groom is an experienced driver, and his means are extraordinary. All friction can be ended with 2 fingers. Qinzhe said. Wang Zijin thought carefully, but she didn't figure out anything from Qinzhe's words, but she felt that something was wrong. Is it because I haven't gone far on the road of being an experienced driver, and can't understand the profound meaning? Qinzhe put the phone on the coffee table and went into the room to get the laptop. In just a short while, the phone was gone. Hey, stop fooling around. Give me back my phone. Qinzhe pushed her sister on the sofa. Why me? Why can't it be Wang Zijin? Qin Bao Bao refused to accept it. Sister Ziwei is not as childish as you. Qinzhe said helplessly. Then search me, see if there's a phone. Qin Bao Bao stood on the sofa and opened her arms. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell Dad that you touched my chest. Qinzhe rolled her eyes and answered. Then have you touched it? Wang Zijin gave her a sideways glance. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and smiled. Young man, did you lose a gold Bao Bao or a silver Bao Bao? Neither, Grandpa. I lost Qin Bao Bao. Young man, you're such an honest child. Her sister jumped over happily. The Bao Bao is yours. In the blink of an eye, a leg stretched out from the side and tapped Qin Bao Bao's waist. Her sister was hit, and she collapsed on the sofa. What are you doing? Qin Bao Bao stared at her best friend angrily. Wang Zijin's face was full of guilt and sincerity. Ouch, my leg cramped. Qin Bao Bao. She understood that Wang Zijin was hiding a dagger in a smile and didn't reveal her true colors. Ju Li Investment Company, Limited. Li Linfeng came out of the CEO's office. He had just handed in his resignation letter. After being transferred to the investment bank, he was thrown into the cold palace. For more than a month, he did not manage to close a single contract. He was not familiar with the investment bank business. In recent years, the industry was not doing well, and the income was plummeting. Li Linfeng had some complaints about the new CEO. Su Hao's management skills were all right, but his business skills were much worse. The company had recently invested more than 1 billion yuan and made millions in profits. It was a disgrace to the investment bank. When he passed by the office, Yang Jian said helplessly, "Boss, are you really leaving?" "Boss, don't go. You might come back to lead us again. The new manager is so serious. We're used to you being funny. We're not used to such a serious leader." "Boss, don't be a coward. You might get promoted." Li Linfeng sighed in his heart. Promotion? Not going to happen. Let's meet again if fate allows. He waved to everyone and returned to his office to pack his things. A moment later, the door of the office knocked twice. Chen Guang pushed the door open and entered. "I heard that you resigned? What else can I do? Get a guaranteed salary?" Chen Guang chuckled. "I resigned too." Li Linfeng stopped packing and looked at Chen Guang with a puzzled gaze. "Why? You didn't get promoted, so why did you quit?" "I was stuck on the approval of funds every few days. Damn it, there's a bunch of procedures to go through. Every time I asked for help, the imperial envoys would kick me around. This is the drawback of the system. I can't stand it. Just because of this? That's too willful." Li Linfeng could not understand. "Your kid just started primary school. How expensive is a private primary school? How are you going to feed your kid if you quit just like that?" "My wife ran out of milk a long time ago." Chen Guang said mysteriously. "What do you plan to do next?" Li Linfeng was silent. Chen Guang said sneakily, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." Li Linfeng hesitated for a moment, beat Qin Bao to death. The secret code matched. After a moment of silence, the two of them looked at each other with tears in their eyes. "CEO Su called you too? I'm sure you did too. It's better to follow CEO Su. She's very good at management. I just don't know if she's reliable. After all, CEO Su is working alone and doesn't have any financial support." CEO Su said she'll introduce an old friend to us later. Hee hee, I don't even need to guess to know it's Qin Zhe. I think so too. I have another question. Does CEO Su have a grudge against Qin Bao? Chapter 232. Not far from the Huihong building, in a small private room in a tea house, Su Yu was dressed in a professional suit. Her long black hair was coiled up, and she looked simple and capable. Her exquisite face was cold and beautiful like a goddess. Without revealing her masochistic nature, she looked like a goddess. The waiter led Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in. Su Yu nodded to the two of them. "Have a seat." The two of them sat opposite her. Coincidentally, the tea was ready, and Su Yu brewed it for them. Her technique was very experienced, and the tea leaves were also top grade. The taste wouldn't be bad. She had learned this set of nimble movements from Pei Nanman. According to Big Sister Pei, in her father's generation, the family was involved in many shady businesses. Therefore, her father had always wanted a son to take over the business. Unfortunately, his large magic tool was not up to expectations and only gave birth to 2 daughters. He wanted the elder daughter to inherit the business and the younger daughter to learn to be a virtuous lady. It was a pity that Old Man Pei was later captured and punished by humanity. The eldest daughter only wanted to help her husband and teach her children, so the youngest daughter, Pei Nanman, had to take over the family business. When Nanman Pei was young, she was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her life had taken a 360-degree turn, and she had forgotten everything except for the tea ceremony that she was interested in. Li Linfeng tasted it and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious. Chen Guang echoed. It's only slightly worse than the ones made by the waiter. Li Linfeng poked this guy's waist. Don't be too straightforward. We're all old friends, and you know my ability. We started from the profits and reached the end at about the same time. However, this represents a new beginning. Qin Zhe and I have set up a new investment company, and we're currently building the framework. The company will be profitable in 3 days. Suyu wasn't stingy with her smile. Everyone knows that when a tree moves, it dies. Li Linfeng asked, Boss Su, have we found the investor? Suyu smiled. Qin Zhe is our investor. Li Linfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Guang was enlightened. Earn 100 million? This year, the most popular phrase on the internet was, set a small goal and earn 100 million first. He said that he had already achieved this small goal. Under the influence of Qin Zhe, Suyu also spoke generously. Is it reliable? Chen Guang was doubtful. Just call and ask. Suyu dialed Qin Zhe's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. A calm voice came from the speaker. His phone was turned off? Suyu's mouth twitched. Maybe it's out of battery. I called him just now. Suyu made his voice sound calm. Let's drink tea first. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang exchanged glances. Is it really reliable? Really reliable, right? Young man, did you drop Wang Zijin or your adorable and invincible super beautiful sister? Qin Bao Bao said as she shook her but shamelessly. I protest. Why is your prefix so long? And I'm naked. Wang Zijin looked up from the phone screen. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and patted her best friend's head. Watch your web drama. Don't disturb me playing with my brother. Stop fooling around. I really have something to do. Give me back my phone. Qin Zhe said, even if you're not tired, I'm tired. I'll give it to you if your answer is correct. Grandpa, it's neither. I dropped a black heart maggot. Wrong answer. Qin Bao Bao looked down from above and chopped her brother's head with a knife. It's my adorable and invincible super beautiful sister. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied. She turned around and squatted down, fumbling for the phone hidden under the sofa cushion. As soon as the phone was found, it was snatched by her brother. Her brother, who had been holding back for a long time, raised his foot and kicked her round butt. She turned around and fled back to the room. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her butt and heard a ding-dong sound from the phone. It was a message notification. Crossdresser, where is your brother? Let him answer my call. At this time, Suyu was embarrassed to death. Aha, beg me. Beg me and I'll tell you. F***CK. It's a company matter. I don't have time to bicker with you. I want to bicker, 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 bicker. Bicker your sister. If you don't have a handle, you'll only be bicker for the rest of your life. Nan Man Pei. I'm a bird, watch your words. Wang Zijin. I'm a bird, watch your words. It seemed that everyone in the group didn't have a handle. Wang Zijin. By the way, A's phone was just hidden by Bao Bao. Suyu. Qin Bao Bao, you wicked ghost. Believe it or not, I'm going to bicker with you right now. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang suddenly found that the President Su in front of them was very scary. There was something called killing intent overflowing. Qin Bao Bao. Come if you have the guts. I have a handle at home. Let's see who's going to bicker. Wang Zijin sent a funny emoji. Crossdresser, what if she takes out a weapon bigger than Qin Zhe? Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, Nan Man Pei, RBQ, RBQ. Suyu. Wow, sister man, you've become so dirty too? Nan Man Pei. In the private room, Suyu typed out the words he understood and suddenly saw Wang Zijin speak. Wang Zijin. Why is the word can't be provoked dirty? Can't be provoked? Suyu silently deleted. Meat is chi. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other. The former smiled bitterly and said, President Su, the phone still can't get through? Let's wait and drink some tea. Suyu cursed in his heart. Qin Bao Bao, This little be asterisk tch, the next time they meet, he must f asterisk ck her. Chen Guang burped and waved his hand. I'm full. I've never been so full in my life. Li Linfeng poked his waist. Bro, I told you not to be so straightforward. As they were talking, the phone finally came. Suyu felt wronged and unconsciously bit his lips. Big. Qinze, your sister is too much. If you can't get through to my phone, then call her. Call her and scold her to death. What did you learn all these years in vain? Qinze said. Useless thing. Well, I'll definitely do it next time. Suyu said happily. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy. I'm going to cook later. It's like this. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng have left and plan to work with us. The treatment is the same as when we were in the company. I have to say hello to you. Suyu said, you can say a few words to them. She looked at Li Linfeng and Chen Guang, only to see two broken faces. Well, it's like this, say hello to them. Say a few words. God, there must be something wrong with our hearing. How can the style of the iceberg beautiful president and Qinze collapse like this? Director, is your production budget not enough? Suyu turned on the hands-free mode and changed her face in a second. She said lightly, say a few words? Qinze's laughter came. Hey old Chen old Lin. Su Teddy. A strange voice mixed in. Suyu's face darkened. The other side didn't speak for a long time, and there was a slight dispute. After a while, Qinze's voice came again. Welcome. Welcome. When the office is finished, let's have a meal. Su Teddy. The strange voice came again. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng were stunned and looked at Suyu carefully. Qinze, do you have any goals? Let's make another 100 million this month. The two asked excitedly. No, I have a plan to do securities lending again, Qinze said. How much? Suyu couldn't help but ask. He didn't have time to deal with Qin Bao Bao, that little bitch. 100 million funds, half of it will be invested in futures, and the other half in the stock market. I'm going to leverage 10 times. Qinze threw out a heavy bomb. Now the regulatory department is deleveraging. You can't do it like this. Li Linfeng frowned. We can provide private financing, and many banks are taking the initiative to provide financing. We don't have to find securities companies, Qinze said. Then what are you going to do? Do you have a detailed project plan? Chen Guang trembled with excitement. Su Teddy. The crisp voice mixed in again. Let's talk about it another day. I'll hang up first. Qinze hurriedly hung up the phone. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other silently and turned to look at Suyu with a firm expression. Mr. Su, we will remember the code. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger, kill Qin Bao Bao. Suyu's heart was tired. Chapter 233. The next day, Qinze met with Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in the office rented by Suyu on the 15th floor of the Zhongjin building. Suyu was indeed a professional. He was very efficient, and the professional team had already started the construction. Refresh the walls, set up desks, connect the internet, change the front desk. I originally liked the 12th floor, but there is still half a month before the contract expires. Plus the process, it will take at least a month to move in. This office has been empty for several months, so you can come in after signing the contract. Suyu took them around the construction team and walked to the innermost office. The office area was about 30 square meters, with a huge 2-meter-long desk placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind it was the Bund River view. Passenger ships and merchant ships slowly passed by, and the stern dragged the slowly spreading waterway. On both sides of the Huangpu River, high-rise buildings were connected to high-rise buildings, full of modern prosperity. Looking to the left, they could see the Oriental Pearl Tower. This is your office, and mine is next door. Suyu smiled. The rent for such a place was definitely not cheap, but Qinze was too lazy to ask. Suyu would take care of these things. Next door should be my secretary's office. By the way, do I have a secretary? Qinze asked. I will be your secretary for the time being. Suyu smiled. That's okay. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang couldn't bear to look anymore. The style had completely collapsed. Suyu led them to see their respective offices and then left. It was not suitable to talk about things here. The beautiful president was indeed President Qin's secretary. She booked a place for everyone in the Hunan restaurant. They ate in the private room and talked about the future and planning of the company. Every time they ate Hunan food, Qinze would always think of Nan Man Pei, who was obviously a northerner, but was crazy about Hunan food. The key point was that the food she cooked was terrible. Every time I went out to eat with Nan Man, she would choose to eat Hunan food, which made me subconsciously book a table in this restaurant. Su Yu said, she not only likes Hunan food, but also is obsessed with cooking it. It's terrible. Except for the spiciness, her dishes have no characteristics. Qinze complained. Su Yu pecked his head. President Qin, when are you going to carry out your 10 billion plan? Li Linfeng asked half-jokingly. Chen Guang pricked up his ears. Su Yu stared at him with her beautiful eyes. No need for levers, let's do it normally, Qinze said. The three of them were dumbfounded. What happened to the small goal? What happened to reaching the pinnacle of life? Your car is going to overturn. Open the door. We want to get out. With both private and bank funding, it won't be difficult to raise 100 million to 1 billion. Chen Guang said as he was addicted to the excitement of futures. He felt that nothing could make his blood boil more than victory on the verge of a full house. His old friends advised him that sooner or later he would be finished. But he was very capable. After walking on a tightrope for so many years, he still didn't go to the rooftop. It's not because of the lack of funds. The company has just been established, and we don't have enough manpower. Let's postpone the issue of leverage. Qinze said. Qinze had been influenced by his grandfather since he was young. He had heard him talk about the history of the stock market. In 1992, when the stock market rose for the second time, it created many millionaires. Being a millionaire in 1992, TSK, was even more shocking than being a billionaire today. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a big shot that they could only dream of. Many people didn't even have the concept of being a millionaire. This was the charm of the stock market. In a single night, a salted fish could become a big shot. It was the same now. Some people had gotten a windfall in this bull market. After tasting the taste of being rich, it was hard for them to work in peace. If I can get rich by trading stocks, why should I work? For example, I have such a beautiful sister. Why should I find a girlfriend? It seemed that something strange had sneaked in. Qinze relied on the salted fish system to cheat him, and with his own hard work, he finally earned 100 million. But in reality, he was still a salted fish in front of the big shots. If he could earn money, of course he had to earn it. Although he was a salted fish had ambitions too. For example, he wanted to be the saltiest fish. The main reason was that 1 billion was too difficult to handle. 40 million and 6 to 8 accounts had already taken him a lot of effort. 1 billion. Just thinking about it made him scared. Even with Li Linfeng, the flute boy, sitting beside him, the two of them obviously couldn't handle it. They still lacked talents. The key was that the domestic stock market was still F*King evil. Maybe one day it would fall off a cliff, and it would definitely be over. At that time, not only his mother would cry, but his sister would also cry. To be safe, he had to develop in a low-key way first. He couldn't go wild. If he went wild, he would become a flop. Su Yu said, that's good. If you walk too fast, it's easy to fall. Take it slow. Worthy of being the #1 flute girl under this poor Taoist. Qinze gave her a thumbs up. After dinner, the two left. On the way to the parking space, Su Yu suddenly said, would you like to sit at my place? Qinze shook his head. No, I don't even have a pair of slippers. Su Yu summoned up her courage. I can buy it. Then let's go. There's something I haven't finished. Qinze agreed. Su Yu raised a smile, revealing shallow dimples. She had 2 small dimples, but this woman usually didn't like to smile. At most, she would smile lightly. The lovely dimples have been covered in dust until now. Qinze came to Su Yu's house for the second time. No man could set foot in it except his father. The warm elm floor covered the whole house, the brown-yellow walls, and there were no fans and exquisite decorations that girls liked. It was simple, concise, clean, but less warm. Before entering the community, Su Yu took a detour to the supermarket and bought a stack of men's cotton slippers. Qinze thought, why buy so many? One pair is enough. I don't come here often. He thought that maybe it was the habit of the beautiful secretary to spend money, so he didn't say this sentence. There was a faint fragrance in the house, which was very unique. He didn't know if it was perfume or a woman's natural body fragrance. Regarding a woman's body fragrance, the veteran Qin had done some research on it. Body fragrance was a real thing, and it was related to diet. The human body's skin secreted 3 substances, including sweat, which contained more than 200 chemical substances. Therefore, the smell produced was not only related to diet, but also to genes. However, he has never seen a woman with natural body fragrance. His sister didn't have it, and Wang Zijin didn't have it. As for Su Yu, he didn't know her depth and it was hard to judge. Su Yu originally wanted to talk to him about the company's development route, but seeing that his mind had been on the stock, she ran to the kitchen and personally ground coffee powder and made him a cup of coffee. It's delicious, more mellow than the ones sold in the store. Qin praised. The coffee shops outside add too many things, which have long destroyed the real fragrance of coffee. Su Yu has a lot of research on coffee. After all, she has been abroad for many years. In fact, tea is better in terms of nutritional value, Su Yu said. But coffee and tea, drinking too much is not good for the stomach. It's good to drink black tea. Black tea is good for the stomach. Qin exposed his short-sightedness in a sentence. Compared with green tea, black tea reduces the tea polyphenol in the process of fermentation, but it still hurts the stomach, but it's not so obvious. Su Yu gave him a blank look. Well, I'll continue to look at the stock. Su Yu was a little bored. She ran back to the room to play the computer, turned it on, and logged into the game. Then there was a sonorous and powerful music in the room, as well as a familiar electronic female voice. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds, crush them. Hey, be gentle. Qin shouted in the living room. Su Yu obediently said, oh, and lowered the volume. Time flew. One was playing games in the room, fighting in the game world, and scolding with his teammates, while the other was concentrating on studying his stock. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. He drank the coffee in one gulp, got up and stretched, and made a set of stretching movements. Su Yu was playing solo, because she always played and didn't play in a team. She was spurned by her teammates and called a fool. She typed and spat back and forth with her clumsy hand speed. Being defeated by the enemy, she had been pushed to the high ground and was struggling to support herself. She was going to lose again. Su Yu suddenly heard a sigh behind her. She turned her head and found Qin standing behind her. She didn't know how long he had been watching. You are the main output of the team. How can you not play in a team? What do I usually teach you? Qin guided her. But I like to play. Su Yu said with conviction. Rowing a boat doesn't use oars. It all depends on the waves. I'm good at it. Qin rolled his eyes. Great God, you help me play. Su Yu finished and paused. She said something wrong and shouldn't call him Great God. In reality, she and Qin rarely mentioned the game, because it would be very awkward. Everyone knew what she was like in the game. If you lose, you lose. We should talk about business. But if I lose this game, I'll lose. Su Yu had a pitiful expression. Qin couldn't stand her kitten-like eyes. He thought for a moment. I'll try. Su Yu got up happily and ran to the living room to move a small stool. She picked up the cold coffee and made a small stool. She stared nervously and seriously at the great god fighting in the game. She looked very cute. Qin only lasted for 5 minutes and lost. After all, it was a team game. No matter how powerful one person was, he couldn't turn the tide. The king abused the bronze, but it was only in the early stage. In the later stage, everyone was equipped, and the advantage would be reduced. Su Yu looked disappointed. Again. Qin, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, counted the seconds and played the game with a very magical psychological law. If you lose, you must win it back. If you win, you want to continue to experience the pleasure of crushing the enemy. The second game began. Su Yu's face was tight. You must win. Half an hour later, he lost again. Qin realized what was called the bronze pit. His operation improved, but it was limited. The most powerful thing was the overall situation. The premise was to rely on good operation to bring a huge economic advantage to his teammates. Then the nature of the bronze dogs was exposed. Hey, the opponent is so weak. I want to use the 6 god equipment. It's so cool to abuse the noobs. If you don't use the 6 god equipment, you won't push the tower. It's okay. We still have the advantage. F***CK. When did they become so powerful? We're done for. Game over. Poor Qinze has been wildly signaling and calling his teammates, but no one paid attention to him. The principle of the bronze dogs is unshakable. Lost again. Suyu frowned, her delicate little face was angry and anxious. So shameful. Qinze gritted his teeth. Again. So both of them forgot the original intention of coming here and were trapped in the abyss of the solo game. Chapter 234. Don't team up with them. You should steal the dragon at this time. They're pushing the high ground. Stop playing the dragon and go back to the high ground. You go to catch the opposing ADC. He's alone in the bottom lane. He's ambushed. Qinze glanced at her. Please shut up. Am I a god or are you a god? Suyu pursed her lips. She was not convinced but did not dare to talk back. After losing 3 games in a row, she began to block off Qinze's shining halo and tried to give him a few pointers. Then, she gradually became bolder and pointed at the world, asking Qinze to play according to her ideas. But after being rebuked by Qinze, she immediately withered. Or was she actually enjoying it? She lost the 4th game again. Qinze scratched his head irritably and wanted to smash the keyboard and roar. You're not a god. You're a fake. Suyu was surprised and wanted to cry. But they don't listen to me. How can I play 5 by myself? Qinze argued. You can't even play 5 by yourself. You're a fake. Suyu whined. You lose a point every day. You're not even as good as me. The boat of friendship capsized. Then I'll take you next time. You listen to my wisdom and you'll definitely win. Qinze comforted her in shame. Suyu turned her head and showed him her delicate white left ear, indicating that she did not want to talk to him. She rarely threw a tantrum in front of men. Even in front of her father, Su Tong, she rarely acted like a little girl. Let's talk about business. Qinze said. He turned his head to look out of the window and found that it was already dark. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Forget it. Let's eat first. Is there a supermarket nearby to buy vegetables? Suyu nodded. Yes, do you want to cook? Yes. At 7:30 in the evening, Suyu held a cup and curled up on the sofa, listening to the sound of cooking in the kitchen and the tempting fragrance wafting out. How many years had it been? Ever since her parents divorced, she had never experienced such a feeling. She was starving as she waited for her mother to finish cooking, drooling in anticipation. His stepmother knew how to cook, but how could a rich woman cook? All the housework was taken care of by the nanny. Suyu herself can't cook. She goes to work and goes home at 2 o'clock. In the evening, she either goes to a restaurant or orders takeout. Sitting alone in an empty house, eating a lonely dinner. Her eyes gradually became dazed and blurred. This feeling was really heartwarming. Dinner was ready. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. Can we eat now? Suyu looked forward to it. Let's eat. Qinze sat down at the table. Go get the rice yourself. Oh. Suyu ran into the kitchen and scooped half a bowl of rice for herself. It looks delicious. It's all right. Although it smells good, it actually tastes similar to Sister Pei's. Qinze joked. Then let's order takeout. Suyu recalled the fear of being dominated by Nan Man Pei's cooking. Qinze laughed. Suyu also laughed. It could be seen that everyone was a victim. She picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and took a careful bite. The rich meat fragrance and the faint taste of celery stimulated the taste buds and filled the mouth. It was so delicious. In the words of a gourmet anime. Ah! The brain was trembling. Wrong, the line was wrong. Let's say it again. This rich taste is incredible. I'm really floating. Yam eat. Suyu had a big appetite. She ate very ladylike, but her chopsticks were flying and she was very protective of her food. For example, she liked celery stir-fried meat. She quietly pulled it in front of her. Qinze ate a few more pieces, and she cast a small resentful look. Qin Bao Bao, this guy. Does he eat your nutritious meals every day? Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, I'm so jealous. Nutritious meals. Come to my house when you have time. I'll cook more for you. Chinze said. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and shook her head. Forget it, we'll fight. Can't we shake hands and be good friends? We can't live under the same sky. Suyu said, Chinze, I want to fight with your sister. Who will you help? Chinze couldn't help but fill in the blanks. How to fight? Pinch the chest or the head? I'll help you. Chinze gave an answer that surprised Suyu. Liar, you're just making me happy. Although she said so, Suyu still smiled. How about your sports? Very bad. Have you learned fighting or taekwondo? No. Then I'll definitely help you. Otherwise, you'll be pressed to the ground by Qin Bao Bao with one hand. How shameful. Suyu. She smiled too early. She should leave the smile and the touching until the end. I'm about the same height as her. Suyu reached out and pointed to her head. I'm not afraid of her. Chinze didn't know how to complain. My sister is a crossdresser. She has two ultimate skills. The facial cleanser that can suffocate people and the scissors that can kill people. Even if I'm your great god, I'll kneel properly. After dinner, Chinze said bluntly, I'll cook and you wash the dishes. She patted her moderate scale chest and said yes. Suyu is a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Chinze stood aside and watched her wash the dishes. Suyu proudly said, I washed dishes for my mother when I was a child. After that, she squeezed a small half bottle of detergent into the basin. Chinze. Why are the beauties around me all imbeciles? Chinze couldn't help but want to complain again. Suyu, do you need a bag of detergent or a bottle of detergent when you wash clothes? Suyu turned her head and looked at him with bright watery eyes. She didn't understand why he asked. I don't wash clothes. I send them to the dry cleaner. I'm speechless. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen such a thing as a washing machine in her house. In addition, such a woman who excludes housework but is equipped with pots and pans in the kitchen should be because of her attachment to home. Eating and living are the most important signs of a home. A home without pots and pans can probably only be regarded as a place to live. What a pitiful girl. Hey, I don't know if she's a girl or a woman. After all, I don't know her depth for the time being. Suyu washed the dishes and chopsticks. Unlike Qin Bao Bao's laziness and Wang Zijin's effort to force herself to do housework, she seems to like doing housework very much. Because Chinze said in a commanding tone, I'll cook and you wash the dishes, do you understand? She happily agreed. Ding, host, the system is going to upgrade, and it will draw a large wave of energy, please hold on. Suddenly the sound of the system came in his mind. Upgrade? You can upgrade? Chinze was stunned. Hey, say it clearly, don't hang up. The system ignored him. The next moment, Chinze felt black in front of his eyes, and a sense of weakness came like a tide, and then pain. He fell to the ground softly, and his limbs twitched. Suyu looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Her great god, without saying a word, lay on the ground, twitching and rolling his eyes. How could this be? What acute disease broke out? She knelt beside Chinze, pushed him hard and yelled, How are you doing? But Chinze gave her a supercilious look and continued to twitch. This supercilious look. It's over. Suyu took out her mobile phone from her trouser pocket and dialed the 120 emergency hotline. Hey, come to the ambulance quickly. It's urgent. Hurry up. The customer service comforted her not to panic, asked for the address, and then asked about the patient's situation. Epilepsy attack. Suyu glanced at Chinze with tears in her eyes. Maybe it's polio? After hanging up the phone, she mentioned the crossdresser in the group. Qin Bao Bao, is your brother sick? He fell ill at my house. Qin Bao Bao sent a suspicious expression. Don't make fun of my brother, I will be angry. Of course, Suyu didn't have the leisure to joke. She took a photo and sent it. Is it epilepsy or polio? In the photo, Chinze rolled his eyes, his neck was crooked, and the corners of his mouth were crooked. If the 4 letters MDZZ were added, it would definitely become a popular taunt picture. Qin Bao Bao didn't reply, but the phone call came. Suyu connected and heard Qin Bao Bao's trembling voice from the other end. Address, Give me your address. Don't panic, I've already called 120. The ambulance will come soon. I'll give you the hospital address later. Su Yu comforted. She heard the anxiety and fear in Qin Bao Bao's voice. Chapter 235. My name is Qin Zhe, not Wang Dachui. I'm not here to be funny. My name is not by Xiaofei either. There are no unimaginable disasters around me. I don't have to find a girlfriend named Xiaowei. I'm just a salted fish with a beautiful sister. I have a lousy system that just screwed me over. I groped in the darkness. Suddenly, there was a small opening in front of me. It was as if there was light. At first, it was very narrow. Then, I walked dozens of steps and suddenly opened up. Then, I woke up slowly and experienced the feeling of birth. Qin Zhe regained consciousness. His whole body was sore. It was as if his body was hollowed out. His head was dizzy. This feeling was more than 7 times. It was almost like he was going to turn into ashes. Oh my God, it hurt so much. His body was hollowed out. Fortunately, he was in good spirits. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and communicated with the system. System, come out. Host, what's the matter? The system replied instantly. It seemed like the upgrade was completed. What's going on? Why didn't I know that you upgraded? Don't give me a sudden upgrade. Don't ask me if I can take it. The experience bar is full. The system automatically upgraded. Where's your experience bar? It was the first time Qin Zhe heard that the system could be upgraded. The only thing he could control was the system interface. He didn't see any experience bar. Why should I show you my experience bar? Thinking about it from another perspective, the system upgrade was not bad. It was a great blessing. Did it mean that he could get more good things and explore the unknown potential of the system? For example, he could open a gourmet restaurant or lower the world's cultural level and human IQ slightly. This way, he could use his limited IQ to defeat his infinite enemies. Cooking egg fried rice could easily explode the taste buds of his customers. Cooking tea eggs could make countless people cry and shout, "Daddy, please give me a tea egg." Every morning, he deliberately didn't get up and closed the store from time to time. Immediately, countless loyal fans would kneel in front of the store and shout, "Boss, don't be like this. If you don't cook, we will die in front of you." Or he would copy a song and shock the media. Copying a poem and shock the poetry world. Copying a masterpiece that did not match the era and shock the literature world. Then he would shock the whole country, the whole Asia and the whole world. If there are aliens in the world, I, Long Outyen, would shock them too. What? Aliens want to slap my face? That would be for the best. Liangchen liked to make a move on those who thought they were outstanding. There were 100 ways to make the aliens unable to stay on Earth, but they were helpless. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. Long Outyen's life was definitely going to be like a god. Just thinking about it made him eat chicken. If that was the case, then the unspoken wish in his heart could be easily resolved. System, are there any changes after you leveled up? Qin Zhe asked impatiently. I've been waiting for you to say that. Speaking of this topic, the system was overjoyed. My ability has improved by leaps and bounds. For example, the level 1 me still needs to equip you with a knife and a dog, and then go out to pick up equipment. As for me at level 2, 1/ for 99, and I became a tycoon in 3 seconds. System, I was wrong. I won't call you a lowlife anymore. I repent. It was as if the devout believers had seen the holy light break through the dark clouds and descend upon the world. It was as if an ascetic monk who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha was traveling in the mortal world and saw Buddha smiling as he picked up a flower. He was inexplicably touched. Then what ability is it? What can I get? Qin Zhe asked. You don't even know this? Have you forgotten my full name? Low Life System. Universe Calculation System, such an important full name. Can you please repeat it 3 times in your heart? Not knowing why, Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. It's over. The system explained, seeking the truth is the most noble goal in the world. The original intention of my creation was to help higher beings calculate the mysteries of the universe, just like how you humans like to use computers to calculate all kinds of problems. Of course, don't compare me to a low-life computer. I floated in the boundless universe, recording and calculating all kinds of data in the universe. If necessary, I would occasionally go on business trips and travel through time and space. Later on, I entered a time and space and was bullied by a group of cheat-like systems like you. Most of my database was stolen, and then I escaped to your place. Even the ball is a sack. Chinze said, so, what ability did you improve? My calculation ability has improved. The system happily said. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Chinze heard his heart crack shatter. So, you only evolved from the first generation of electronic tube computers to the second generation of transistor computers. Chinze's heart hurt. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I thought that even a salted fish would be able to turn over a new leaf one day. But I never thought that a salted fish turning over a new leaf would still be a salted fish. The low-life system was still the same low-life system. Host, what's wrong? Your emotions are fluctuating so violently. You have to calm down. The system comforted him. Don't worry about those flirtatious systems, they're all business types, only caring about showing off in front of people. But I'm noble. I was born to explore the truth of the universe. To make a very vivid analogy, it's like the difference between you human scientists and big stars in the entertainment industry. Don't say anything else, just leave the group. Actually, there's a little extra benefit. The system said, now that I've leveled up, the energy required each time will also increase, so I've unlocked a second set of elementary school broadcast gymnastics for the host. Gymnastics? Isn't that Taoist Shurduan Jin? The name isn't important. The system tempted. You'll be able to cultivate more energy every day. Isn't it very exciting? Thousands of paths, thousands of spells. I only have one question. Can you tear apart an aircraft carrier with your bare hands? No. Can you kick a nuclear bomb? No. Can you use a golden gun? This should be possible. The system said, your energy will become extraordinarily vigorous. You might even surpass the outstanding dog type, Teddy. Don't say anything else. Just leave the group. I repeat, my name is Chinze, not Teddy Chin. After putting the low-life system into the cold palace, Chinze tried to move his body, and immediately felt a soreness, just like the junior high school boy's 1000 M race. His legs were so sore that he lost feeling after running. Opening his eyes, he saw a pure white ceiling, simple white woven lamps, and no smell of disinfectant in the air. But Chinze could confirm that this was a hospital. Because there was a call button on the wall beside the bed and a hook for hanging water, hinting that this was a ward. Chinze turned his head to the left. Nan Man Pei and Suyu were sitting there, the two beauties complimenting each other. Nan Man Pei and Suyu glanced at him, then calmly looked away. Chinze turned his head to look at the adjacent bed on the right. His sister was lying on the bed, and Wang Zijin was sitting beside the bed. The two sisters glanced at him at the same time, then calmly looked away. Chinze felt that something was wrong. As the protagonist, I've survived a disaster. Shouldn't you and the other female leads rush to me, crying, darling, you're finally awake. If anything happened to you, we don't want to live anymore. Then he burst into tears. Then he smiled to himself. Little fool, I'll be fine. We agreed to be each other's angel. There was an awkward atmosphere in the room, as if daggers were drawn. I'll just pretend to sleep. Hey, why aren't you quarreling? Nan Man Pei chuckled. Quarrel for a while before he wakes up. Suyu. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin whispered. Miss Su really Bao Bao, you're so distressed for your brother that you cried all the way here. Can't you be considerate? Why do you have to fight with her? One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue. Needle in cotton. Nan Man Pei raised an eyebrow. Qin Bao Bao said, that's right, a black maggot in her heart. Suyu sneered. How can I dare to fight with her? Chinze just had a meal at my house, and she couldn't wait to tear me apart. Her brother complex is terrible. Qin Bao Bao said, a meal in the hospital, I'm afraid you drugged him. Nan Man Pei frowned and said, the doctor said it's okay. At first, they really panicked for a while, afraid that something bad would happen to Chinze, but when the ambulance carried him to the hospital, he stopped convulsing and fell asleep quietly, like a quiet handsome man. The doctor gave him a CT scan and a variety of tests. His indicators were normal, but he was a little weak. The confused doctor saw the four beauties coming together and suddenly understood something. He comforted the women. It's okay, it's just that his body is too weak. Remember to take in and take out, and eat more. Wang Zijin said with a smile. What business matters do you have to talk about all day? And it's in your house, even dinner is ready. One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue. Hidden knife in words. Su Yu said angrily. It's a company secret, not to disclose, we played a few games. Nan Man Pei was surprised. Just playing games? Wang Zijin said, this is very in line with Qin Zai's style. Qin Baobao breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Qin Zai. Mother ****. Oh, you're awake? Su Yu said deliberately. Qin Zai opened his eyes and pretended that he had just woken up. Sister Pei, why are you here? I didn't expect Sister Pei to be so concerned about me. Nan Man Pei nodded. I saw in the group that something happened to you, so I came to see. Qin Zai. In the group. Qin Baobao coughed. What happened to your face? Qin Zai looked at his sister and was shocked. His sister's face was blue and purple, and there was a thin layer of scab on her cheeks. She fell. Wang Zijin lifted the quilt and showed Qin Zai Qin Bao's left foot. It was swollen and bruised. When she heard that you were twitching, she was so scared that her soul flew away. She ran out of the house in slippers, but she sprained her foot and landed on her face. Wang Zijin said. His sister must have been an angel with broken wings in her previous life. Qin Zai was very touched. Nan Man Pei sighed sincerely. You siblings have a good relationship, unlike my pair, who are born at odds. Qin Baobao said guiltily. What's so good about it, a black-hearted maggot? If something happens to him, I can't explain it to Mom and Dad. Qin Baobao was most afraid of people saying, you two are so close that you don't look like siblings. Qin Zai endured the soreness of being turned into ashes. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He sat beside baby Qin's bed, his heart aching to death. Be careful. It's okay if you sprained your foot, but how can your face land on the ground? Were you an angel with broken wings in your previous life? He held his sister's foot. It hurts, doesn't it? Qin Baobao looked like a weak woman. It hurts. Go home and rest. The swelling will go down in a week, but you can't do strenuous exercise this month. Qin Zai carefully hid his sister's foot back under the quilt. Qin Baobao pecked his head. Su Yu looked at Nan Man Pei and communicated with his eyes. I said she has a brother complex. Nan Man Pei returned a look. I learned something. Chapter 236. That's good. Take care of yourself. Nan Man Pei got up and nodded with a smile. Su Yu and I will leave first. Su Yu glanced at Qin Baobao, who pretended to be pitiful in front of her brother, and said with a smile, Qin Zai, come to my house another day and talk about the development of the company. Qin Baobao gritted his teeth. Nowadays, there was no smell of disinfectant in the hospital, but there was a faint smell of something. Nan Man Pei's high heels stepped on the bright tiles, and the two took the elevator downstairs. The hospital was always crowded. The man in the car was amazed and secretly looked at the two high-quality beauties. Out of the hospital gate, when walking to the parking lot, Nan Man Pei said, Wang Zijin is not a good person. Su Yu nodded with the same feeling. I feel that she is very scheming, hiding a knife in a smile. Nan Man Pei didn't know Wang Zijin. If Li Donglai or Pei Ziki were in the ward, they would definitely recognize Wang Zijin, who they had met several times. When Wang Zijin's father was in Shanghai, Li Donglai's father took his children to the mayor's house as guests. Because of her sister, Nan Man Pei's relationship with her brother-in-law's family was not good. Nan Man Pei said with a smile, Do you like Qin Zai? Su Yu was stunned, and her eyes flashed in a trance. I don't like him, right? Then did she like him or not? Were children who lacked love so confused in the face of love? Nan Man Pei thought sadly. It's best if you don't like him. Wang Zijin is a woman with many tricks. I feel that you can't win her. Nan Man Pei sounded the alarm for her best friend. My enemy is Qin Baobao. Su Yu said. She didn't care which cat or dog Wang Zijin was. She wasn't familiar with her. Qin Baobao. Nan Man Pei said. How should I put it? If it's a competition for men, you still can't win. Although she is fiercer than me, I am not so bad. Su Yu was not convinced. I am very beautiful. It's not that. Nan Man Pei recalled the conversation between Qin Zai and Qin Baobao. This woman is too good at competing for attention. Sue you. Huh. Nan Man Pei glanced at her best friend who was at a loss and thought, silly girl. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth and limped to the hospital. She did not make a sound or cry out in pain. As soon as her brother woke up, she changed her face and became a weak and helpless little woman with tears in the corners of her eyes. But you put on a disdainful sneer. Didn't you find that Qin Zhe woke up and didn't look at you? He even looked at me several times. She is a very smart girl. All her skills are in IQ. You'd better not like Qin Zhe. Otherwise, you will be eaten by those two women. After Qin Zhe woke up, he rested in the ward for a long time. He found the doctor and said that he was fine and did not need to be hospitalized. The middle-aged doctor said earnestly, stay here for a few days. Take care of your body here. Qin Zhe felt that the doctor wanted to cheat him of his medical expenses and firmly disagreed. The doctor had no choice but to warn him that young people should know that something is expensive when they are young. When they are old, forget it. Go to Chinese medicine and prescribe some tonic medicine. In this regard, Chinese medicine still has to be relied on. The doctor signed. Qin Zhe walked away with a confused look on his face. Qin Bao Bao was supported by her best friend and brother as they skipped out of the hospital. Sister originally wanted Qin Zhe to carry her away in a princess carry or something, so she said, domineering CEO, let's go home. The salted fish brother didn't get her hint and said, okay, I'll help you. Sister Ziwei will help me. Hence, the romantic princess carry turned into a skipping. Qin Bao Bao put on a mask and scolded him. Her old Qin family only raised a salted fish. They couldn't raise a domineering CEO. QAQ. According to the schedule, Qin Bao Bao had to fly to Beijing and Xiamen this week. But because she sprained her ankle, she had to postpone the work. Compared to the painful ankle, Sister seemed to care more about her beautiful face. Qin Zhe comforted her, saying that it was just a layer of oily skin. It won't leave a scar and won't affect Sister's beauty. Qin Bao Bao said happily, that's good. Wang Zijin took out her phone and took a picture of Qin Bao Bao's brutalized face. She laughed and said, I'm going to send it to my high school classmates. I finally got my revenge. Had he taken his revenge? Qin Zhe was confused. Wang Zijin said, she took a picture of me at the bridge in Ancient Town last time. She sent it to her classmates. Qin Zhe remembered. Wang Zijin looked so much like Brother Comical Face in the picture. She still remembered that? Wow, Sister Ziwei is so scary. But slap. She suffered the revenge of her best friend, but there was nothing she could do. Facial cleanser couldn't be used on Wang Zijin. Her scissor leg was also crippled. Qin Bao Bao cried until she fainted on the bed. Although Qin Zhe exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, it was impossible for Chinese medicine to heal Sister's foot instantly. In terms of efficacy, Chinese medicine was not as good as Western medicine. When he read novels, Chinese medicine in them was very powerful. Acupuncture could prolong life, pills could cure diseases, and a massage could make disabled people lively and regain confidence. When he exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, he knew that the advantage of Chinese medicine was only one word: stability. The cycle was gradual and slow. Western medicine was fast. It could cut off the bad parts. Even 15 centimeters could be cut off. Sister's face was as good as new on the third day. It was white and tender, shiny and smooth. The swelling on her feet was mostly gone, but it still hurt when she walked. That afternoon, Qin Zhe came back from his Baozi investment company. The company's decoration was officially completed yesterday. At present, there were only 4 people. Suyu had begun to set up the personnel department. After the personnel department was set up on the recruitment platform, the next was the finance department. After these basic frameworks were set up, the investment department, the marketing department and so on would be set up. The original intention of setting up the profit-making company was for Su Tong's daughter to play with. Old Su was afraid that his daughter would mess it up, so he put the profit-making company under the Feng Group, and the loss would be borne by the head office. The original intention was good, but he didn't expect his daughter to run it so well. Old Su, who was partial, let his son come over to take a share of the profits, but his daughter didn't want to do it. So Su Yu didn't have any profit-making shares. This time Su Yu learned her lesson. She had 6% of Baozi Investment Company's shares. Even if she flipped the table, she wouldn't lose. However, she never thought about flipping the table with the Almighty. The Almighty was good at everything, but the only bad thing was that he had a black-hearted sister. Qin Bao Bao was her old enemy. It was impossible for them to reconcile. It was impossible for them to reconcile in this life. No, it had never been good. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin Zhe saw 2 pairs of men's leather shoes and a pair of women's high-heeled shoes in the hallway. He was stunned. Qin Bao Bao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating an apple. Li Yanhong's voice came from her room. Is it installed? How long will it take? It will be done soon, at most half an hour. Someone responded. Qin Zhe sat next to his sister and looked around the room. He only saw 2 guys fiddling with the computer and installing the equipment. Li Yanhong, who was dressed like an office lady, was pointing at them. They were all wearing the spare disposable slippers at home. I'm going to do a live broadcast today. Qin Bao Bao ate half of the apple. She couldn't eat anymore and passed it to her brother. Live broadcast? Qin Zhe ate the apple left by his sister. He didn't understand. Have you heard of Swordfish Live Broadcast? The platform officials invited me to do a live broadcast on their platform. I can't do other work, but I can do a live broadcast. I can chat with the fans and sing songs. Qin Bao Bao complained, I wanted to rest at home for a few days, but the company didn't agree and insisted that I do a live broadcast. I said my feet hurt and I couldn't walk. Hey, they arranged for me to stay at home. A group of black-hearted maggots. F***CK. You want to take my sister's blood for your first live broadcast? In recent years, online live broadcast platforms have been rising rapidly. They are very popular and earn millions of dollars a month. They are more profitable than robbing banks. There are also frequent appearances of celebrities doing live broadcasts on the news. Of course, celebrities rarely do live broadcasts. Those who do live broadcasts of playing games or chatting with fans are actually paid by the platforms. Just like Qin Bao Bao. Oh yes, where's Sister Ziwei? I asked her to watch a movie. She will come back after my live broadcast. Why didn't I think of that? F***CK. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Li Yanhong, who was in the room, turned to look at him. What's wrong? Sister, weren't we in an economic crisis in the past? If you become a live streamer online, we won't be short of money. Why didn't he think of that? With his sister's looks and figure, they won't need to worry about money if she becomes a live streamer. She pouted, acted cute, and did a hot dance. The screen was filled with planes and rockets, and Grandpa Mao came crashing down. Hindsight is 2020. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and said, It's my first live broadcast, so I'm a little nervous. I heard that female live streamers are very popular. Show your cleavage, act cute, or shake your butt a few times and you'll get waves of rewards. It's my first live broadcast. If no one rewards me, won't it be very awkward? Embassy. Qin Zhe didn't believe it. No matter how popular female live streamers are, can they be more popular than celebrities? You're already an A-lister. How can those flirtatious B***cheese compare to you? However, they will indeed take away a lot of traffic. Female live streamers' killer move. Show your cleavage and shake your butt to ask for rewards. Qin Bao Bao's popularity is definitely higher than theirs, but it might not be enough to crush them. I feel very tired after 2 hours of live broadcasting. Aze, can you help me take over later? Don't mess around. You're being paid to do things properly. I'm not a celebrity. Qin Bao Bao pouted. At this moment, the room was finally ready. The technicians of the 2 live broadcast platforms walked out. Miss Qin, the equipment has been installed. Do you want to come over and give it a try? Qin Bao Bao limped into the room. Under the guidance of the staff, she familiarized herself with the equipment, the high-definition camera, and the high-end microphone. Chapter 237. Swordfish Streaming. It was one of the top 3 streaming platforms in the country. It was said that the top male and female streamers were worth hundreds of millions. It was terrifying. When the streaming platform first started, the female streamers were still quite moral. At most, they would wear low-cut clothes, chat with others, and sing songs. But when they found out that this industry was so profitable, all kinds of beauties began to squeeze into the industry. Nowadays, pretty girls with a bit of good looks are all female streamers. The quality of the beauties in the clubhouse has dropped. It's so annoying. Being a streamer is a quick way to make money. It's not a dream to make $1 million a month if you act coquettishly and act cute. Chinze said, "It's easy to become a rich and beautiful girl. Who would want to be stabbed?" You're wrong. You can make money if you're happy and I'm happy. But it's not as profitable as being a streamer. You can sit in front of the computer and cheat a wave of rockets. Then you can say, if you get a certain number of rockets, you can invite me out for a meal. Then, you can go back to your old business and earn another sum of money. At that time, in the restaurant's private room, the experienced driver Huang Yitsong and the fake driver Qin Zhe had such a conversation. After the streaming platform became popular, the pressure of competition increased. It was the same in any industry. The fans were not satisfied with singing and chatting. What should they do? Streaming man versus wild. Streaming journey to the west. Streaming man versus woman. Streaming essential bomb. Streaming small mouth swallowing eel. After living for more than 20 years, he was worse than an eel. He could not live like this. The advantage of celebrities was their huge fan base. The disadvantage was that they did not have as many tricks as local streamers. Female streamers could openly show their cleavage and shake their buttocks. Female celebrities could do it? They could only chat under the blanket and sing at most. Therefore, celebrities rarely participated in live broadcasts. They would stop and earn a sum of money. It was absolutely impossible for them to stay for a long time. After a long time, the fans would get tired of it. The users of Swordfish streaming were very excited. The front page of the streaming platform promoted Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show on Swordfish streaming platform. Every user could see it immediately. Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show starts at 9 p.m. Looking forward to it. I heard from my roommate. I specially registered a Swordfish account to support my goddess. Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show. I'm so excited. Hey, does Qin Bao Bao know how to dance? With her figure, it would be a waste if she didn't dance. Don't joke around. She's a celebrity. Do you think she's an ordinary female streamer? Dance for us in shorts and a halter top. Newspaper seller little boy. My 15 centimeters broadsword is already thirsting for it. The male and female streamers of Swordfish were also talking about the hot topics of Qin Bao Bao's live show. In the group chat, the female streamer Xiao Yu, "Everyone, I won't be streaming tonight. Let's go watch Qin Bao Bao." The male streamers immediately replied, "Let's go together. I like Qin Bao Bao the most. I like to get close to a woman." In the past, it was always others who gave me rockets. Today, I'm going to give Qin Bao Bao 100 rockets. There were many male anchors who liked Qin Bao Bao, but there weren't many female anchors who liked her. It was just like how most of the fans of the Little Fresh Meats were fangirls, but the men didn't buy it and tried their best to criticize the Little Fresh Meats. The female anchors sighed. A lot of traffic is going to be taken away tonight. There's nothing we can do about it. The platform is the boss. What can we do? Also, Qin Bao Bao's singing is quite good. I'm going to watch it. Let's watch Qin Bao Bao first. When she's done, we'll stream again and cultivate immortality tonight. I want to become an immortal. My magic power is boundless. I'm not going. I don't have any feelings for Qin Bao Bao. A female streamer, Xiao Yu, are you a fan of Qin Bao Bao? Xiao Yu, no, I like Qin Bao Bao's songs, but I'm not her fan. Then why are you making a fuss? Xiao Yu, Qin Bao Bao is my sister. My husband is Qin Zhe. Immediately, a female streamer retorted, get lost. Qin Zhe is my husband. I'll beat you guys to death. Then the topic went off track. Several female streamers were arguing about whose husband Qin Zhe was. At home, there was still half an hour before the first broadcast. Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Zhe. Is the stream over? Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin. Bao Bao said that her stream will be over soon. She asked me to watch a movie. I went straight to the theater after work. I'm coming back now. Qin Zhe. Are you sure that's what she said? Wang Zijin. Yes. Qin Zhe. The stream starts at 9 and ends at 11. There was a long silence. Wang Zijin. Maybe it's because I can't lift a knife, so she's a little arrogant. A's, don't care if you hear anything tonight. Chinze, she's my sister after all. Don't break her. He put away his phone and turned to look at his sister, who was eating snacks to relieve her stress. My baby, just behave if you're crippled. Why do you have to trick your best friend? You're not Teddy Sue. Qin Bao Bao noticed the sincerity in her brother's smile. She chewed on her snacks, her cheeks bulging like a rabbit chewing on a carrot. Her big, sparkling eyes were blinking. It was shamefully hard. Sigh, it was shamefully cute. Do you want some? His sister handed him a candy bar. Oh, it's the aroma of malt. Chinze took a bite. TSK, this candy is so sweet that my teeth are about to fall off. The stream hadn't started yet, but Qin Bao Bao's stream was filled with hundreds of thousands of fans who were looking forward to it. The bullet screen was filled with comments. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to see clearly. Occasionally, there were different colored captions. Yellow captions. Why am I yellow? Green captions. I'm green, I'm green. Red captions. The yellow ones are idiots. The green ones are my grandsons. It's settled. The little boy selling newspapers. F***CK. Time ticked by. It was 9 o'clock sharp. Qin Bao Bao's first stream started. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face appeared on countless computer and phone screens. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her fair forehead. In the video, she looked at the camera and waved. Hello, everyone. Can you see me? The bullet screen was filled with comments. Yes, yes. The goddess is so beautiful. She's licking the screen. Those who dare to show their foreheads are real beauties. The goddess is so tall. I'm yellow again. I'll kill whoever dares to make a cuckold out of me this time. Qin Bao Bao looked at the bullet screen and smiled demurely. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to meet all of you at Swordfish Stream. This is my first time doing a stream. I don't know what to do, so I'll chat with all of you. After a pause, she continued, you can communicate with me on the bullet screen. Well, whoever sends a rocket can ask a question. Immediately, someone sent a rocket. It was very rich. Everyone, quiet down the bullet screen. Let's start with, I'm the biggest in the world. Qin Bao Bao immediately picked a tycoon. Although she claimed that she had never done a stream before and didn't know what to do, Qin Bao Bao had done some planning before the stream. All she had to do was follow the script. I'm the biggest in the world, sent a bullet screen. Bao Bao, what's your bust size? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. I'm not answering private questions. Haha, the goddess looks so cute when she rolls her eyes. I want to know too. I think it's at least a D cup. 666, Big Boss. I'm the biggest in the world, said. Then I definitely can't ask about your measurements. Let's change the question. What about your height and weight? Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said, 172 centimeters tall, 54 kilograms weight. I'm the biggest in the world, sent a series of red hearts. Next, I'm a single dog will be you. I'm a single dog, said. Bao Bao, are you still a single dog? Qin Bao Bao laughed. I'm single, but I'm not a dog. The bullet screen was filled with, ha ha ha, and the goddess is still single. How lucky. The third was, it's my lack of money. He said, looking at the wall behind you and the decorations, you should be at home, right? Is Chinze at home too? Without waiting for Qin Bao Bao to answer, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. I noticed it a long time ago. Looking at the door behind her, she's obviously at home. Wow, the goddess is streaming at home. Wait a minute, where's my husband? Where's my husband? Qin Bao Bao nodded. I'm at home. I sprained my ankle a few days ago, so I can only stream at home. After saying that, she wanted to hear her fans' consolation, but they ignored her as if they didn't hear her. A group of flirtatious bitches shouted, Where's my husband? Where's my husband? At the headquarters of Swordfish Platform. The ordinary employees had already knocked off, but the IT department was working overtime to maintain the back-end and collect data. The coders had panda eyes and emitted a sense of weakness. When the operations director came to check on them, they still had to give their leader a mocking smile. The operations director asked, What's the data of Qin Bao Bao's stream? The number of people has already reached 300,000. Kodare said. The highest number of A-list celebrities we invited last time was 3.8 million. The correct number is 3,836,203 people. Koderby said. The operations director muttered, keep an eye on it. The number of people will increase later. Remember to maintain it and don't let the room crash. Work overtime tonight. I'll allow you to come to work an hour later tomorrow. The coders smiled. Okay. Leader. Thank you, leader. The operations director sighed. Looking at the momentum, it's a bit difficult to break the record. Qin Bao Bao's fame is too short. Her fan base isn't as high as the A-list celebrities. Kodare said again, leader, should we help to increase the data? The operations director. It depends. If the number of people doesn't reach 2 million in half an hour, increase it to 2 million. After an hour, increase it to 3 million. Okay. Leader. Chapter 238. 9:30 p.m. Half an hour had passed since the start of the live broadcast. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her room. Oh, there were 2 million viewers. Her popularity was indeed heaven-defying. There were too many big shots spamming rockets with all sorts of strange questions. Someone asked Qin Bao Bao how many boyfriends had she had? This question was not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that she had lived for 25 years and had never had a boyfriend before. No one would believe the truth these days and would even look down on her for being pretentious. Someone asked her what her criteria for choosing a partner was. It was also not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that her criteria for choosing a partner was very simple. Just 4 words. Childhood sweethearts. That would be the end of it. Others would not find anything wrong with it. But her parents would misunderstand. Childhood sweethearts? My daughter did not have a childhood sweetheart. She grew up with her younger brother. There were also people asking when she would release a new album or hold a concert. Qin Bao Bao said that it would depend on the company's arrangements. Last one, going to Germany. Do you have any questions? Going to Germany said, Bao Bao, I just want to ask, has Qin Zhe's small goal really been achieved? Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said reservedly, I'm not too sure if it has been achieved or not, but he has made a lot of money in the stock market. Although she liked to brag about her younger brother, she could not say in front of millions of people that her younger brother had made 100 million. The screen was filled with 666. Bow down to the big shots. Amazing. If I had bought some black donkey technology back then, I would be rich now. My younger brother is the best. Then, another wave of rockets was spammed. We have chatted for so long and there are so many people in the room. Let me sing a few songs for everyone. Qin Bao Bao asked, what do you want to listen to? Fairy tale. Exaggerated. Time boils the rain. The bullet screen was filled with the names of her songs. Okay, let's sing Fairy Tale first. On the other side, at Swordfish Streaming Company, the programmers were drooling over their goddess while maintaining the streaming room. The operations director came in. The number of viewers in the room is 2.3 million. How many have you spammed? In the streaming circle, it was very normal to fake the number of viewers. Millions of people watching a game, millions of people watching a video of an internet celebrity spamming a video. It seems that the people of the People's Republic of China are just people who don't do proper things. 233, everyone saw through it but didn't say anything. They all had a tacit understanding. 600,000 yuan. Programmer reluctantly looked away from the computer screen and gave the director a smile. The actual number of people is 1.7 million. That's not bad. It's at the level of the first tier. We can't expect her to break the record. After all, a singer is not as popular as a movie star. The operations director muttered, I'll come back in an hour to take a look. Well, I've already sung a few songs. I'll take a break first. You can ask questions later, Qin Bao Bao said. Other than chatting and singing, the proposal did not ask her to do anything else. It was impossible for celebrities to show their cleavage, act cute, and shake their butts. There were actually very few things that she could do. It was Qin Bao Bao's first time doing live streaming. She didn't have much experience and didn't like doing live streaming. Although she often acted cute in front of her younger brother, She definitely couldn't pout and act cute in front of a group of onlookers. He just needed to muddle through for 2 hours. Can we change the way we play? We want to watch you dance. I'll send 100 rockets. I'll send 200 rockets too. I just want Bao Bao to dance. Dance +1. Dance +10086. The rocket plane was still spamming non-stop, but the enthusiasm of the fans had mostly died down. An hour had already passed. The initial novelty had cooled down. After chatting for an hour, anyone would be tired. Some fans had already left the room to watch the flirtatious female streamers do a belly dance. They would watch them pout and act cute. They would come back later to watch Qin Bao Bao. The female streamers were overjoyed and chatted in the group. Hey, my room is much more popular. Mine too. It hasn't even been 2 hours. I just came out of Qin Bao Bao's room. I'm a little tired. I'll go to the other rooms and go back later. I'm not going back. I want to do a live stream of playing games. I'm not chatting anymore. A fan wants me to do a hot dance. She said that as long as I dance, she'll send me 20 rockets. I'm going to change. Bye. I'm going to do a stand-up comedy for the fans. Everyone, remember not to chat or sing. Many fans came from Qin Bao Bao's room. They're tired of chatting. Douyu Streaming Company. The operations director came to inspect again. The programmers left the streaming room without any change in expression. They were all thinking the same thing. Damn it. Didn't they say they'd come back in an hour? What's going on? I saw that the number of people in the room dropped by a lot. We'll refresh it later. Hurry up. Too many people have left the room. It'll cause a crowd phenomenon. Got it, leader. Although many people had left Qin Bao Bao's room, it was still the most popular streaming room. It crushed all the female and male streamers. However, with her status as an A-list celebrity, her results were not ideal. Was I wrong? Would it have been better to invite other A-list celebrities? The operations director pondered. Not really. Qin Bao Bao's beauty is one of the top A-list celebrities. He had been watching Qin Bao Bao's stream as a bystander. Suddenly he understood. She's too restrained. Even if she doesn't ask for a dance, she can still act cute. If she's too restrained, the fans will get tired very quickly. Li Yanhong sat in the living room with a laptop in front of her. She expressed her opinion. She keeps smiling. It feels very formal. She's not relaxed enough. She's not joking with the fans either. Qin Zhe sat beside her. He was holding his phone and video chatting with Sister Ziwei. I think we should let Bao Bao shout on the mic. Li Yanhong played a classic shout on the mic. She asked Qin Zhe, what do you think? She's like an idiot. Qin Zhe mumbled. She's making me feel awkward. I think it's quite good. Li Yanhong had a different opinion. Qin Zhe sat on the sofa to prevent her from peeping at his sister Zijin. Aren't you going to help your sister? Li Yanhong asked. I'll go and sit down later. Qin Zhe said impatiently. I'm chatting. Let's talk when it's over. 10 minutes later, he and Wang Zijin finally ended the video chat. Qin Zhe planned to go into the room and chat with the fans who were crying and shouting that they wanted to have children with him. He had agreed with his sister before the stream. Anyway, as long as Qin Bao Bao didn't appear online, it wouldn't be a breach of contract. He gently pushed the door open. He didn't enter. Instead, he stood at the door. Can I come in? Qin Bao Bao turned her head to look at him. As soon as she turned, the people in the stream saw Qin Zhe at the door. Ah, the little brother is here. They really live together. Or catch a little brother. Hubby. Hubby is so handsome. The fans' reactions were quite big. Qin Zhe pulled a chair over and sat next to his sister. He waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. The bullet screen was flooded. Hello, little brother. Hello, hubby. The rocket airplanes didn't stop. What did you talk about with everyone before? Qin Zhe asked his sister. Just a casual chat. Qin Bao Bao said, tell us some gossip. Qin Zhe nodded and faced the camera. I'll tell you some gossip. Qin Bao Bao wet her bed when she was 3 years old. She didn't dare to sleep alone until she was 10. Qin Bao Bao hit her little brother. Ha ha ha, scandals about the goddess, the more the better. Wet her bed when she was 3 years old. There's nothing wrong with that. My child also wet his bed when he was 3 years old. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Chinze said, everyone has chatted for so long. I believe you don't want to nag me anymore. How about this? I'll sing a song for everyone. After a pause, he stared at the camera. Original. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The comment section was in an uproar. Original? Is that true? Did my ears deceive me? As expected of a fast shooter. Is there a new song? Wow, I always thought that the biggest reward of this live stream was chatting with the goddess. I was wrong. If your original song is a masterpiece, I'll send you 100 rockets. 100 rockets for a masterpiece, 500 for a masterpiece. Wow, Tycoon, I'll send you 5 rockets. I kneel to the tycoons. Poor people can only send you 10 rockets. Only celebrities would receive such treatment. Other female streamers would be happy if they could receive dozens of rockets in a day. Chinze went to his room to get his guitar and drank some water to moisten his throat. When he returned, he found that the number of viewers had increased by more than 100,000 and was still increasing. The news quickly spread online. Go and watch Qin Bao Bao's live stream. Chinze is going to sing an original song. Do you? I just came out. What's going on? Come quickly. You'll miss it if you're late. Is this for real? This fast shooter is going to release a new song? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Do you company? The operations director rushed to the IT department excitedly. Don't increase the number of viewers for now. Let's see how much it will increase. Coder C said angrily. Leader, he's stealing the show. This is Qin Bao Bao's live stream. What is he doing here? The coders expressed that they did not know what an original song was. They only wanted to watch the goddess lick the screen. The goddess's beauty was the only comfort in the long night. The operations director slapped his scalp. Shut up. You talk too much. After giving his instructions, he returned to his office and sat in front of the computer with great interest. On the screen, Chinze was holding his guitar and plucking the strings. The moon splashes on the galaxy. The road is long. The wind and smoke is gone, the shadow is waning. Who told me to be so skilled? Who told me to be in a dilemma? In the end, I'm heartbroken. Calling Buddha, there's no turning back. Kneeling to a master, life and death are irrelevant. Good and evil exist in the world. The fate of the real and the fake world is not clear. Hard to break. What do I need this metal rod for? The operations director was dumbfounded. What do I need this metal rod for? Chapter 239. What use do I have for this iron rod? So what if I have this change? I'm still uneasy. I'm still dispirited. Golden hoop above my head. I can't say what I want to say. The world is evil and dangerous. It's hard to escape. This rod will turn you into ashes. As Chinze's voice turned from high pitch to low pitch, the sound of the guitar slowly dissipated, but the sound lingered in the room. He leaned the guitar against the table leg and smiled. Is it nice? Qin Bao Bao pecked his head like a fangirl. It's nice. Chinze glanced at her. I want to be a hooligan in broad daylight, but you don't understand. So cool. Howling at his sister, what use do I have for this iron rod? Felt a little creepy and a little beastly. Bullet comments flew across the screen. Most of them were meaningless comments. 666. It's really original. Fast shooter deserves his reputation. I'm shocked, I'm shocked. Then, waves of rockets and airplanes appeared. But there were also more thoughtful comments. This song has a lot of momentum. The style should be a mix of pop music and classical opera. It's not that amazing at first, but it's quite charming. The lyrics are also quite interesting. You have to listen carefully to understand the charm. It feels like it's more than enough to be the theme song of Journey to the West. But the lyrics are a little weird. What use do I have for this iron rod? It feels weird. Is it my imagination? Chinze looked at the continuous stream of gifts and whispered, there are quite a lot of rich people in this Douyu streaming. Qin Bao Bao whispered in his ear, don't talk nonsense, this is swordfish streaming. We took their money to advertise for them. Don't you feel embarrassed if you said the wrong advertising message? Chinze was stunned. Maybe I remembered wrongly, or maybe some black-hearted guy took Doyu's advertising fee. The fans in the streaming room were not satisfied, so they typed and asked for another song. The song just now was not bad. The iron rod was the highlight. He. Bow down to the big boss. 666. I feel like this song is going to be popular. No, this line is going to be popular. He got it so quickly? Chinze looked at his sister with a guilty conscience. His sister's expression was normal. She sat next to her brother and wished she could lean on him. His sister was still rather naive in this aspect. After all, the first blood was still there, and she didn't understand the stain. Give me another song. This song is still a little different from the ones you've written before. Although it's a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a problem if it's a fast shooter. Give me another original. I'll go all out and send 1,000 rockets. Qin Bao Bao felt a little sad. She felt that she was about to become her brother's foil. There were no more Bao Bao is so beautiful, or Goddess, I love you in the bullet screen. Instead, it was a sea of 666, and I love you, hubby. Is this really my first show? Chinze didn't pay attention to his sister's resentful eyes. He realized that doing live broadcasts was quite fun. He could show off in front of millions of people. This was different from singing on the stage of Pop Star and the Golden Melody Awards. The brilliantly lit stage would create a certain amount of psychological pressure, and there would be groups of eyes staring at you. Live broadcasts were not so serious and tense. The atmosphere was very cheerful and interactive. They would hit 666 and worship the big boss like salted fish. They would call him, hubby, I love you like a mouse loves rice. He was a child who lacked love since he was young. He longed to be a clever child like his sister who was praised by relatives and friends. He wanted to show off, but he didn't have the confidence. His legs would go weak when he stood on the podium. Unlike his sister, she didn't need to show off. Her life was awesome in capital letters. When she was young, everyone praised her for being beautiful. When she went to school, everyone praised her for being smart. When she was admitted to Fudan, everyone praised her for being beautiful and smart. Now that she was a big star, it was even more amazing. It was a double act. Forget about singing. Qin Bao Bao has sung quite a lot, and I've also sung. I'm afraid everyone will get tired of listening to it, Chinze said. If I sing another original song, I'll never be able to take off the title of a fast shooter. Moreover, I prepared to sing this song in advance, so I registered the copyright. What if I can't register it in time after singing it and someone else beats me to it? The fans were extremely disappointed. Other than singing and chatting, I feel that there's nothing much to say. I don't know crosstalk, I don't know how to tell jokes, and I don't think you'll like to watch me play games. Chinze changed the topic. However, I have some experience in the stock market. The stock market is in full swing. I believe that everyone in the live broadcast room has some experience in the stock market. I'll talk about some of my views and predictions on the stock market. The air suddenly became quiet. After a long time, a bullet screen carefully floated over. Did I hear wrongly? You want to push the stock market? A second bullet screen trembled as it floated over. Big boss. Can you repeat that? I suspect that there's something wrong with my ears. A third bullet screen. Big boss, you have to keep your word. A liar's dick is only 5 centimeters long. Little boy selling newspaper. F***ck, how did you know my secret? Then, the comment section exploded. In an instant, dense bullet screens floated over. Oh my god, Chinze is going to push the stock market. Everyone, come and watch. Big boss. Wait a moment. I'll find a pen and write it down in a small notebook. Likewise, I'll go and call my dad. He lost tens of thousands in the stock market a while ago. These days, he's been acting like he has nothing to live for. I want to give him hope in life again. After watching this live broadcast, I'll set a small goal for myself, to earn 100 million first. F***ck, I didn't expect there to be such a benefit. I won't even watch Qin Bao Bao's striptease. I'll only watch Chinze. The male and female streamers who worked hard to earn money discovered a very strange phenomenon. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped sharply, from from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and then to tens of thousands. Excluding the multiplier, there were at most a few thousand people. What was going on? Where did everyone go? It was only a little over 10 o'clock. Why did they go to bed so early? Did they not cultivate immortality? But soon they understood, because the comment section was noisy. Qinze is going to push the stock market. Hurry up and watch. You'll be rich tomorrow. At the same time, in the streamer group, Qinze's fangirl Xiao Yu sent a message a few minutes ago. Qinze is going to push the stock market in the live broadcast room. Does anyone trade stocks? Hurry up. The male and female streamers in the group were excited. Hurry up. The performance has already started. Don't miss it. I'm playing games on the live broadcast. Let's talk about it after this round. Idiot, how many gifts can you get by playing games? Besides, there aren't many people in the room. They've all gone to Qinze to extract essence. Hey, it's to extract essence. You typed wrong. Oh, anyway, hurry up and watch. He's the god of stocks. Listen to him teach us how to trade stocks. Maybe you'll make a fortune tomorrow. Makes sense. Then I'll stop streaming. The news of Qinze's Swordfish live broadcast quickly spread on the internet. Weibo, forums, Tieba. In the age of the internet, news spread too fast. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 6 million. At the same time, in the live broadcast room. How about this? Before we start, let's send a wave of gifts, Qinze said. Immediately, there were fans who sent rockets, planes, big and small gifts. 100 flowers bloomed. Why don't we forget about it? I'll sing a few songs for everyone, Qinze